Chapter 421. The sudden unforeseen event caused everyone to quickly extricate themselves from the matter of Han Shua's group of 4. Each and every one of them had a solemn expression as they began to fret over the attack of Ashburn, Charles, and the others. "Kid, how did you know that old fox Ashburn is coming?" Forenza looked at Han Shua suspiciously, as if he didn't quite believe what Han Shua had said. Among these people, Forenza was the least familiar with Han Shua. He wasn't like Carrel, Sabachez, and the others who knew that Han Shua possessed a mysterious martial technique that allowed him to see through the entire situation. Seeing that Han Shua had said so with such certainty, he naturally didn't quite believe it. He indeed knows. Sabachez explained to Forenza, "It is precisely because of his mystical insight that we have been able to hold on until now." Forenza was stunned. Shortly after, he looked at Han Shua in astonishment, not understanding how Han Shua had done it. Forenza knew that Sabachez wasn't the kind of person who would speak without thinking. Since he said that Han Shua could do it, then Han Shua would definitely be able to do it. This time the ones who have come include the city guards from the other city gates. With our current army, we shouldn't be able to resist them. In addition, that sacred knight and the temple knights from the Church of Light, including Earth's sacred Magus Dempus, are in the middle of this group. Han Shua closed his eyes and described the layout and military strength of Ashburn and the others through his mystical demons. No details could escape Han Shua's eyes. These days, everyone had long become familiar with Han Shua's mystical insight. They all listened attentively to Han Shua's detailed explanation of Ashburn's military strength. With Han Shua's deep voice, scenes after scenes were displayed before everyone's eyes. The movements of Ashburn and the others were completely exposed. After Han Shua finished his explanation, Forenza said with a calm face, "It seems that Ashburn intends to take down the northern city district in one go. Forenza, what do you think we should do?" At some point, old Han had also walked over and said to Forenza in a serious tone, "You give the order to open up Boston City, and I will bring my troops over." "Humph, Ashburn has gone crazy. It seems that His Majesty the King's prediction was right." Forenza said with a murderous look, You brought your troops here." Old Han was obviously shocked as he looked at Forenza in astonishment. "Nonsense. Otherwise, why would I come to Austin City alone at this time of chaos? Don't tell me I'm here to watch a show?" Forenza glared at old Han, then casually pointed at Boris, the leader of the Northern City Army, and said, "Why don't you and I make a trip to the North Gate?" "All right, I'll go with you immediately." Boris didn't express any displeasure at Forenza's order and immediately agreed. In front of Forenza, regardless of experience or seniority, Boris was far inferior to him. Forenza had always been arrogant and haughty, but he had the qualifications to be so. This was something that everyone in the Lancelot Empire was aware of. Furthermore, it was obvious that Forenza intended to help Lawrence. As Lawrence's uncle, Boris was naturally very happy and didn't dare to have any objections. "Thank you. I will definitely remember Lord's righteous act." Lawrence, who had been silent all this time, suddenly bowed deeply to Forenza and said with a solemn expression. Forenza casually waved his hand, obviously not taking Lawrence's gesture to heart. He said impatiently, "Bullshit, righteous act. If it wasn't for His Majesty repeatedly begging me before his death, I wouldn't have bothered with your trivial matters. I don't care who becomes the new king. In any case, no one dares to lay their hands on my southern border province. You don't have to thank me. Although His Majesty can be a little sinister and vicious at times, he still treats me well. I only mobilized the troops to Austin City because of His Majesty's face, not because I think highly of you." Lawrence's expression was awkward. He smiled embarrassedly and didn't know what to say. He thought to himself, this lunatic is really hard to please. He won't listen to good or bad words. Let's go. Open the city gates and welcome my howling legion in. "Humph, I don't believe that old fellow Ashburn can do anything." Firenze glared at Boris and swaggered outside. "Father!" Fanny softly called out. She was somewhat hesitant, not knowing if she should leave with him. "Lass, just stay here. I don't think any of them will dare to bully you." Firenze would only show concern when he was with Fanny. He wouldn't look at others in the eye unless he was angry. Only then would he glare at others. "All right, then." Fanny stealthily shot a glance at Han Shuo. She was also somewhat worried about Han Shuo. After all, Han Shuo had been annoyed half to death by the series of matters. She didn't know if his heart could take it. Firenze and Boris quickly left. As the great battle was approaching, Han Shuo gave a detailed description of the situation. Carell, Lawrence, Old Han, and the rest hastily began to discuss countermeasures and returned to the meeting hall ahead of Han Shuo. Amis had originally planned to discuss Han Shuo's matter with Emily alone. However, after thinking about it, he had no choice but to give up for the time being. He also hastily gathered the spies of the Dark Mantle to arrange some matters. Suddenly, only Phoebe, Emily, and Fanny were left beside Han Shuo. The three ladies looked at each other with awkward expressions. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Han Shuo stared blankly for a long while and suddenly felt an extreme headache. After hesitating for a moment, he saw the peculiar expressions of the three ladies. He couldn't help but smile wryly and say, that, shouldn't we find a place to sit down and slowly talk?" "Bah! What's there to talk about with a person like you? You bastard! You deceived the three of us." Phoebe was still angry and immediately scolded Han Shuo. "Now is the time when the Empire needs you the most. You don't have to worry about our matters. All right, you can leave first. The three of us should be the ones to talk in private." Emily revealed a faint smile and said to Han Shuo. The issue of her identity that had always troubled Emily seemed to have been eliminated under such special circumstances. The current outcome was very satisfactory to Emily, seeing her brother's unconditional support and Old Han having no choice but to adopt an indifferent attitude because he didn't want the Empire to fall into an even more chaotic situation. All of this made the miserable Emily feel as though she had been reborn. "Sisters, what do you think?" After Emily said to Han Shuo, she immediately smiled and glanced at Fanny and Phoebe. Fanny and Phoebe looked at each other and nodded somewhat uncomfortably. After Phoebe nodded, she suddenly thought of something and glared at Han Shuo, saying, "You're not allowed to use your martial skill to eavesdrop. You're too hateful. Oh, according to what you said, your martial skill can spy on the movements of the entire city. Doesn't that mean you can see any woman bathing? You hateful guy, how could you cultivate such an obscene martial skill?" When Phoebe said this, Fanny and Emily's brows suddenly creased as well, as though they suddenly thought of this possibility from Phoebe's words. When they thought of Han Shuo's bad behavior all this time, the three girls didn't feel at ease with Han Shuo's character at all. Their gazes towards Han Shuo suddenly turned sharp. Han Shuo felt a great headache and hurriedly said, "Abnormal behavior again. I have to explain to them immediately." After saying this, Han Shuo immediately ignored the three girls' clamor and hastily left in front of the three girls at lightning speed, arriving at a messy stone forest behind the castle. Han Shuo didn't go to the meeting hall where Sabaka's and the others were. After such a chaotic incident just now, Amis, Carell, Old Han, and the others probably wouldn't give him a good look. Han Shuo knew that those people were angry and naturally wouldn't go and seek trouble for himself. Using the Demon's Lair edge to dig out a large hidden hole in the stone forest, Han Shuo set up the transportation matrix and arrived at the Cemetery of Death. In the dusky Cemetery of Death, the Earth Elite zombie was lying there quietly in the place of Extreme Earth, as though he had already fainted. Weak strands of earth and yellow Earth Yuan energy in the surroundings slowly flowed towards the Earth Elite zombie in the center, slowly healing the injured Earth Elite zombie. More than half of the Yuan energy of Earth in the place of Extreme Earth in the Cemetery of Death had been consumed when refining the Earth Elite zombie. There was only a small amount left now. 3 days ago, Han Shua had let the Earth Elite zombie in and used the remaining Yuan energy of Earth in the place of Extreme Earth to heal the Earth Elite zombie's injuries. While Han Shua was looking at the Earth Elite zombie lying silent in the depths of the earth with a pained heart, Han Shua sensed Little Skull's call. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shua summoned Little Skull in front of him. "Father, we want to avenge him." Little Skull immediately transmitted when he landed in front of Han Shua. "I know. I'm waiting for an opportunity to kill him." Han Shua replied, "We need to become stronger." Little Skull transmitted. Soon after, a black walnut-like fruit appeared in his 5 fingers. Little Skull handed it to Han Shua and said, "Father, this fruit is for you. It's very useful." The black fruit looked like a walnut and had an ordinary appearance. However, when Han Shua probed it with his consciousness, he immediately felt that the fruit seemed to contain a strange energy. He was immediately shocked. "What is this? What's its use?" Han Shua reached out and took the fruit that Little Skull handed over as he spoke. Suddenly, countless rays of light shot out from the fruit and wrapped around Han Shua like ribbons. Han Shua immediately turned into a cocoon. Chapter 4:22. The ribbon-like brilliance wrapped around Han Shua's entire body tightly, but Han Shua did not feel like he was being bound at all. Wisps of brilliance slowly seeped into Han Shua's skin, giving Han Shua a cool feeling all over his body, as if he had sunk into a cool pool. Little Skull saw that Han Shua had received the black fruit and was wrapped by the black fruit. He stretched out his snow-white palm, and there were a few thumb-sized oars in his palm. Little Skull's purple demon eyes shone brightly, as if he was thinking about something. After being stunned for a while, he clasped his palms together and rubbed the bones of his hands. An ear-piercing, creaking sound came from his palms. A thick aura of death was suddenly emitted from his palms, and the ear-piercing, creaking sound stopped abruptly. Wisps of grayish-white sand-like substance slowly flowed out from Little Skull's palms. Little Skull hurriedly went in front of Han Shua and sprinkled the sand-like substance in his palms on Han Shua's body. As the fine sand slid down Han Shua's body, it suddenly shone like stars, giving off a strange sense of beauty. However, as soon as the fine sand fell into Han Shua's body, it immediately melted and dissipated like water falling into the sea, and no light could be seen anymore. Little Skull's purple demon eye revealed a solemn and dignified color. It constantly swam around Han Shua, who was wrapped in thousands of strands of the fruit's brilliance, and sprinkled the sand-like specks in his palms evenly on Han Shua's body, not letting go of any corner that might be missed. At first, Han Shua felt a kind of lazy and comfortable feeling, as if he was soaking in cool water. His whole body felt lazy and sleepy. However, when Little Skull sprinkled the sand-like, fragmented light on his body, the part that was sprinkled by the fine sand-like thing suddenly felt a burning and tingling sensation. The wisps of silk seemed to have a mind of their own, and actually slowly integrated into Han Shua's bones. Han Shua, who was originally lazy and comfortable, suddenly felt that his body was extremely heavy. As long as the fine sand fell on the parts, the surrounding bones felt like they were filled with lead. This made Han Shua understand that this kind of heaviness was not an illusion, but really happened. Using his divine sense to inspect his body, Han Shua could clearly see spots of star-like light slowly melting into his bones, slowly strengthening his bones, causing his bones to be slowly strengthened. This feeling was somewhat similar to when Han Shua was reborn for the first time. Slowly, the innumerable strands of the fruit's brilliance all entered Han Shua's body. Little Skull had long stopped moving around Han Shua's body. The fine sand-like thing in his palm also flowed into Han Shua's bones like flowing water, fusing with the brilliance of the fruit, strengthening Han Shua's bones inch by inch. During this process, the bones all over Han Shua's body ached as if they were being pricked by many fine needles. However, Han Shua, who had cultivated demonic arts to this point, had experienced all kinds of pain. Compared to the terrible pain that felt like his brain was being cut by 1,000 knives when he opened up his brain, this kind of pain was quite easy for Han Shuo to deal with. Therefore, from beginning to end, Han Shuo did not reveal any unbearable pain, nor did he let out a moan. He was quiet as if he was sleeping. Beside Han Shuo, Little Skull stared at Han Shuo in a daze, as if he found Han Shuo's behavior very strange. After an unknown amount of time, Han Shuo felt the pain in his body become weaker and weaker, to the point that Han Shuo could ignore it. At this moment, Han Shuo let out a light breath, opened his eyes, and looked down. Han Shuo found that he had completely returned to his original appearance, and there were no longer any abnormalities in his body. Shaking his head, shaking his arms, and stretching his bones, Han Shuo suddenly had a strange look in his eyes. This was because Han Shuo suddenly found that his weight had actually increased by more than 10 times. This was really too inconceivable. An ordinary fruit had strengthened the bones in Han Shuo's body, increasing the density of the bones in his body, causing the toughness of his bones to become even more astonishing. At the same time that his bones were strengthened, his weight also increased. Although Han Shuo was already mentally prepared and understood that some changes would happen to his body, when this change exceeded Han Shuo's expectations, he was still extremely surprised. What is this fruit, and what does it do? Stunned, Han Shuo looked at Little Skull strangely and asked in astonishment, "We all call it the Black Resolute Crystal. It's the same as the Serene Luster Crystal that you consumed last time. They are both very mystical things from our side. The Serene Luster Crystal can strengthen the soul, making it more refined. This Black Resolute Crystal can strengthen our bones, making them even more sturdy. This kind of Black Resolute Crystal can strengthen the body of an evil knight by several times. I had also used a Black Resolute Crystal before, and at that time it was so painful that I hovered between life and death. However, after absorbing the power of the Black Resolute Crystal, I felt that my bones had become even more sturdy." Little Skull explained for Han Shuo. He paused for a moment, and then exclaimed in admiration, "Father is really amazing, to actually not be afraid of this kind of pain at all." So it was actually a good item that was as precious as the Serene Luster Crystal. No wonder it had such a mystical effect. Last time when he made a trip to the Netherworld, Han Shuo had personally seen those undead creatures fight to the death for a Serene Luster Crystal. He understood that this Black Resolute Crystal was most likely the object that all the undead creatures fought over in the Netherworld. Such a precious treasure. Yet Little Skull did not keep it for himself to increase his strength, and instead gave it to him without hesitation. This made Han Shuo feel very moved. Looking at the seemingly ordinary Little Skull in front of him, Han Shuo was about to praise it a little when he suddenly remembered something. In the past, every time his body underwent a transformation, time would unknowingly elapse. This time when he used the Black Resolute Crystal to strengthen his bones, he didn't know if a long time had passed as well. In the current Asen city's most chaotic period, time was the most precious thing. As a person who could see through everything, Han Shuo could not disappear at this crucial time. How much time has passed? Frowning, Han Shuo hurriedly asked Little Skull. "I don't know." Little Skull calmly replied. Han Shuo immediately reacted. The cemetery of death was the same as the Netherworld. It had no concept of time. This cemetery of death was enveloped by a powerful boundary, and the light of the sun, moon, and stars were also unable to shine in. Naturally, it was impossible to perceive time through the natural laws of the rising and setting of the moon. Thinking of this major event, Han Shuo immediately became anxious. He did not dare to continue staying in the cemetery of death. He first sent Little Skull to the Netherworld, then hurriedly stood at the center of the cemetery of death's magical transportation array. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves trampling, the sound of magic exploding, and the miserable howls of the dying warriors suddenly rushed into Han Shua's ears. Those sounds were all coming from not too far away. As expected, a battle had already begun. Han Shua immediately reacted. When he was packing up the magic wand, all kinds of scenes had already been projected into his mind, allowing him to directly and clearly see everything that was happening not too far away. As long as Han Shua was in Asan City, the mystical demons could transmit all kinds of scenes of Asan City into his mind. However, when Han Shua was too far away from Asan City, the connection between him and the mystical demons was insufficient to support Han Shua to see everything. Moreover, the cemetery of death was obstructed by a peculiar boundary. Naturally, Han Shua could not know everything that was happening in Asan City from the cemetery of death. However, when Han Shua entered Asan City through the transportation array, the connection between him and the 12 mystical demons was immediately reestablished, once again allowing Han Shua to have the ability to control everything. Through the vision of the mystical demons, Han Shua could see that a bitter battle was currently unfolding in the spacious open space surrounding the castle. The forces led by Firenze, Corel, and Lawrence were engaged in a fierce battle with Prince Ashburn and Charles's army. Deaths were occurring at every moment. This castle was originally used to store military supplies. There just so happened to be no residents in the surroundings, only a spacious piece of land. This was a suitable venue for the fierce battle between the two sides. As far as the eye could see, battles were raging everywhere. With the castle as the center, the area within a radius of a few miles was densely packed with battles. Not only the northern city district, but some mystical demons placed in other districts also observed that the other districts, including the Imperial Palace, were similarly enveloped in the flames of war. However, compared to the great battle currently unfolding in the northern city district, the battles in the other districts of Asan City were clearly on a smaller scale. This was because the high-ranking figures who were a threat to Charles, led by Lawrence, were currently gathered in the northern city district. It was unknown if there was a tacit understanding, but none of the sacred rank experts participated in the battle. Corel and Sabacas on this side, Sacred Knight, and Dempus on Charles's side all stopped and watched from afar, watching the soldiers of both sides fight to the death. Whether it was Lawrence or Charles, they both understood the terrifying destructive power of a sacred rank expert, especially a sacred rank magus. A single forbidden magic spell could even change the course of a battle. However, all the countries in the profound continent had a tacit understanding that sacred rank magi were not allowed to use forbidden magic in normal battles. Forbidden magic that was not allowed to be used in enemy countries was naturally even more so not allowed to be used during a civil war. Although Asan City wasn't small, if a few forbidden magic were to really bombard it, it was likely that the capital of the Lancelot Empire, Asan City, would disappear from the continent. Who knew how many citizens within the city would die or be injured? It was precisely because of this that Space Sacred Magus Sabacas and Earth Sacred Magus Dempus had been watching this civil war with folded arms. Not a single one of them dared to release forbidden magic to attack the enemy soldiers of the same country. Firenze became the commander of this battle. On a high ground in the middle of the castle, Firenze's crazed roars rang out incessantly. Under Firenze's command, armored generals methodically arranged their troops according to Firenze's orders, attacking Ashburn and Charles's soldiers from all directions. Han Shua, who was observing the overall situation through his mystical demons, suddenly discovered that under Firenze's crazed roars, the soldiers of the Howling Legion under his control seemed to be scattered but faintly formed all kinds of peculiar formations, cutting Ashburn and Charles's troops into several large pieces. Charles's troops were faintly surrounded by Firenze's men. Only Han Shua, who was using his mystical demons to observe the overall situation, was able to clearly see this kind of strange transformation. Those soldiers and generals who were participating in the battle were unable to miss out on the silent transformation of the battle. The soldiers of the Howling Legion that Firenze brought had uniform patterns on their armors. These soldiers from the southern border had fought against the barbaric orcs for many years. Every weapon in their hands had been stained with too much blood. Each of them had valiant bodies and grave expressions. Their fighting strength was even more frightening than the Redbud Knights that Han Shua had seen previously. The city guards of Lancelot Empire's capital, Awson City, were among the best in the entire Lancelot Empire. However, now that they were fighting against Firenze's Howling Legion, it was obvious that they were inferior to Firenze's Howling Legion. Apart from having slightly better equipment, they were far inferior to the Howling Legion in terms of combat experience, teamwork, and individual strength. Suddenly, Han Shua discovered that the city guards of the northern city and Firenze's Howling Legion, under his seemingly crazy command, were actually gradually gaining the upper hand. Unknowingly, they were gradually nibbling away at the troops brought by Charles and Ashburn. This lunatic was able to stand tall in the southern border for so many years, causing the barbaric orcs to be unable to break through the southern border's defensive line. His reputation was indeed well-deserved. Han Shua was deeply moved, convinced by Firenze's miraculous commanding ability. Firenze, they are all soldiers of the Lancelot Empire. They are all innocent. It is only because of Ashburn's orders that they have no choice but to participate. If they all die, the final loss will be the Lancelot Empire. Sacred Swordmaster Corel was incomparably furious, glaring angrily at Firenze. Everything Corel did was for the sake of the Lancelot Empire's future. Under Firenze's command, the northern city district had completely turned into a battlefield. Corpses were strewn all over the northern city district. Those who died were all loyal and devoted soldiers of the Lancelot Empire. It was only because their respective masters were different that they had no choice but to kill each other. It was obvious that Corel wasn't willing to see such casualties on his own side. Even Dark Mantle Elder Sabacas was extremely pained as he watched the increasing casualties. He hesitated for a moment before advising Firenze, who had fallen into a state of madness. Firenze, if this goes on, even if we win, the Empire's vitality will be damaged. Firenze didn't move in the slightest and continued to loudly command his subordinates. Seeing that Sabacas, Corel, and the others were still clamoring, he couldn't help but fiercely glare at Corel and said, looking at the coups in every country on the continent, which one of them wasn't a bloodbath? Other than people dying in battle, can you use your mouth to make Ashburn abdicate? Humph! With a sacred knight and an earth-sacred Magus Dempus there, as well as all kinds of experts in the surroundings. Even a demigod expert might not be able to easily kill them. I don't see what you can do. Both of you. This kind of matter can only be quickly pacified through a bloody massacre. The longer the coups are dragged on, the more disadvantageous it will be for the Empire. Damn it, aren't my subordinates also suffering great losses? I didn't even say anything. So why are you getting so worked up? If you're unhappy that I won't interfere, let's see if you can persuade those two foxes, one old and one young, to relinquish their authority and willingly let you take over everything. Firenze's blunt words were like cannonballs shooting towards the two sacred rank experts, leaving them speechless and unable to find any reason to retort. Firenze was originally arrogant and conceited. If it was during normal times, he might have given Sabacas some face. However, once it was a battle, Firenze would immediately become a true madman. For the sake of victory, he would even dare to disobey His Majesty's orders without the slightest hesitation, let alone these two experts. After cursing and swearing, Firenze didn't pay any attention to the two sacred rank experts and continued to roar crazily to command the generals under him. He passed on his plans for the battle to his subordinates, causing the Howling Legion to quietly and slowly take the initiative on the battlefield. They had already surrounded Ashburn's troops without anyone noticing. The two sacred rank experts bitterly glanced at each other and could only sigh softly, their faces filled with pain and helplessness. They weren't good at commanding such a large-scale battle, Without Firenze and the Howling Legion under his command, there wouldn't be any suspense in this battle. Moreover, Firenze's words were indeed reasonable. Indecisiveness would only lead to chaos. Currently, the Lancelot Empire could only resolve the chaos through a bloody battle. Otherwise, once the various parties escaped from Awson City and occupied the various provinces, it would be a devastating blow to the Lancelot Empire. Therefore, even though the two sacred rank experts were mercilessly scolded and cursed by Firenze, they could only swallow their bitterness. They didn't dare to contradict the current Firenze, lest this fellow would act even more crazily. Han Shuo couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief after taking in the various scenes. He no longer stayed in the excavated cave. Han Shuo flew out and descended from the sky towards the castle. Whoosh whoosh! Crossbow bolts with extremely long range pierced through the sky towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo was startled. He looked down and saw a few soldiers of the Howling Legion glaring at him with grave and stern faces. They had actually discovered his tracks from afar and shot their crossbow bolts at him. His evaluation of the Howling Legion rose by another level. Han Shuo chanted an incantation, and a pure, white flower bud bloomed in the sky. The white bone shield formed and blocked all the crossbow bolts. Han Shuo wasn't injured in the slightest as he arrived at the center of the castle where Firenze was. Chapter 4:23. Little bastard, we've already been fighting for 2 days. Where the hell did you go? Firenze couldn't help but curse loudly when he saw that it was Han Shuo. During the battle, Han Shuo could be considered as an important figure. His sudden disappearance for 2 days had frightened everyone, especially Phoebe, Fanny, and Emily. They thought that Han Shuo had gone into hiding to avoid punishment and were so anxious that they didn't know what to do. Fortunately, the Dark Mantle organization displayed an astonishing ability. During the 2 days that Han Shuo had disappeared, the Dark Mantle members that were hiding within Awson City continuously transmitted all kinds of information, helping Firenze, Old Han, and the others to make the correct decision when it came to deploying troops. This allowed them to gain the upper hand in the battle against Ashburn and the others. Some private matters. Han Shuo also didn't expect that a black, resolute crystal would actually cause him to stay in the cemetery of death for 2 days. Originally, Han Shuo only wanted to take a look at the Earth Elite zombies' injuries before returning. How could he have known that he would stay for such a long time? Now that Firenze was scolding him, Han Shuo also had nothing to say. All right, enough with the nonsense. Since you're here, tell me about the situation in the other districts. This time, we must settle the situation in one battle to prevent Ashburn and the others from escaping. Otherwise, once Ashburn and the others leave Awson City, there will be even more battles in Lancelot City. Firenze wasn't the slightest bit courteous towards Han Shuo, hastily urging Han Shuo to report more comprehensive information to him. At such a crucial time, Han Shuo didn't say much. He immediately described the situation in every district of Awson City to Firenze through the vision of the 12 mystical demons, including what Ashburn, Charles, and the others were currently saying in detail. Firenze calmly listened to Han Shuo's description, constantly shouting out orders. Beside Firenze were not only his subordinates, but also Ames, one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle. At such a crucial time, Ames had shockingly become Firenze's subordinate. Under his orders, Ames, through the enormous organization known as the Dark Mantle, transmitted information to every corner of Awson City. During this process, Han Shuo finally understood that the battle in Awson City hadn't stopped for the past 2 days. Due to Charles's merciless killing spree, apart from Lawrence's side, the other 2 princes' forces had suffered even greater losses. Charles obviously intended to exterminate all of them and had been constantly pressuring the other 2 princes. The 2 princes who didn't immediately react had suffered disastrous losses during these 2 days. Left with no choice, they went to the Northern City District and reached an agreement with Lawrence, preparing to combine the strength of the 3 parties to deal with Charles together. In addition to the strength of the two princes, as well as the Howling Legion that Firenze had brought, Lawrence's side strength was already not inferior to Charles's. During these 2 days, the northern city district of Austin City had become the main battlefield. However, under Firenze's arrangements, the strength of the two princes had also been utilized, gradually nibbling away at the other districts controlled by Ashburn and the others. From the looks of it, they had achieved pretty good results. Ashburn's strength was faintly being continuously consumed, and he was no longer able to become the sole power in Austin City. It was also during these 2 days that space sacred Magus Sabakas appeared all over the place, sealing off all the teleportation matrices connecting Austin City to the outside world, preventing anyone from using the teleportation matrices to transport reinforcements from other cities. The few large-scale teleportation arrays in Austin City were all set up by space sacred Magus Sabakas. Although Ashburn, Lawrence, and the others had suddenly sent a large number of troops to guard them, Sabakas, as the person who set up the teleportation arrays, was unable to seize the teleportation arrays, but he could seal them. In this way, no one would be able to use the transportation matrices to mobilize troops from other cities. Within a short period of time, the battle in Austin City wouldn't expand. Whoever was able to quickly obtain victory in Austin City within these few days would have the highest possibility of ascending to the throne of Lancelot Empire. All right, there's nothing else for you to do. Go do what you need to do. When Han Shua described the situation in each region of Austin City to Firenze, and after Firenze had passed down the orders according to Han Shua's narration, Firenze impatiently urged Han Shua to leave. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment before nodding his head without saying anything else. He headed in the direction where Fanny and the other two ladies were. Fanny and the other two ladies were currently staying in a hall on the second floor of the castle. Han Shua had long seen the three ladies through his mystical demons. The three ladies were secretly discussing something behind Han Shua's back. Han Shua didn't know what Han Shua was privy to, but it seemed that they weren't as estranged as they were 2 days ago. Although they couldn't be said to be getting along well, they weren't quarreling with each other anymore. Honestly speaking, even now, Han Shua was still apprehensive in his heart and somewhat didn't dare to face the three ladies. However, Han Shua knew that there were some things that he couldn't avoid. Since he had appeared after disappearing for 2 days, it wouldn't make sense if he didn't come to visit the three ladies. Therefore, he could only brace himself and go to the hall on the second floor where the three ladies were. When Han Shua's deliberately heavy footsteps resounded outside the hall, the three ladies who were chatting casually suddenly focused their gazes on Han Shua, who had already appeared at the door. The gazes of the three ladies were like fiery thorns that pierced into Han Shua's body, causing Han Shua to feel uneasy from head to toe. After letting out a dry cough, Han Shua awkwardly smiled and said, they're all here." Phoebe unhappily glared at Han Shua and said, "Yeah, we're all waiting for a big shot like you. We don't dare to be like you and play missing during the war. If it weren't for the fact that we already know of your criminal record, someone might have already left the castle to look for you." As she said this, Phoebe's bright eyes wandered back and forth between Emily and Fanny, obviously hinting at something. Emily was calm and composed as she looked at Han Shua with an amused smile. She wasn't the slightest bit affected by Phoebe's words. However, Fanny's face was obviously a little tender, or perhaps because she wasn't too familiar with Phoebe and Emily, her face unconsciously blushed. "I also don't know. I just left for a while and 2 days have passed. However, it seems that when I'm not in the castle is actually operating better." "Huh. Aren't we gradually gaining the upper hand on our side?" Han Shua let out a self-deprecating chuckle and said to the three ladies in a relaxed manner, "When you're not in the castle, we have to rely on the organization to obtain information for everything. The members of the organization have been as busy as dogs these past 2 days, and all of them have been extremely careful, afraid that they'll be caught and used as cannon fodder for a change in power. However, to be honest, Fanny's father is indeed an extraordinary person. With him overseeing things, The situation on our side has slowly improved," Emily said to Han Shuo with a smile. Among the three ladies, Emily knew the most about Han Shuo's secrets and also understood that Han Shuo held the secrets of the Cemetery of Death. She roughly guessed that Han Shuo had perhaps used the transportation matrix to arrive at the Cemetery of Death. She didn't express too much concern about Han Shuo's sudden departure, and instead continued to persuade the other two ladies. He only knows how to fight. When Fanny heard Emily praise her father, she didn't reveal the slightest bit of joy. Instead, she resentfully complained. Previously, from Fanny's mouth, Han Shuo knew that Firenze was still fighting on the battlefield even when Fanny's mother was gravely ill. Firenze wasn't by her side until her mother passed away. This caused Fanny to take it to heart, and it seemed that she still hadn't forgiven him until now. He did it for the Empire and the southern border. If your father didn't fight on the battlefield, who knows how many families in the southern border would have been destroyed? Younger sister Fanny, it actually wasn't easy for your father. Emily sighed softly and tactfully persuaded Fanny. I also know that. It's just that I saw my mother constantly talking about him before she passed away. She didn't even have the chance to see him one last time. As she spoke, Fanny's tone gradually became softer, as if a sad memory had been evoked. A trace of helplessness climbed up her brows. All right. Let's talk about happier things. Don't be immersed in the grief of the past. Phoebe also spoke a word of comfort. It seemed that the relationship between the three ladies was still harmonious, and they didn't oppose each other, as Han Shuo had guessed. Just as he was about to say something, Han Shuo suddenly felt the demon's lair edge within his body stir. This startled him. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Han Shuo suddenly understood and immediately said with joy, "It seems that I have to cultivate for a while." During these 2 days, Austin City was in constant battle, especially in the northern city district. In an extremely short period of time, tens of thousands of soldiers had died in this battle. Every city guard in Austin City was the elite of the Lancelot Empire. The Howling Legion, under Firenze's command, was even more powerful. These soldiers who died on the battlefield had left behind soaring, killing intent and the resentment and anger of their souls in the past few days. This kind of energy made ordinary people feel oppressed, as if there was a mountain pressing on their chest, giving them an oppressive feeling. Some experts could clearly sense this kind of energy. However, in the profound continent, only a few powerful necromancers could collect some powerful souls and refine some special undead creatures. There was no one who could directly absorb this energy. However, Han Shuo, who cultivated demonic arts, could condense killing intent and directly absorb it. The souls of the dead that had yet to dissipate between heaven and earth, as well as the endless resentment and fear left behind from when they were still alive, could also be easily absorbed by the demon's lair edge. It was precisely because the demon's lair edge sensed the familiar energy shrouding between heaven and earth that it eagerly transmitted a signal to Han Shuo. What's going on? Why do you suddenly want to cultivate? Phoebe looked at Han Shuo, puzzled, and asked. This is not easy to explain. It has something to do with the special martial technique I cultivate. It's just like the dense killing intent all over Bollins's body. That's because he had killed many people when he was an assassin, and it unknowingly attached itself to his body. He can use the killing intent to intimidate people. Oh, right, this energy is also useful to Bollins. As long as I help him, he can also take the opportunity to absorb a bit of the killing intent that filled the battlefield. All right, I won't talk to you guys anymore. I'm going to look for Bollins first, Han Shuo casually explained. Soon after, he suddenly thought of Bollins and hurriedly walked out. That bastard! Phoebe couldn't help but curse when she realized that Han Shuo had already disappeared. In the past 2 days, Bollins's calm and callous heart had become somewhat unstable. Han Shuo's miraculous martial technique had unfolded in front of Bollins's eyes. Bollins, who would soon be able to cultivate this martial technique, would become excited whenever he thought about it. At Ballins's age and level, his pursuits weren't as chaotic as those of the younger generation. Only some substantial benefits would make him feel excited. Ballins, who had been an assassin for many years, had always thought of himself as extremely calm. But after being convinced by Han Shua's string of miraculous martial techniques these 2 days, his calm heart became excited. It's been 2 days. I hope little senior brother is fine. In this world, perhaps only little senior brother can point me in the right direction. Ballins inwardly thought. He was truly worried for Han Shua, fearing that the only guiding light in this world would be extinguished. Whoosh! A soft sound entered his ears. Ballins was suddenly startled. His killing intent abruptly retracted and tightened as he coldly said, "Who is it?" It's me." Han Shua replied with a light smile and immediately landed beside Ballins. Ballins couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. However, he didn't show the slightest bit of it on his face. He bowed towards Han Shua and respectfully said, "Senior brother." During the war, Ballins, who wasn't good at commanding battles, was alone in a remote room on the 3rd floor. There were too many experts around Ashburn, Charles, and the others. No matter how formidable Ballins was, he wouldn't be able to assassinate Ashburn. Now that the castle was similarly filled with experts, Lawrence basically didn't need to worry about his own safety. Thus, Ballins suddenly became idle and stayed alone in this remote room. "I have an important matter to discuss with you. Come, let's go to the highest roof of the castle." Han Shua didn't waste any words and directly instructed with a smile. Ballins didn't say anything further and immediately nodded in agreement. He flew out together with Han Shua and headed towards the highest clock tower of the castle. Before entering the sect, Han Shua had already told Ballins some rigid rules. Ballins had firmly remembered these rules. One of the rules that he couldn't disobey an elder's orders had been repeatedly emphasized by Han Shua. As the senior brother who would impart martial skills to him, Han Shua was naturally his elder. Ballins hadn't lived in vain for so many years and clearly understood that Han Shua's orders were the most important. When the war was in full swing, Han Shua brought Ballins directly to the clock tower. After landing, Han Shua looked at Ballins with a smile and said, "Originally, I should only impart martial skills to you after entering the sect. However, the flames of war are incessant and the entire Awesome City is shrouded in many special energies. Perhaps you are able to sense these energies. If I impart martial skills to you now, I can help you absorb these energies before they disperse. This way, your strength will advance by leaps and bounds." Before Han Shua finished speaking, Ballins's heart was already filled with ecstasy. He had yearned for this day and night for a long time. When he heard that Han Shua was going to impart the martial skills that he yearned for day and night, the excitement in his heart was simply uncontrollable. His body actually couldn't help but slightly tremble. When Han Shua mentioned that martial skills could absorb this kind of energy, Ballins was so excited that he almost fainted. He asked in a trembling voice, "Senior, are you saying that the oppressive energy shrouding Awesome City can be absorbed through martial skills?" Nodding his head, Han Shua smiled and said, "Of course. In this world, any kind of energy can be used and absorbed. The aura of death can be used, the murderous aura can be used, and so can the energy of the soul. I believe you have also sensed that the surging murderous aura of those warriors has yet to disperse between heaven and earth. As long as you have mastered the God-slaying devil path, you can directly absorb this kind of energy." "Yes, I can feel the omnipresent murderous aura on the battlefield. However, that kind of energy doesn't belong to me. I can't even familiarize myself with the murderous aura on my body. Naturally, I won't make use of others," Ballins said honestly. "Hold your breath and concentrate. I will help you familiarize yourself with your new energy." Han Shua said softly. Soon after, he went behind Ballins, and a strand of demonic yuan suddenly rushed into Ballins' body. After so many years of messy cultivation, Ballins had some vague understanding of the usage of murderous aura. The meridians in his body were filled with murderous aura. This kind of murderous aura could be transformed by the god-slaying devil path into his unique energy. It was just that he didn't know how to make use of it. When Han Shua's demonic yuan suddenly rushed into Balin's body, it started to help the already relaxed Balins get back on his feet. First, he used the demonic yuan to slowly absorb the murderous aura that wasn't pure enough and circulated it around his meridians. In Han Shua's mind, the meridian circulation diagram of the god-slaying devil path had already appeared clearly. Han Shua revolved the murderous aura in Balin's body according to the direction in his memory, bringing it along with him as it slowly flowed along a peculiar path. Remember this circulation method. It can make your strength even stronger, Han Shua said softly and injected another strand of demonic yuan into Balin's body. While doing this, Han Shua's demon's lair edge had already flown high up into the sky. It continuously revolved according to Han Shua's will, forming a thick layer of blood cloud. It slowly absorbed the various negative energies that lingered around Asan City and caused the ordinary people's minds to be in turmoil. Chapter 4:24. When Balins heard that this method of circulation could make him stronger, he immediately focused his attention, not daring to relax in the slightest. A large amount of killing intent filled Balins's body. It was guided by the demonic yuan and slowly circulated within his meridians, gradually forming a standard and perfect path. Every time a round of circulation ended, Balins could feel that there seemed to be something extra in his body. However, Balins could only try his best to remember the circulation method of the killing intent, but was unable to control the circulation of the killing intent himself. Pay attention, this is a mnemonic chant. Only by remembering this mnemonic chant and being able to understand how to use it, will you be able to control the circulation of the killing intent in your body without the guidance of my demonic yuan. Han Shua said in a low voice beside Balins's ear. Balins's mind trembled, not daring to move an inch as he waited for Han Shua's narration of the mnemonic chant. To him, everything Han Shua did for him was so novel, and every word Han Shua said was so profound and mysterious. Balins knew nothing about this unknown martial art, but he had already learned of the wonders of this martial art from Han Shua. Seeing that the opportunity was right before his eyes, he didn't dare to relax no matter what. Han Shua's deep voice sounded beside Balins's ear. Balins no longer let his imagination run wild. When Han Shua's voice sounded again, he abandoned all distracting thoughts and listened attentively to Han Shua's narration. Regardless of whether he could immediately understand it or not, the first thing he needed to do was to memorize the mnemonic chant. Han Shua repeated it 3 times in a row, and then slowly explained some basic knowledge of demonic arts. After all, demonic arts from another world were different from all the martial techniques and magic systems of the profound continent. As a native who had never come into contact with demonic arts, it was by no means an easy task for Balins to understand the true meaning of those mnemonic chants in a short period of time. Han Shua patiently described to Balins some common-sense questions, and then explained in detail how to make Balins memorize the mnemonic chant. Regardless of whether Balins could understand it or not, Han Shua told Balins everything he knew about the god-slaying devil path. All right, I'll leave a portion of the demonic yuan in your body to help you form a vortex to absorb the killing aura. You'll have to figure out the rest by yourself. Remember any questions you don't understand, and I'll explain them to you when I'm done with my business. Han Shua instructed Balins when he saw that it was about time. A few strands of demonic yuan that were originally circulating in Balins's body suddenly changed course and converged at Balins's chest. Slowly, the strands of demonic yuan began to revolve in an arc, driving the killing aura that filled Balins's body. Gradually, a vortex that was hard to see was formed in Balins's body. After the vortex was formed, a seemingly tangible killing intent suddenly emanated from Balins's chest. The dense killing intent was like a sharp, unsheathed sword, carrying the desire to destroy and slaughter. At this moment, The omnipresent killing aura that lingered in the air suddenly seemed to be drawn by the same source of energy from Ballins's chest. Strands of it converged towards Ballins's chest. Ballins was indescribably ecstatic. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't move, Ballins would have already knelt in front of Han Shuo and kowtowed in gratitude. As the direct beneficiary of this killing aura, Ballins had never sensed the flow of the killing aura so clearly before. The vortex formed in his body was like an incomparably mysterious force, slowly absorbing the killing aura that lingered in the northern city district. The killing aura converged at his chest and was then transformed by the vortex in his chest into strands of icy cold energy that dispersed throughout his body. Ballins still hadn't understood how to use this energy, but he could clearly tell that this energy contained a terrifying destructive power. A type of energy that no ordinary person would be able to absorb entered his body in strands. Not only did it not cause any damage to his body, but it instead became a type of energy that gradually merged with the killing aura in his body. This kind of feeling was definitely not something that could be described with the word awesome. All right, stay here and don't move. You only need to carefully comprehend what I just said to you. Your current body hasn't been properly tempered. Your bones aren't tough enough, and many of your meridians aren't open yet. The amount of killing aura that you can temporarily absorb isn't much. When you feel that your body can't bear it anymore, forcefully pat your chest to disperse the vortex, and you'll be able to stop absorbing the energy. Han Shuo had already quietly let go and instructed Ballins. Without waiting for Ballins to say anything, he had already flown to another rooftop in a remote part of the castle. Rao Yong soldiers were still fighting unceasingly. The sky above Asen City was filled with energy that was beneficial to Han Shuo. Ballins could absorb a little with Han Shuo's help, and Han Shuo, whose strength had been advancing by leaps and bounds, could naturally absorb more energy with the Demon's Lair edge. If Han Shuo stayed by Ballin's side, once Han Shuo began to absorb the energy, the enormous energy in the surroundings would directly rush into Han Shuo's body. If Ballins and Han Shuo were to stay together, the killing aura that he could absorb would be affected. Not only would the absorption speed be greatly reduced, the quality would also be weakened. It was precisely because of this that Han Shuo wanted to leave Ballin's side. The demonic yuan within Han Shuo's body circulated wildly, forming an enormous whirlpool in the sky above Han Shuo's head. Compared to the whirlpool within Ballin's body, the whirlpool formed outside Han Shuo's body was thousands of times larger. Supported by demonic yuan, the whirlpool began to slowly revolve. The various kinds of killing aura that lingered in the northern city district suddenly converged into the whirlpool above Han Shuo's head like a trickle of water converging into the ocean. For a moment, the sky above the castle changed color. The ordinary people felt as if the pressure enveloping their bodies was slowly lessening. However, the experts' faces changed as they raised their heads to look at the sky with a strange expression. Two strange phenomena appeared in the sky above the castle. One was the blood cloud formed by the Demon's Lair edge, and the other was a strange, enormous black whirlpool. With the Demon's Lair edge as the center, the blood cloud rapidly absorbed all kinds of chaotic energy of fear and hatred that lingered in the northern city district, while the enormous black whirlpool was frantically devouring the soaring, killing aura. The sudden appearance of these two strange phenomena in the sky above the northern city district caused many experts to be shocked by the negative energy that shrouded the entire northern city district. Lord Blunt, do you feel it? Earth Sacred Magus Dempus asked that Sacred Knight with a somewhat grave expression. The Sacred Knight called Blunt frowned as he looked at the two strange phenomena in the sky above the northern city district. He said in a deep voice, "I can feel the evil energy that exists there. I'm very unfamiliar with this kind of energy. It's filled with chaos, slaughter, and madness. It's quite different from the energy of the Calamity Church. What's going on?" Seeing that Sacred Knight Blunt, who had extraordinary experience, didn't even know, Dempus was somewhat astonished. He muttered to himself, "My mental strength allows me to feel that this energy originates from the soldiers who died in battle. However, isn't the energy of the soldiers supposed to return to heaven and earth? How can it be bound together by some kind of energy? This is too inconceivable. Damn it. If it wasn't for Corel and Sabaka's being here, we could have gone over to investigate. However, we can only look on helplessly now. We don't even know what's going on." Sacred Knight Blunt said angrily, but he was helpless. The spectacle in the sky originated from the sky above the castle stationed in the northern city district. Obviously, it was related to the people inside the castle. However, that area was heavily guarded and protected by 2 saint-rank experts. Even if it was Blunt and Dempus, they wouldn't dare to rashly enter and take a look. While Blunt and Dempus were indescribably shocked, the few experts inside the castle similarly turned pale with fright. Each and every one of them raised their heads to look at the strange phenomena that had appeared above their heads. They stood there in a daze, not knowing what was going on. The blood clouds emitted by the demon's lair edge formed a bewitching blood-red color under the illumination of the sunlight, enveloping the entire area around the castle. After the sunlight was blocked by the blood clouds, it completely turned the ground into a blood-red color, mixing with the blood that was everywhere on the ground. The battlefield had completely turned into a world drenched in blood. This kind of glaring and bewitching blood-red color seemed to have the power to incite endless hatred from the bottom of one's heart on the battlefield. Both parties who were fighting became even more reckless. Everyone seemed to have turned into killing machines, crazily unleashing savage attacks on the enemy. The losses on both sides were increasing. The enormous whirlpool formed by Han Shua's demonic yuan was like a crazy black abyss, rapidly devouring the killing intent that soared into the sky above the northern city district. Some grand magi and great swordsmen could feel the change in energy. The 2 sacred rank experts, Sabaka's and Corel, could even more clearly sense it. The 2 of them had astonished expressions, frightened by the strange phenomena in the sky. The changes in the sky above their heads had occurred above the castle. The 2 of them thought that the enemy was carrying out a destructive attack against the castle, causing them to be at a loss of what to do. You must immediately destroy these 2 strange phenomena. This is definitely the enemy's move against us. Firenze was also somewhat flustered. He had heard of the destructive might of some forbidden magic. If the phenomena above their heads were the prelude to the brewing of 2 destructive forbidden magic spells, then this area would most likely be plunged into an abyss of misery. Even if Firenze was good at leading troops, it would be absolutely impossible for him to escape from such a large area of effect attack. The 2 sage rank experts glanced at each other with a look of surprise on their faces. Sabaka's hesitated for a moment and said doubtfully, "The energy formed by the 2 spectacles above us is a little strange. I don't think it's something that the Church of Light or Dempus can create. This energy is filled with chaos and slaughter and is as different as night and day from their energy. Something isn't right." "I also don't think so. If Ashburn's side had the help of the Calamity Church, then I can believe that this is a terrifying magic attack against us. However, this energy clearly carries an evil aura. Furthermore, the Calamity Church will definitely not work together with the Church of Light. Therefore, this can be ruled out. If that's the case, then it's really a little strange." Carol's face was also filled with doubt as he slowly explained with his own understanding. After listening to the 2 of them, a thought suddenly flashed through Amy's mind, and he said, "Could it really be the doing of the Calamity Church, and their goal is to attack Ashburn's group? That the Church of Light's sacred knights are there. The Calamity Church and the Church of Light have always been mortal enemies. Could it really be them who took action?" Actually, there was another reason that Ames didn't say. As one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, Ames understood Han Shua more than anyone else. He knew that Han Shua seemed to have some connection with the Calamity Church. Usually, the Church of Light's mortal enemies would be targets that the Church of Light would do their utmost to rope in. Since the Church of Light wanted to make Han Shuo their mortal enemy, then the Calamity Church would definitely try to win over Han Shuo and build a good relationship with Han Shuo. However, saying this would damage Han Shuo's image. To people like Ames, Corel, Bokez, and Sabakez, regardless of the Church of Light or the Calamity Church, they were merely a religion. They weren't like ordinary people who revered and loathed the two organizations, nor would they have any prejudice against Han Shuo because of what Ami said. However, some of the ordinary nobles of the Lancelot Empire instinctively rejected the Calamity Church. In order to prevent these people from having a bad impression of Han Shuo, Ames didn't say this reason. Sabakez, Corel, and the others were suddenly startled when they heard Ames' explanation. Shortly after, the two of them looked at each other before Corel opened his mouth and said, "That's also possible. Humph, what if this is really an attack aimed at us? If you don't take action and deal with it, the large-scale destructive magic will descend upon us. At that time, there will be no need for us to fight this battle. We'll have fun together," Forenza shouted at the two of them. After hearing Forenza's words, Corel and Sabakez became hesitant and didn't know what to do. If they made a mistake in their judgment, then an unpredictable situation would occur. Even the two of them wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Just as everyone was hesitating, Emily walked over from the second floor. Emily heard the chattering of the crowd from afar and came over to cover her mouth and laughed tenderly, saying, "It's definitely Brian's doing. You guys don't have to be nervous." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Ames immediately asked, "How can you be so sure?" Only he can control this kind of power. I've seen him do it before. You guys don't have to worry, it's definitely him. Other than him, I've never seen anyone else who can control this kind of power left behind by fallen soldiers. Don't worry, there won't be any problems." Emily knew that Han Shuo had many secrets and explained to everyone with a smile. Seeing how certain Emily was, Sacred Sword Master Corel suddenly reacted and laughed heartily. That's right. It must be Brian. The last time I sparred with him, the power he used was somewhat similar to the power that filled the sky. I only reacted after you reminded me. So that's what's going on." Carol's affirmation clearly carried more weight than Emily's. Everyone suddenly relaxed after hearing his words. Soon after, Sabakez suddenly flew high into the sky and looked at the two wonders in the sky more clearly. At the enormous black vortex, strands of bizarre energy were filtered and transformed by the vortex, slowly entering Han Shuo, who was on the roof of the castle. With this, Sabakez completely understood what was going on. He once again landed in front of everyone and explained with a smile, "As expected, it's Brian's doing." Yes, he said that he wanted to train for a while before suddenly leaving our hall. It seems like he's training that martial technique of his. You guys don't have to worry, Emily explained. Everyone looked at each other after hearing Emily's words, feeling astonished. They were shocked by the mysterious martial technique that Han Shuo had grasped. As the subject of everyone's discussion, Han Shuo had encountered a thorny problem at this time. He was gradually losing control of the various chaotic energy changes within the Demon's Lair Edge. This time, the various chaotic energy within Awesome City was too great. As the number of people who died in the coup was too great, it caused the energy of fear, hatred, and anger to be everywhere in Awesome City. The soldiers of different factions still had tenacious willpower even after death. As there were too many of these energies, they were unable to quickly fuse together, causing the energy within the Demon's Lair Edge to become extremely chaotic. However, during this process, the Demon's Lair Edge still tirelessly absorbed the enormous amount of negative energy within Awesome City. The blood cloud it formed became thicker and thicker, causing Han Shuo to feel that he was losing control. By the time Han Shuo reacted, the enormous energy absorbed by the Demon's Lair Edge had already become chaotic within the Demon's Lair Edge. This caused Han Shuo to have some difficulty controlling the Demon's Lair Edge. The enormous amount of negative energy couldn't fuse together within a short period of time due to their soaring hatred. It turned out that the energy within the demon's lair edge was trying to neutralize and dissolve them. In this way, the demon's lair edge became incomparably chaotic. It surged like a soaring dragon within the blood cloud. A dense and ruthless evil aura gradually spread into the blood cloud, affecting the soldiers of both sides who were still fighting fiercely below. Chapter 4:25. Han Shuo understood that this was caused by him being too greedy. However, until now there was no good solution. Han Shuo's mind was one with the demon's lair edge. The chaotic, negative energy within the demon's lair edge was running amok, gradually affecting Han Shuo's calm state of mind. Unwittingly, a thought of slaughter suddenly leaped into Han Shuo's mind. It was like a catalyst for poison. Once this thought appeared, Han Shuo's heartbeat started to accelerate. Not good. Han Shuo was greatly alarmed. This kind of emotion had not appeared for a long time. Han Shuo understood that this was a sign of turning into a demon. However, the hateful demon's lair edge was still frantically absorbing all the negative energy in Asen City, while Han Shuo's body was engulfing the soaring, baleful aura with the vortex as the center. These two kinds of energy required Han Shuo to control. A mistake in one would immediately have a direct impact on the other. Gradually, Han Shuo's pupils started to turn red. Specks of bloody light lingered around his body. A violent and evil energy started to spread from Han Shuo's body. Within the castle, Sabaka's and sacred swordmaster Karel immediately sensed the changes in Han Shuo. What's going on? Karel's expression changed as he looked towards the roof where Han Shuo was. Pa, pa, pa. Just as Karel's words fell, a crackling sound could be heard from the roof in the direction Karel was looking at. Streaks of scarlet radiance shot out, shattering the rubble of the house in that area. Sabakez stared blankly for 2 seconds before immediately teleporting to the area where Han Shuo was sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, he saw Han Shuo's malevolent and distorted face, appearing extremely terrifying. Within the enormous vortex above his head, strands of energy formed streaks of bloody light that flowed into Han Shuo's body like electric currents. A terrifying evil and ruthless energy suddenly erupted from Han Shuo's body. With Han Shuo as the center, the surrounding buildings collapsed one after another. Some of the soldiers in the castle were caught off guard and were immediately affected by this energy, causing nearly 100 deaths in an instant. Space Sacred Magus Sabaka's expression immediately changed. Without saying anything, he hastily released a defensive boundary. Furthermore, he condensed his mental strength and shouted in Han Shuo's direction, "Brian!" Han Shuo, who was about to fall into a demonic state, had his pupils turn into a terrifying scarlet red. It was as though blood was flowing within his pupils, appearing extremely terrifying. The shout condensed from Sabaka's mental strength was like a sharp needle that pierced into Han Shuo's mind. Han Shuo only felt a pain in his head, and his mind sobered up for a short period of time. Han Shuo's eyes spun for a moment before he suddenly raised his head and roared towards the sky. An enormous, baleful aura soared into the sky amidst the roar. While Sabakez was indescribably shocked, Han Shuo suddenly flew into the sky from the castle like a bolt of lightning, suddenly disappearing into the blood clouds in the sky. The dreadful roar resounded throughout the entire northern city district. It was as though a heavenly thunder had exploded. Many experts sensed the dreadful energy contained in the roar. Each and every one of them gazed at the area where Han Shuo had left. For a moment, they didn't know what had happened. What's going on? Sacred Swordmaster Karel was a step late and only saw a strand of red light soar into the sky. He hastily asked the startled Sabakez, "I don't know, I also don't know." Sabakez reacted and immediately shook his head as he answered in panic. He looked at the blood clouds that were gathering in the sky and said, "However, I have a bad feeling. Brian just now was somewhat frightening. The strength on his body is extremely powerful, so powerful that it made my heart palpitate." Karel was shocked. He understood Sabaka's true strength. Upon hearing Sabaka say that the strength that Han Shuo suddenly displayed just now made him feel fearful, Corel said solemnly, "I sensed a baleful aura and evil that soared into the sky from Brian's roar. I feel that something is wrong with him. I'm also worried about this. His eyes just now didn't have any emotions and made me feel very unfamiliar. This is completely different from the him we usually see. I'm sure that something that we can't understand must have happened to him." Sabakaz also had a heavy heart as he spoke to Corel. Suddenly, Corel cried out in alarm, "Look, the blood clouds in the sky are moving. The direction is actually where Ashburn is. Gentlemen, what's going on? What happened here?" Forenza came over and asked with a calm expression. Along with Forenza were Amis, Emily, and the rest. They had all heard the terrifying roar and were filled with doubts and puzzlement. They immediately came over to see what was going on. Fanny and Phoebe, who were originally on the second floor, also immediately stopped talking and rushed over in panic. They didn't know why Han Shoa had let out such a terrifying roar, and their hearts were filled with worry and panic. Sabakaz didn't answer Forenza's question and instead looked up at the sky with a frown. The blood clouds that had been quietly floating in the sky above the castle and continuously absorbing all kinds of negative energy in the northern city district didn't move even though they were getting bigger. But now, the thick blood clouds had started to move. The movement of the blood clouds caused the weather to change. An oppressive pressure as heavy as a mountain pressed down. An incomparably sinister aura gradually left the sky above the castle and moved towards Ashburn and the rest. "Emily, do you know what's going on?" Amis frowned deeply and asked Emily in confusion. Among the crowd, Emily was the most familiar with Han Shoa. When Amis asked, everyone's gazes were cast towards Emily. Each and every one of them were filled with curiosity and doubt. This should be the bedevilment that Brian mentioned. He said that this state would make him crazy, and even he himself wouldn't be able to control his actions. It is an extremely dangerous state that will allow his strength to increase explosively. I don't know much about it and have only heard of it from him. Emily also frowned deeply and immediately explained. After Emily's explanation, everyone immediately agreed with Emily's explanation when they saw the dozen or so collapsed houses and some of the castle soldiers that had died tragically. Even Sabakaz and Corel didn't dare to forcibly charge towards Ashburn's direction at this moment. However, Han Shuo had actually condensed a thick blood cloud and rushed over. This kind of crazy behavior was clearly not something that he would dare to do under normal circumstances. Not good. This means that Brian is extremely dangerous, but that place is filled with experts, and he has now lost his rationality. What should we do? Corel said worriedly, "Sai, we can only take one step at a time. We have to pay attention to his movements at all times. If something really goes wrong, we can think of a way to save him." Sabaka sighed and said somewhat helplessly. While Sabaka was speaking, a blue crystal ball the size of a human had appeared in his hand. Sabaka chanted a magic incantation, and the crystal ball suddenly refracted a gorgeous blue radiance. These blue radiances were like ripples on the surface of a lake when a pebble was thrown into it. They kept swaying nonstop. As Sabaka continued to chant the incantation, the swaying blue radiance in the crystal ball gradually calmed down. When Sabaka had finished chanting, a clear scene suddenly appeared in the crystal ball. Within the crystal ball, Han Shuo's entire body was circulating with blood and electricity. His eyes were scarlet like blood. The demon's lair edge was floating above Han Shuo's head. Layers of blood clouds were churning around him, rolling towards Ashburn's direction with him. Sabaka's 5 fingers that were dragging the crystal ball moved a little. The scene within the crystal ball continuously enlarged and changed, revealing the appearances of Ashburn, eldest Prince Charles, and the rest. Among them, the Sacred Knight and Earth Sacred Magus Dempus had shocked expressions as they looked at the dense blood clouds that were gradually rolling towards them. This crystal ball was given to me by Madame Grace. Although it cannot predict the future, It can see the scene within a certain range. However, it cannot hear anything. Sabacas explained, "Humph, you obviously have a good item, but you keep hiding it and not using it. What a selfish fellow." Forenza said unhappily. Sabacas coughed dryly and explained with a bitter smile. Using this crystal ball consumes a lot of mental strength, and the range of vision is also very limited. It also cannot hear anything. It can't be compared to Brian's miraculous ability. That's why I kept it a secret, not because I was selfish. All right. Let's see if something will happen to Brian," Carell impatiently said to Forenza as he concentrated on the changes in the scene within the crystal ball in Sabacas' hand. While Sabacas and the rest were staring at the changes in the crystal ball with sparkling eyes, some of the weaker nobles on Ashburn's side were suffering unspeakably. They were almost unable to breathe due to the heavy pressure from the blood clouds. Damn it, what's going on? Why is there a red cloud floating over all of a sudden? Eldest Prince Charles also felt his heartbeat quicken, as though there was a mountain pressing down on his body. His whole body was indescribably uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but curse as he looked above his head. Saints, do you know what's going on? Although Ashburn was a Grand Duke of the Lancelot Empire, he didn't cultivate in martial arts or magic. He could clearly feel this kind of pressure and actually had the impulse to kill crazily in his heart. For Ashburn, who needed to calmly deal with all situations, this kind of impulse was undoubtedly fatal. Therefore, he hastily questioned the sacred knight and Dempus. The two saint-level experts stared at the blood cloud in the sky with solemn expressions. They could clearly sense that more and more energy was gathering in the blood cloud. This negative energy that had absorbed the unyielding anger and fear of the tens of thousands of people who had died on the battlefield was so powerful that it was beyond imagination. The two saint-level experts felt their hearts palpitate. "It's that guy called Brian's doing. I can feel that he's within the blood clouds," Sacred Knight Blunt said with a sullen expression as he raised his head to look at the sky. "It's him? Isn't this brat courting death? He actually dares to come here and throw away his life." Eldest Prince Charles sneered. There were two sacred rank experts here, as well as many great swordsmen and Grand Magus level experts. In addition, there were also several thousand soldiers standing guard. Charles naturally believed that Han Shua's arrival would only result in death. However, Sacred Knight Blunt and Dempus could faintly sense the terrifying energy contained within the blood clouds. However, morale was of the utmost importance at this time. If Blunt and Dempus were to tell the truth, it might cause fear to arise in the hearts of the soldiers here. Blunt and Dempus glanced at each other. Dempus suddenly started chanting a magic incantation, setting up a barrier around Ashburn's location. This was to prevent them from being affected by the energy within the blood clouds and developing fear in their hearts before the battle had even started. Wind mages used the whirlwinds and tornadoes to sweep away the blood clouds. Sacred Knight Blunt instructed some of the mages beside him, making them immediately take action. The blood clouds in the sky grew thicker and thicker. Blunt could clearly sense that the energy came from the negative energy condensed by the blood clouds. Although Dempus was an earth-sacred magus, he was somewhat helpless against the blood clouds in the sky. Only a few wind mages were able to display the full extent of their power. Under Sacred Knight Blunt's instructions, the wind mages on Ashburn's side started chanting incantations one by one. The wind element suddenly became dense, and tornadoes of various sizes slowly took shape, directly sweeping towards the blood clouds that were enveloping them. However, some things were always miraculous beyond one's expectations. The layers of thick blood clouds didn't scatter even under the fierce blows of the wind magic. They still followed the predetermined trajectory, enveloping the heads of Ashburn's group. Just as the wind mages were indescribably astonished, a sharp-eyed mage suddenly pointed at the blood clouds and cried out in alarm, "Look! There's a person in the middle." As the mage's cry rang out, the sharp-eyed mages all noticed the center of the blood clouds. They saw an imposing figure covered in blood-red radiance, interweaving like lightning, as though it was able to control the power of the blood clouds. It suddenly roared crazily as it pressed downwards, like the blood clouds. Suddenly, an evil energy as frightening as a mountain shrouded the entire area. A weapon with overflowing ferocious might wrapped around the thick blood clouds, like a meteor trailing behind a blood-red radiance, abruptly chopped downwards. The friction between the rapidly descending weapon and the air produced a terrifying whistle. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with red light. Blunt and Dempus, who were below, paled in fright. "Quickly retreat!" Dempus shrieked, grabbing Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles with his left and right hands, immediately using levitation magic to rapidly retreat into the distance. Chapter 4:26. When the numerous experts on Ashburn's side saw that Dempus was actually pulling eldest Prince Charles and his brother to retreat, they appeared to be somewhat incredulous. "Everyone retreat!" The Church of Light's sacred knight, Blunt, suddenly shouted, immediately moving far away in Dempus's direction. The chaotic, negative energy within the demon's lair edge that was entangled with the thick blood cloud violently surged out, intertwining with the energy within the blood cloud, chopping down with an incomparably terrifying, imposing manner. Dempus and Blunt were both overwhelmed with shock, not understanding what was going on. Especially Blunt. He had easily heavily injured Han Shuo a few days ago and knew that although Han Shuo's strength wasn't ordinary, he still didn't place him in his eyes. How could he have expected that Han Shuo's strength would actually reach such a terrifying level in just a few days? The two had sensed the terrifying energy contained within this attack and immediately started to retreat. This was because even Blunt and Dempus didn't have the confidence to block such a frightening attack. With Dempus and Blunt retreating, the other shrimp soldiers and crab generals were naturally even more frightened. They began to flee this area in a panic. The figures of some experts with superior strength became blurry, distancing themselves from this area in the blink of an eye. The frightening attack carried the strength of a collapsing mountain, loudly striking the area where 100 people had yet to leave. Rumble, an earth-shattering tremor, and roar erupted with that area as the center. Dust swirled violently and the ground cracked. The hurricane swept up debris in all directions. All kinds of blood light exploded like fireworks, and ghostly wails and wolf-like howls rose and fell one after another. Those soldiers who had yet to leave were instantly blasted into dregs by this attack. Flesh and blood, mixed with the debris, shot into the distance. From afar, it was a scene of desolation. After the dust settled, that area seemed to have collapsed or experienced a great earthquake. An oval pit with a diameter of 10 meters appeared out of thin air. The deep pit was obviously created by this bombardment. The corpses in the deep pit were black and flowing with scarlet blood. Some of the clothes were emitting black smoke. With the deep pit as the center, the ground seemed to have been severely ravaged, as if a giant awl had chiseled a hole. The center was deep and bottomless, and the surroundings were full of potholes. The might of this attack shocked everyone present. Not only were Ashburn and the others who had just escaped dumbstruck, even Corel, Sabachez, and the others who were observing the changes in the area through the crystal ball had their mouths wide open, their faces filled with disbelief. This was done by Brian? At this time, Fanny and Phoebe had also arrived. Fanny had never thought that Han Shuo would be so terrifying. She murmured in a daze. Sacred Sword Master Corel felt that his lips were somewhat dry as he said, "This is too inconceivable. This attack didn't have any magical elements and was purely a martial technique attack. It caused the deaths of 100 people and even created a deep pit in the ground. Even if I used my full strength, I wouldn't be able to produce such a terrifying attack. I really don't know how he did it." No wonder Grace said that he could bring a new future to the Lancelot Empire. It seems that grace has foresight. If those people hadn't escaped in time, I'm afraid that this attack would have caused the deaths of several hundred people. This is indeed extremely terrifying. What's even stranger is that this attack indeed didn't have any magical elements mixed in it. It was purely a result of his mystical martial technique. He's truly a kid brimming with mystery. Sabakez praised from the bottom of his heart. Teacher, this doesn't seem possible. I know Brian's strength. He isn't that terrifying. Doesn't this mean that he has surpassed you? Phoebe was dumbfounded. She felt that everything she saw from the crystal ball was unreal. All along, Phoebe had believed that her teacher Carell was the strongest person on this continent. During the years that Phoebe had been by Carol's side, she had seen Carell being challenged by many experts. However, without exception, those experts who dared to challenge Carell had all suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. After so many years, Phoebe had seen many of these things. It had left a deep-rooted impression in her heart that Carell was omnipotent. In her heart, she had always believed that Carell was the most terrifying expert in this world and that no one could surpass him. However, after hearing Carol's words, Phoebe caught an obscure meaning in his words. It seemed that the terrifying scene that Han Shua's attack had created was something that even her teacher was unable to achieve. This overturned Phoebe's understanding all along, causing her to feel extremely strange. If Brian can maintain the standard, to be honest, even I would have to temporarily avoid him. Carell shot a glance at Phoebe, who had a strange expression on her face, and sighed. I really didn't expect this kid to be so terrifying. Could it be that when we sparred previously, he purposely held back to save me some face? What a terrifying kid. Even Dempus and Blunt, two sacred rank experts, had to retreat immediately. One can imagine how powerful this kid's attack was. Otherwise, with Blunt and Dempus' arrogance and status, it would be impossible for them to retreat in front of a junior. Sabakez determined. Ames had an astonished expression. He thought to himself that after the civil strife of the Empire, as long as Lawrence sat on the throne, this kid's status in the Empire would be as noble as the current Duke of Ashburn. It seemed that it wasn't a disgrace for Emily to follow him. He only hoped that this kid would really treat Emily well. While Ames was sighing with emotion, Forenza had an astonished expression as he blankly stared at Fanny. Forenza asked, Lass, was this kid really your student in the past? Yes, he was. When he was in the academy, he was often bullied by others. Fanny also smiled bitterly as she explained to Forenza, This world is changing too quickly. I'm old, I must be old. I discovered that I'm already behind the times. Forenza had a strange expression on his face. He was astonished by the young Han Shua's astonishing performance. Look, he's starting to move again. This time, the one who cried out in alarm was Lawrence, his tone filled with excitement. The happiest person here was none other than Lawrence. Watching Ashburn, Charles, and the others flee in a sorry state, Lawrence felt indescribable joy in his heart. Ashburn and Charles had secretly attacked him time and time again, almost killing him on several occasions. The hatred between them had long since reached a stage where they wouldn't rest until one of them died. Now that he was able to see Ashburn and Charles make a fool of themselves, Lawrence naturally felt extremely delighted, especially at this crucial moment. As long as Ashburn and Charles died, the entire Lancelot Empire would undoubtedly be under his control. Thinking of the scene of everyone submitting to him, Lawrence was so excited that his heartbeat quickened. Following Lawrence's cry of alarm, everyone hastily focused their gazes on the crystal ball in Sabaka's hand. The scene within the crystal ball was still fixed on the land that had been severely damaged. In the sky above the desolated area, the malevolent-looking Han Shua was crazily roaring. The thick blood clouds around Han Shua emitted a dense smell of blood, churning unceasingly along with Han Shua's roars. A streak of red lightning suddenly flew out from the bottomless pit below, rapidly arriving in front of Han Shua. It was grabbed by the scarlet-eyed Han Shua It was the murder weapon that had just unleashed such a terrifying attack, the Demon's Lair Edge. Once the overflowing, ferocious Demon's Lair Edge entered Han Shua's large hand, a terrifying might spread out. Han Shua's scarlet-red eyes swept across the area and immediately charged in the direction of Sacred Knight Blunt. 100-meter-long scarlet-red sword light suddenly shot out from the Demon's Lair Edge. The scarlet-red sword light howled with ferocious spirits, as though it had a bizarre power entangling a portion of the thick blood clouds in the surroundings. Han Shua was like a demon that had descended from another plane, wielding the Demon's Lair Edge as he charged towards Blunt with a malevolent expression. The Demon's Lair Edge in his hand swept away all obstacles in its way. As he flew, the Demon's Lair Edge swept horizontally, its terrifying power cleansing everything. Many of Ashburn's soldiers who were within 100 meters of Han Shua were affected. One by one, they were chopped into meat chunks by the 100-meter sword light. Blood rained down on the ground. As Han Shua flew over, the surrounding sand and stones were sent flying. The sword light streaked across the ground, leaving behind deep ravines. Two saints, this. What's going on? Grand Duke Ashburn looked at the fiendish Han Shua who was charging over with an unstoppable aura and asked Blunt and Earth, Sacred Magus Dempus, with a trembling voice. Han Shua's current aura was really too frightening. It was as though he was the strongest in the world. No one was able to resist him along the way. Those who dared to obstruct him were all destroyed under his 100-meter sword light. In just a short while, 500 of Ashburn's elite soldiers had died. These soldiers had been guarding Ashburn all along and didn't participate in the ongoing battle. They were all death warriors that Ashburn had meticulously trained, spending a lot of Ashburn's gold coins and manpower. Every one of them was much stronger than ordinary soldiers. However, it was these death warriors that Ashburn trusted who were like paper in front of the crazy Han Shua. They were all easily slaughtered. Not a single person was able to withstand a single move from Han Shua. I don't know why, but this evil fellow's strength has suddenly skyrocketed. He seems to be able to borrow the strength of the dead that hasn't dispersed. Every strike is condensed with terrifying negative energy. I really don't know how he did it. Sacred Knight Blunt said to Ashburn with a heavy expression, "What do we do? What should we do? He's charging over?" Eldest Prince Charles was the most unbearable. His voice trembled as he screamed. He was obviously intimidated by Han Shua's malevolent appearance and terrifying strength. There's no other way. We can only retreat. Currently, no one can stop him. Earth Sacred Magus Dempus immediately replied. Although this decision made him feel incomparably sullen, he really had no other choice. What did the two of you say back then? You said that we wouldn't be afraid even if it's a sage rank expert. Now, you can't even stop such a young fellow. You're too useless. Where else can I retreat to? If I leave Awesome City, wouldn't all of our preparations be for naught? As Charles was trembling with fear, he was clearly somewhat hysterical, speaking incoherently. Charles, shut up. The two sages' judgment is absolutely not wrong. Calm down. Ashburn saw that the two sage rank experts' expressions were somewhat unsightly and hastily berated Charles. After being berated by Ashburn, Charles abruptly woke up with a start and didn't say a word. Two sages. Charles is still young and has somewhat lost his composure. Please don't take it to heart. We will listen to the two sages. Ashburn lectured Charles and immediately apologized to Blunt and Dempus. Even though Ashburn was the Grand Duke of Lancelot Empire, he still had to treat this kind of sage rank expert with caution. Furthermore, they currently needed to rely on two sage rank experts. If they were to anger these two people, then Ashburn and the others would be in an even more disadvantageous situation. Therefore, Ashburn had no choice but to apologize humbly. Sacred Knight Blunt coldly snorted, shooting a glance at the silent Charles, and said, "Be more careful next time. I'm only helping you this time out of respect for my good friend Koss. Otherwise, I wouldn't care about your life and death." Charles was secretly hating in his heart, thinking that he would definitely teach Blunt a lesson after he gained power. However, he didn't dare to show any displeasure at this moment, and had no choice but to nod in agreement with a smile. "Lord Blunt, for the sake of the God of Light's radiance spreading throughout Lancelot Empire, please don't haggle over it." Lancelot Empire's Church of Lights, Red Archbishop Koss smiled and said to Blunt, "Forget it. Everything is for the God of Light." Blunt lightly shouted and immediately said to Dempus, "You bring them away from here. I'll lure that fellow away. I can feel that this fellow's main target is me. It seems that he hates me for injuring him last time." "Thank you, Mr. Blunt. Take care." Dempus stared blankly for a moment before saying in admiration. Ashburn and Charles looked at each other. Charles cursed in his heart, thinking, "Since you know that his target is you, why do you still want to stay with us? Isn't this clearly trying to harm us? You old fart, you really aren't anything good. Koss, my old friend, I'll have to trouble you to stay with me. This fellow is a grand magus necromancer. Only the divine weapon revelation in your hands can render his undead army useless." Blunt said to Koss. "Of course." Koss nodded in agreement. Chapter 4:27. After Blunt's speech, Dempus led Grand Duke Ashburn and Charles, as well as a group of experts protecting them, and rapidly retreated in a certain direction. Blunt, Koss, and a few temple knights and white priests of the Church of Light stayed together, heading in the opposite direction of Dempus and the others. Blunt's guess was completely correct. Currently in Han Shua's heart, he firmly remembered the holy aura on Blunt's body. Previously, when the Earth Elite zombie was injured, Han Shua's hatred was a sore point in Han Shua's heart. Before he entered demonization, he had already locked onto Blunt and set a target for him, not letting go. As expected, when Blunt, Koss, and the other followers of the Church of Light left in one direction, Han Shua flew over like a fiend. His eyes were fixed on Blunt, and he persistently chased after him. Dempus and the others, who originally planned to leave quickly, suddenly realized that Han Shua's target was really Blunt and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Under Ashburn's command, the group of people once again changed directions, circling around and returning to the center of the battlefield, continuing to command the battle that was in full swing. Han Shua, who had sunk into a state of bedevilment, moved as fast as lightning, bringing along a terrifying might as he chased after Blunt, Koss, and the others. He no longer cared about the lives of Ashburn and the others. Within the crystal ball, Forenza coldly snorted and said, "Ashburn is courting death. Even at this stage, he still can't determine the outcome of the battle. It seems that Blunt and those fellows from the Church of Light have met with trouble." Corel calmed down and said to Sabacas with a smile, "Yes, that's right. I originally planned to help Brian at any time. I didn't expect that kid to be so miraculous. It seems that we don't have to worry and just have to properly deal with Ashburn." Sabacas, similarly, heaved a sigh of relief and said in a relaxed tone, "In that case, there shouldn't be any problems with Brian?" Fanny was most worried about Han Shua's safety. She hesitated for a moment, still feeling uneasy. "Lass, we should be worried about those fellows being chased by Brian. I don't think we need to worry about that kid at all." All right, you can be at ease. Don't worry all day." Forenza consoled Fanny. Emily and Phoebe, on the other hand, had calm expressions. They were only astonished by Han Shua's exaggerated performance. Ever since the two women came into contact with Han Shua, they had never seen Han Shua suffer a loss. Han Shua had always brought them strong strength. Hence, they had a kind of blind trust in Han Shua from the bottom of their hearts. Fanny was different from them. Among the three women, Fanny was the first to get to know Han Shua. In the past, before Han Shua became stronger in the necromancy major, she still needed to stand up for Han Shua to solve some problems. This kind of deep-rooted impression wasn't something that could be changed in a short period of time. Even though Han Shuo was now so frightening, Fanny was still worried for him. Just as everyone was looking at Han Shuo with various emotions, the target of discussion, Han Shuo, was fiercely glaring at Blunt's party. He had actually already caught up to Blunt and started to attack the followers of the Church of Light. Han Shuo stood in the midst of the churning blood clouds, wielding the demon's lair edge that was like a dragon. Every slash of his sword contained boundless might. The mages of the Church of Light on Kasa's side continuously formed defensive boundaries. Even Sacred Knight Blunt didn't dare to block the attacks by himself. A long and narrow bolt of red lightning struck down like a 100-meter-long twisting dragon, bringing with it a boundlessly ruthless, baleful aura as it landed directly on the magic barrier set up by Kos and the other mages. A high-speed rotating wind barrier, a sparkling and translucent ice shield, a wall of fire burning with raging flames, and a sacred and gorgeous shield of light formed one after another above the heads of Kos and the others, forming a bizarre and dazzling scene. Blunt was in charge of the last layer of defense. His fighting aura that was mixed with divine power shot out dazzling golden rays from the golden spear in his hand. The group of followers of the Church of Light were all focused on the sky, as though they were facing a great enemy. They mustered all their strength to receive this attack that they couldn't dodge in time. Finally, the attack with the force of 1,000 caddies slammed onto the defensive boundaries set up by the Church of Light. As if the stars in the Milky Way had shattered, colorful and beautiful light spots shot out in all directions with ear-piercing, deafening noises. The massive power carried with it an unparalleled madness and ruthlessness as it destroyed 5 to 6 magic barriers of various elements in the blink of an eye. The magic boundaries that the mages had expended all their strength to set up were like paper in the face of this destructive force. They collapsed almost instantly upon contact, only stopping the destructive attack for a moment. The remaining power of the attack didn't diminish in the slightest as it continued to cleave down. Another 7 to 8 magic boundaries were torn into specks of light of various colors. Only when it encountered the shield of light, released by the Cardinal using the divine weapon revelation, did a series of terrifying explosions truly reduce some of its ruthless power. Thump, thump, thump. Red Archbishop Kos, who had been bitterly releasing his mental strength to form the shield of light, couldn't resist and was forced to take 3 steps back. Finally, he fell on his butt, his head buzzing as he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Lord Blunt, hurry!" Kos, who had caught his breath, screamed. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Crack! The sound of an eggshell shattering rang out. The shield of light that Kos had set up shattered, and the ferocious attack continued to rumble downwards. Sacred Knight Blunt shouted loudly. The golden spear in his hand emitted a dazzling golden radiance that soared into the sky. A divine aura erupted from Blunt's body and converged into the golden spear in his hand. It transformed into a golden bolt of lightning that shot towards Han Shuo's attack. Rumble! Suddenly, a series of muffled thunderclaps came from the clear sky. Gold and blood-red colors intertwined, forming a magnificent spectacle. However, the terrifying power that came from the battle between the two experts was as terrifying as the eruption of a mountain torrent. Even the space seemed to be torn apart by cracks. A muffled groan came from Blunt's mouth. A frightening, ruthless energy suddenly surged into Blunt's body. The golden armor on Blunt's body emitted a pleasant, tinkling sound. He suddenly felt as though his internal organs had been smashed by a giant hammer. His body couldn't help but stagger, and blood unknowingly flowed out from his mouth and nose. Blunt is injured. What a frightening attack! Corel shouted loudly with an indescribable excitement in his expression. Through the crystal ball in Sabaka's hands, Lawrence and the others could clearly see the situation. They could clearly see the blood flowing out from Blunt's mouth and nose. Those with sharp eyes like Corel, Sabacas and the others even saw Blunt's body momentarily stagger unsteadily. Compared to Blunt's battered and exhausted state, the Demon's Lair Edge, who had just grasped the Demon's Lair Edge in his hand, still had a malevolent and terrifying expression. His scarlet pupils were filled with insanity, and he was callous and emotionless. He truly looked like a machine that only knew how to kill. Apart from his heavy panting, Han Shua's appearance didn't change at all. No signs of fatigue could be seen. Only the volume of the blood cloud he was in had shrunk, as though it had been blown away by the surging aura during the battle. Crazy! Brian has really gone crazy. He actually injured a sacred knight of the Church of Light. Cecilia, one of the 3 heavyweights, had been silently observing the development of the situation. She finally couldn't help but exclaim softly. Having carried out missions in enemy countries all year round, Cecilia understood the terrifying strength of the sacred knights of the Church of Light better than anyone else. In the entire profound continent, the sacred knights of the Church of Light were the most powerful existences. Having roamed around various countries, Cecilia had heard many rumors about the sacred knights. She knew just how powerful these experts who had obtained God's blessing were. However, this kind of existence that looked down on the experts of various countries had actually been injured by the hands of a young man. If this matter were to spread, Han Shua would immediately become a legend in the profound continent and gloriously enter the ranks of the top experts of the profound continent. To Cecilia, Han Shua's performance today could only be described as unimaginable. It was also from this moment onwards that Cecilia, who originally wanted to compete with Han Shua, completely lost all thoughts of winning. Even though she was Sabaka's granddaughter, even though she was one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, and even though she had always believed that she wasn't inferior to any youngster. But at this moment, Han Shua's shocking performance completely overturned Cecilia's thoughts. It made her understand just how powerless she was to compete with Han Shua. From this strike onwards, Brian's name will spread throughout the entire profound continent. Space Sacred Mega Sabakas looked at Han Shua, who was standing proudly in the crystal ball, his expression solemn as he made his decision. Lord Blunt is injured. In contrast to the astonishment on Sabaka's side, the believers of the Church of Light on Blunt's side were shrouded in fear. Those believers constantly repeated this sentence, as though Blunt's injury meant that the mission this time was a complete failure. Their morale fell to rock bottom with the unceasing repetition of these words. Shut up! Those who aren't dead. Continue laying down the magical boundary. The next wave of attacks is about to descend. You fools, if you don't want to die, then immediately take action. Blunt, who had always been calm and unruffled, suddenly lost his composure and couldn't help but shout angrily. At this moment, these believers of the Church of Light didn't have the time to think about the difference in Blunt's tone. That was because the thick blood cloud above their heads had once again begun to churn and gather. They understood in their hearts that this was a sign that the demon above was about to make a move. Cough, cough. Red Archbishop Koss coughed violently for a while before standing up shakily. He held the divine weapon revelation in his hand and continued chanting incantations, becoming the first to deploy a magical boundary. Koss's heart was filled with bitterness. Even with his outstanding intelligence, he couldn't understand how Han Shua's strength had increased so dramatically in such a short period of time. Han Shua, who had been seriously injured by Blunt just a few days ago, displayed strength that couldn't be simply described with the word terrifying. Koss, who originally thought that victory in this coup in Awesome City was within his grasp, now not only did he not have any confidence, his heart was also filled with a terrifying sense of dejection. This demon, I should have destroyed him the first time I met him. Koss sighed regretfully in his heart. When Koss started chanting incantations, those mages of the Church of Light who still had strength left had no choice but to continue chanting incantations and doing what they had just done in order to survive. When Han Shua flew over just now, that frightening speed made them understand that if they didn't work together, they wouldn't be able to escape Han Shua's pursuit. That was because Han Shua's speed was even faster than their levitation spells. They didn't know if this kind of magical boundary would be as effective as before. However, in order to survive for a while longer, they didn't have much of a choice. They could only continue to act according to Blunt and Koss's instructions. As it turned out, their actions were correct. Han Shua's next attack arrived as planned, but its power was clearly much weaker than the previous one. However, it still tore through the boundary set up by the mages and knocked Red Archbishop Koss unconscious once again. Sacred Knight Blunt, who had similarly blocked the attack, was blasted into the ground amidst a brilliant golden light. However, this attack was much weaker, but the lethality of this attack was much greater than the previous one. Not a single follower of the Church of Light was killed in that unparalleled attack because they had all been blocked by the boundary and Blunt. However, even though the power of Han Shua's attack had weakened, the followers of the Church of Light were all gravely injured from the previous attack. The defensive strength of the boundary this time was far from as firm and perfect as the previous one. The final result was that Red Archbishop Koss was knocked unconscious, and Sacred Knight Blunt's body was smashed into the ground. In addition, over 20 temple knights and white priests were minced into pieces by the blood-red sword rays. While the power of Han Shua's next attack was weakened, the time it took for it to brew was also shortened. Before those people could react, the blood-red sword rays no longer gathered into a single beam. Instead, they entangled the thick blood cloud and rained down like a rain of blood. For a moment, miserable wails and howls could be heard from below. Just as everyone was minding their own business, a blood-red cold light as thick as an arm fiercely pierced the body of Red Archbishop Koss, who had just fainted. The divine weapon in Koss's hand, Revelation, suddenly shone brightly. Shortly after, a ruthless and frightening aura suddenly emanated from Koss's body. When the followers of the Church of Light reacted, they suddenly discovered that Koss was bleeding from his 7 orifices and had lost all signs of life. The divine weapon Revelation in his hand had also dimmed. Chapter 4:28. Lord Koss, Lord Koss! A white priest near Koss suddenly shrieked. His lordship is dead. Lord Koss is dead. Another temple knight cried out involuntarily. His cry was so loud that it spread far and wide. Sacred Knight Blunt, who had a mouthful of fresh blood stuck in his throat, couldn't hold it in any longer after hearing this. He immediately spurted out the blood he had been suppressing. The originally shiny golden armor on Blunt's body was now like a tortoise's shell, full of cracks. It looked like it had been heavily injured in the previous attack. Calm down, everyone calm down. Quickly hold Revelation properly, Blunt shouted from afar. Streaks of blood-red sword rays whizzed down like a rain of arrows. The remaining thick blood cloud that had been shrouding Han Shua's body was entangled by the streaks of sword rays, increasing the might of the streaks of blood rays and turning them into lethal weapons to reap the lives of the Church of Light's followers below. Miserable howls rose and fell under the rain of streaks of blood rays. More than half of the Church of Light's followers were instantly killed or injured. Each and every one of them had their stomachs cut open. Even the sturdy armor worn by the temple knights couldn't withstand the piercing of the streaks of blood rays, causing them to fall into pools of blood one after another. Blunt yelled as he pulled his body out from the ground. He saw that a white priest had already obtained the divine weapon of the Church of Light, Revelation. The white priest brandished the golden spear in his hand and blocked a blood ray that was shooting at his back. Blunt's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Han Shua, who was standing tall in the sky. Boundless hatred filled his heart. When the rain of blood rays and arrows finally subsided, there were only 30 or so followers of the Church of Light left around Blunt. This operation against the Lancelot Empire could be considered a complete failure. Even the person in charge of the Church of Light in the Lancelot Empire, Red Archbishop Koss, had been killed on the spot. The losses were far greater than Blunt had imagined. The thick blood clouds around Han Shuo, who was standing tall in the sky, had already disappeared. Han Shuo, whose eyes were red and his expression was ferocious, had actually returned to normal. At this moment, he looked down at the devastation below with a cold expression and did not take any action. In Han Shuo's hand, there was a crimson weapon with a scarlet edge. The bright red color came from the inside of the weapon's hilt, as if it had been soaked in blood for millions of years. A towering killing intent spread out from the weapon, giving people a feeling of fear. Blunt, you didn't expect this, did you? Hee. This is the price your Radiant Church should pay. From the beginning to the end, it was your Radiant Church that attacked me like a mad dog. I was only defending myself. Han Shuo sneered at Blunt and continued, However, from today onwards, I will no longer passively wait for your attacks. I will destroy all the forces of the Church of Light one by one. However, you won't be able to see it. Evil heretic, the God of Light will not allow you to exist on this plane. I guarantee that you will die very soon. Blunt looked up at Han Shuo, who was standing tall in the sky, and said through clenched teeth. Han Shuo shook his head with a mocking smile. He raised the Demon's Lair edge and shot towards Blunt, as if he wanted to behead Blunt on the spot. However, before Han Shuo could approach Blunt, Blunt had already arrived in front of the disciple who had revelation at lightning speed. Blunt grabbed the divine weapon revelation with one hand. The golden armor on his body suddenly burst with dazzling golden light. A wave of divine energy enveloped Blunt and brought him soaring into the sky, shooting towards the distant horizon like a streak of golden light. He escaped. That sacred knight actually escaped. Cecilia, who was watching from afar through a crystal ball, cried out in disbelief. Blunt is injured, and his injuries are not light. It seems that Brian will leave him with an unforgettable impression for the rest of his life. Sacred Sword Master Caroline said with certainty, In the Church of Light, it is impossible for an ordinary person to keep a sacred knight of Blunt's level. This is because the Church of Light will never allow them to be lost. If Blunt wanted to leave, he could have left from the beginning. However, he had been trying to protect Koss and those believers, and was confident that he could stop Brian. That was why he had delayed until now. Unfortunately, he was still unable to stop Brian and even sustained serious injuries in the end. However, from today onwards, the enmity between our Lancelot Empire and the Church of Light has been forged. It seems that there will be more troublesome matters in the future. The strongest empire in the entire profound continent is the Odin Empire. The Church of Light has an enormous influence in the Odin Empire. This time, we might have to face the threat of the Odin Empire. Sabaka sighed softly, appearing to be somewhat worried about the future of the Lancelot Empire. That's hard to say. Madame Grace has prophesied that as long as Brian is in the Lancelot Empire, our empire will prosper for a long time. The current trajectory is playing out according to Madame Grace's prophecy. Look at the current situation of the empire. Isn't it all because of Brian's existence that a great change has occurred? Perhaps Brian will be like the demigod Eremite Cotton and can bring prosperity to the Lancelot Empire for hundreds of years. That's hard to say. I'm rather optimistic about him. In addition, the Odin Empire is very far from our Lancelot Empire. I don't believe that they can attack our Lancelot Empire from so far away. Sacred Sword Master Caroline seemed to be in a good mood as he smiled and said to Sabakas, What's there to be afraid of? So what if the army of the Odin Empire comes? I really want to meet the strongest army in the continent and see what's so powerful about them. Firenze, this war maniac, was instead somewhat eager to give it a try. It was obvious that he wished for the whole world to be in chaos. After hearing Caroline and Firenze's words, Sabakas recalled that the Odin Empire was indeed thousands of miles away from the Lancelot Empire, and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Then he moved his fingers, and the crystal ball in his hand rotated for a while. It slowly lost its luster, and the scene inside also disappeared. At this moment, Han Shuo was looking in the direction that Blunt escaped in astonishment, but he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Contrary to what Blunt had imagined, the current Han Shoa was only strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Previously, Han Shoa's strength was all due to the thick layer of blood cloud and the negative energy within the demon's lair edge. Now, the thick blood cloud that had always been lingering around Han Shua's body had completely disappeared. Even the negative energy within the demon's lair edge had started to go into hibernation. Therefore, the current Han Shua, who was powerless, only possessed the strength that he had when he launched a sneak attack on Blunt. If Blunt hadn't escaped in fear and calmed down to fight Han Shua to the death, he might not have been defeated by Han Shua. It was a pity that Han Shua's previous performance was too strong. After Blunt was injured, his confidence was shaken, and he didn't even care about the remaining followers. He used his divine energy to activate the miraculous effect of the armor and quickly fled the battlefield. After Blunt left, Han Shua heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but cast his gaze on the remaining members of the Church of Light who were in despair. After seeing Kos killed and Blunt fleeing, and being frightened by Han Shua's previous performance, these people's faces were ashen. Under Han Shua's gaze, they were all in despair. After experiencing the Earth Elite zombie's injury, Han Shua no longer had any mercy towards the Church of Light. He understood that the hatred between him and the Church of Light would never end until one of them was dead. Only when the Church of Light completely disappeared from the continent would he be able to live a peaceful life. When dealing with such fanatical and bigoted followers, the only way was to kill them all. After Blunt's departure, the remaining people were really just some shrimp soldiers. Given Han Shua's true strength, he could easily deal with them. Looking at the followers of the Church of Light below him with a sinister smile, Han Shua was about to say something when a white priest of the Church of Light suddenly started singing praises of the God of Light. After the white priest finished singing, he cried out in grief, "The God of Light will definitely purify our souls and avenge our humiliation today." Then, under Han Shua's gaze, starting from this white priest, the remaining members of the Church of Light committed suicide one after the other. What a bunch of people with sh*T in their brains. Religious beliefs are really harmful. Han Shua couldn't help but lament as he watched the followers of the Church of Light commit suicide one after another in front of him, knowing that they couldn't escape with their lives. Raising his head to look at the sky, Han Shua could sense the soaring killing intent that enveloped the entire Awesome City. Although Han Shua had already absorbed a portion of it, the killing intent that had yet to dissipate was still very dense. This made Han Shua feel extremely refreshed. Currently, the two types of energy within Han Shua's demon's lair edge had miraculously returned to normal under the release of his demonic energy. The energy that had been purified had turned into pure negative energy and flowed into the demon's lair edge like a trickle of water. The demon's lair edge had once again returned to its natural state, becoming one with Han Shua's mind. Within Han Shua's body, the energy that he had previously absorbed using the giant vortex had already converged into the demon infant. It was just that it hadn't been completely absorbed yet. But overall, after releasing the chaotic energy, Han Shua was now completely relaxed. Not only did he not have to worry about losing his mind, he also didn't have to worry about the demon's lair edge and his body becoming chaotic again. Once his mind became clear, Han Shua immediately saw the situation clearly through the mystical demons. The defeat of Ashburn and the others in the Northern City District was already very obvious. Even Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles could clearly see it and currently had plans to retreat. Under Ferenza's command and the cooperation of the other two princes, the other regions of Awesome City that were further away had similarly achieved victory. It seemed that Ashburn and Charles's sudden coup this time could be considered a complete failure. A mystical demon roamed one round around the castle. Han Shua discovered that the people there were gathered together and discussing spiritedly. The target of their discussion was none other than him. Han Shua didn't know whether to laugh or cry because, from their discussion, Han Shua discovered that his status had suddenly risen at an astonishing rate. On top of the clock tower, Bollins's body was trembling incessantly, as though he was having an epileptic fit. Bollins's face was flushed red, as though his body was no longer under his control. His eyes were filled with a crazed killing intent. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before coming back to his senses. He inwardly cursed Bollins for his recklessness and flew towards Bollins at high speed. A blood-red rainbow streaked across the sky. With a loud whistling sound, Han Shuo arrived in front of Bollins. He stretched out his left hand and pressed against Bollins's chest. With a sudden push, Bollins, who was trembling as though having an epileptic fit, suddenly returned to normal. Cough, cough! Like a drowning man who was suddenly able to breathe again, Bollins's face was flushed red as he coughed violently. The killing intent in his eyes slowly faded. His left hand once again pressed against Bollins's back. Without waiting for Bollins to react, Han Shuo extracted a portion of the chaotic killing intent in Bollins's body and patted Bollins's back with his large hand. Bollins let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground. Then his eyes finally returned to normal. He knelt at Han Shuo's feet with a pale face and said, "Senior brother, thank you." Han Shuo coldly snorted and said angrily, "I told you before I left that your body definitely can't withstand too much killing intent. I told you to stop the internal vortex in your body when you felt it was about right, but you just didn't listen. If I hadn't discovered it in time, I'm afraid your body would have exploded in a moment. I'm sorry, senior brother. I was wrong." Bollins was terrified as he apologized. He hurriedly said, "I was too greedy. I never thought that I could absorb this kind of killing intent to increase my strength. This time, I finally came across this opportunity with great difficulty. I really couldn't suppress the excitement. I kept saying that I would let go after absorbing a little more, but I didn't want to stop. By the time I felt like my body was about to explode, my body was no longer listening to me." The temptation of this sudden increase in strength was something that Bollins couldn't resist, especially since this was the first time Bollins had absorbed this kind of energy. The flames of greed couldn't be extinguished, which led to this result. "Forget it. It's my fault for not reminding you. I saw that you are already old and felt that you should have the ability to control yourself. Sai, you must remember, our martial techniques are different from Do Chi training. Our martial techniques have great requirements on the strength of the body. Before your body can withstand it, you must not rashly absorb energy that you can't handle." Han Shuo sighed. "Senior brother, I know I was wrong. From now on, I won't be so rash anymore." Bollins truly recognized his own recklessness. He knelt in front of Han Shuo and accepted his mistake. Chapter 429. While Han Shuo was teaching Bollins a lesson, Sabakas and the rest rushed over upon hearing the news. "Brian, are you all right?" Fanny looked tenderly at Han Shuo and was the first to ask. Han Shuo shook his head with a smile and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Emily and Phoebe were also looking at Han Shuo with sparkling eyes. To Emily and Phoebe, the person whom they had set their sights on displaying his invincible might was even happier than them being in the limelight. This was a woman's deep-rooted nature. "Kid, you did well." Even Firenze praised Han Shuo. However, he immediately added, "No matter how powerful you are, if you dare to bully my daughter, I will never let you off." "Father, what are you talking about? Brian wouldn't dare to bully me." I'm still his teacher. Even if he's powerful now, he's still my student." After a few days, Fanny was obviously no longer reserved and appeared to be much more cheerful and lively. Seeing that Fanny revealed a smile when she saw Han Shuo, Firenze understood that Fanny's feelings for Han Shuo were indeed very deep. Seeing his daughter's sincere joy, Firenze didn't want to dampen her spirits. He laughed dryly and didn't continue to say anything. "Brian, I didn't expect your strength to be so terrifying. It seems that you didn't use your full strength during the previous sparring session. Kid, are you doing this because you think that I'm not worth your full strength?" Sacred Sword Master Corel pulled a long face and said with some displeasure. With a bitter smile, Han Shua immediately explained, "Mr. Corel, you've misunderstood. Previously, I was only able to injure Blunt because I had used other powers. My own strength is far inferior to Blunt's. You've also seen that layer of blood cloud that shrouded the sky was the power I relied on. Now that the power within that layer of blood cloud was completely released by me, I've been beaten back to my original form. Last time, it wasn't that I held back, but that I really wasn't that powerful. Please don't misunderstand. So that's how it is. You can actually use the chaotic power within the blood cloud. This martial technique of yours is indeed very miraculous," Han Shua said in astonishment. Just now, he was also pretending to be angry. In fact, he had faintly guessed in his heart and only wanted Han Shua to personally confirm that Ballins had already stood up and was staring blankly at everyone's baffling conversation, not knowing what had happened. Seeing that Ballins had a puzzled expression, Lawrence took the initiative to walk towards him. With a smile, he described Han Shua's power to Ballins. Lawrence was ineffably excited as he described, while Ballins was incomparably shocked as he listened. He stared blankly at Han Shua, feeling as if he was getting to know Han Shua all over again. This wasn't the first time he had such a feeling. Only an expert of Ballin's realm would understand how frightening Sacred Night Blunt and Earth Sacred Magus Dempus were. From Lawrence's description of how Han Shua made the two sacred rank experts dodge one after another wherever he passed. In the end, Blunt was even injured by Han Shua and had to flee far away. This had a huge impact on Ballins. However, after the shock, Ballin's heart was filled with excitement. To Ballins, the more powerful Han Shua was, the more advantageous it would be for him. This also meant that Han Shua's martial technique truly possessed an incomparably miraculous power. Ballins, who was currently practicing the martial technique that Han Shua had imparted to him, would naturally be filled with anticipation for this martial technique. Everyone, at this moment, the battle in the Northern City District has yet to end. I think everyone should continue with their own matters. Han Shua smiled as he spoke to the group of people who were chattering incessantly about his situation. Due to Han Shua's previous performance being a little too exaggerated, in addition to the fact that the situation in the Northern City District had already been settled, when Sabaka said that Han Shua had returned to the castle, this group of people immediately swarmed over, wanting to figure out what was going on. The curiosity in their hearts was extremely great. Each and every one of them looked at Han Shua with a slightly more peculiar gaze. Even Sabakez and Corel were much more amiable when they spoke to Han Shua. This meant that they had acknowledged Han Shua's strength. After hearing Han Shua's words, Firenze was the first to lightly snort and said, "I'm only accompanying my daughter to take a look. This old man still has to command those idiots in battle. I won't be accompanying you." After saying that, Firenze straightforwardly turned around and left. Lawrence, the situation in the Northern City District has already been settled. It just so happens that I need to use this period of time to cultivate. However, there's something I want to tell you. Han Shua looked at Lawrence with a serious expression and said in a deep voice. Currently, Lawrence found Han Shua pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him. He also understood that the reason he was able to stabilize the situation in Awesome City and obtain the upper hand in the all-out battle was definitely due to Han Shua. Therefore, when he heard that Han Shua had something to say, Lawrence immediately smiled in a very cooperative manner and said, "Hey, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. You know that there's no need to be too polite between us." After hearing Lawrence's words, Han Shua felt rather comfortable in his heart. After shooting a glance at Fanny, Amis, and the rest, Han Shua said in a deep voice, "I want to discuss this matter with you and the two saints in private." "All right, let's get busy with our own matters. Everyone, let's go." One of the three heavyweights of Dark Mantle, Amis, said with an elegant smile and was the first to leave. As one of the three heavyweights of Dark Mantle, With Amies taking the lead to leave, the people who were originally still, they're also left one by one with doubts. Even Emily and the other two also left under Han Shua's signal. In the blink of an eye, those important people who were originally in the castle because of curiosity all left under Ami's signal. Only Han Shua, Lawrence, Space Sacred Magus Sabacas, and Sacred Swordmaster Corel remained in the clock tower. When those people were very far away from the clock tower, Lawrence looked at Han Shua with some astonishment and asked, "Brian, what's the matter?" Space Sacred Magus Sabacas waved his hand and set up a spatial boundary, enveloping the area around the clock tower to prevent the conversation here from leaking out. He already faintly understood what Han Shua wanted to discuss with Lawrence. Now that Ashburn and First Prince Charles and Austin City have already lost, if nothing unexpected happens, you will definitely be able to become the new king of Lancelot Empire. Previously, His Majesty and I had a secret discussion. You have always been curious about what His Majesty said to me. I feel that I can tell you now. Han Shua looked at Lawrence seriously and said in a deep voice, "Oh." Lawrence's curiosity was suddenly piqued. His eyes glistened as he looked at Han Shua and asked, "Brian, what exactly did my royal father talk to you about? Why did His Majesty begin to fully support me the moment you walked out of the palace?" Glancing at Space Sacred Magus Sabacas, Han Shua smiled and said, "Mr. Sabacas, I think you should know about this matter, right?" Sabacas nodded with a smile and said gently, "That's right, I do know about this matter." When Lawrence's puzzled gaze turned towards him, Sabacas explained. The old astrologer, Madame Grace, predicted that whichever Prince Brian helped would be able to become the new king of Lancelot Empire and bring new prosperity to the empire. It is only natural that you would become the lucky one because of your good relationship with Brian. Madame Grace has been making predictions for the Lancelot Empire for so many years and has never disappointed His Majesty. Therefore, His Majesty believes that you will become the new emperor and bring new prosperity to the empire. That is why he is supporting you with all his might. When Lawrence heard Sabacas' explanation, he looked at Han Shua with a stunned expression. Only now did he understand that the reason he, the illegitimate son, had suddenly received so much attention was all due to Han Shua's help. It wasn't that His Majesty had suddenly changed his mind and thought highly of him. For someone like Lawrence who only cared about results, he was clearly shocked when he heard Sabacas' words. He stared blankly at Han Shua for a long time before taking a deep breath and sincerely saying to Han Shua, "So that was the case. Brian, thank you. We're friends. Of course I will help you. In addition, only when you become the king of Lancelot Empire will the empire become more prosperous. I understand your ability. Really, you can bring a new future to the Lancelot Empire," Han Shua said with a smile. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Lawrence said, "It seems that I still need to rely on you. If I had listened to Mr. Sabacas' words before today, I'm afraid I wouldn't have taken it to heart. But after seeing your unstoppable momentum, I can't help but sigh in admiration of Madame Grace's foresight. It's true, Brian. You have boundless potential. When you were still a necromancy major student, I still remember your strength. Back then, you became my punching bag for a few gold coins, and I could even beat you back then. But now, how long has it been? In less than 5 years, you are already standing at the peak. Oh, you're only in your early 20s. No one can predict your future. I have to say that Madame Grace's prediction is indeed accurate. Everything is developing according to her predictions. It seems that the Lancelot Empire might really be as Madame Grace said. Because of Brian's existence, it will once again prosper for another 100 years. Sacred Swordmaster Corel couldn't help but sigh. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. The future isn't set in stone. At least, that's what I believe, Han Shua said with a smile. Soon after, he withdrew his smile and said, "However, when His Majesty the King agreed to help us with all his might, he made me agree to a condition. I thought I should tell you about it at this time. Brian, you are too polite. No matter what, we are friends. Moreover, I will rely on you more than you rely on me in the future. There is no need to beat around the bush between us." Lawrence's expression turned serious as he said to Han Shuo. From Sabaka's and Carol's narration, Lawrence also understood how important Han Shuo was to the Lancelot Empire. Only with the existence of such a character who could change the entire Lancelot Empire could his throne be stable, and the Lancelot Empire could become more prosperous. Grace had even revealed the future path to him at the cost of her life. He clearly understood how he should treat Han Shuo, this big tree that he needed to hug tightly. "All right then, I will say it directly. His Majesty the King told me to promise him that no matter what, I must spare the lives of the 3 princes." Han Shuo looked at Lawrence and added, "As a father, His Majesty the King doesn't wish for his 3 sons to die tragically in my hands. I promised him, but I must respect your opinion. Your Highness, this is also what His Majesty said to us." Sabakaz looked at Lawrence with sparkling eyes and explained. Lawrence stared blankly and remained silent for a while before saying with a frown, "Since this is father's final wish, I know what to do. However, I will exile or imprison Charles. As for the other 2, as long as they don't resist me, I will make them princes. I will not treat them unfairly." If it wasn't for the words of Han Shuo, Sabakaz, and the others, Lawrence would definitely exterminate Charles. After all, this Charles had hurt him the most. In Lawrence's heart, he had even thought of killing Charles cruelly with his own hands to compensate for the humiliation he had suffered in the past. However, now that Han Shuo and the 2 saint rank experts had said so, in addition to the fact that this was his father's final wish, he had no choice but to let Charles live regardless of whether he was truly willing or not. However, it was unclear whether Lawrence would similarly humiliate Charles in order to survive. With Lawrence's assurance, Han Shuo also heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "Since you have said so, then I can rest assured. Now that Asen City has the peculiar assistance that I need for my cultivation, I think I will need at least 3 days to cultivate. Now that there are 2 saints and Lord Forenza in Asen City, I can see that Ashburn and the others have already reached the end of their road. I can rest assured and cultivate. Brian, you should properly cultivate. Your strength will make our Lancelot Empire even more aggressive." Lawrence immediately agreed with a smile. He understood what an expert who had transcended all restraints meant to a country. Back then, the appearance of the demigod Eremite Cotton allowed the Lancelot Empire to be established, allowing it to have 100 years of golden age. If Han Shuo could reach Eremite Cotton's height, he would similarly be able to bring the Lancelot Empire to new heights. "All right, this bell tower will be my training ground. You can all go and do your own things. I'll have to trouble you to tell Emily and the others not to disturb me. These few days will be very important to me." Han Shuo smiled as he drove Lawrence and the others away. After Lawrence and the other 2 left, Han Shuo closed his eyes and sensed the remnant energy of the deceased enveloping the entire Asen City. He had a look of enjoyment as he muttered to himself, "Whether I can truly break through to the next realm will depend on these few days." Chapter 430. The struggle for power within Asen City was still in full swing. Wherever there was war, there would definitely be deaths. Including the deaths from the previous 2 days, the number of soldiers that had died within Asen City was no less than 40,000. The soaring, baleful aura enveloped the entire sky of Asen City, causing people to feel stifled, as if a large rock was pressing down on their chests. Some experts even felt that the omnipresent magical elements seemed to be affected by this energy. On the clock tower of the castle in the northern city district, Han Shuo stood proudly on top of the clock tower, looking at the blue dome of heaven. An enormous vortex was formed once again, slowly devouring the omnipresent, baleful aura within Asen City. The demon's lair edge once again soared into the sky, forming a layer of blood cloud that floated in the sky. This time, Han Shuo was much more cautious. The process of the demon's lair edge absorbing the negative energy was slowed down by a lot. As the speed at which the blood cloud condensed energy had slowed down, the conversion of energy within the demon's lair edge became much easier. Under the control of Han Shuo's mind, the hostile energy was first condensed bit by bit and then entrenched within the hilt of the demon's lair edge bit by bit. It was unknown if it was because he had swallowed a black, resolute crystal previously, but the speed at which Han Shuo's body devoured and purified the baleful aura had increased by a lot. The dense, baleful aura was first devoured by the enormous vortex above Han Shuo's head. After going through the high-speed rotation of the vortex, some of the impurities were removed. The purer energy seeped into Han Shuo's body through the roots of the vortex, and was then condensed by the demonic yuan in Han Shuo's body. Finally, it formed a source of energy suitable for Han Shuo's demonic infant to directly absorb. The dense, baleful aura had gone through 2 processes of purification and refinement. The amount of energy that could be completely absorbed by Han Shuo was not even a tenth of it. However, due to the heavy casualties in Awesome City this time, the benefits to Han Shuo from converting such a huge amount of energy into a tenth of it was also astonishing. With the previous experience of falling into a demonic state, Han Shuo had been very careful this time. He was not impatient for quick results, nor was he greedy. He used the safest method to absorb it bit by bit, to prevent himself from falling into the terrifying realm of falling into a demonic state again. Time passed by silently. After a day, the sky above the castle had turned completely blood red. When the scorching sun shone on the castle, the entire castle seemed to be smeared with a layer of blood, and the air was filled with a thick smell of blood. A huge whirlpool of black light and flashing lightning was crazily rotating in the middle of the thick, blood-red clouds. A terrible evil aura was constantly being released, causing people to tremble from the bottom of their hearts. This scene lasted for 3 days. Some of the ordinary people in Awesome City suddenly felt the pressure in their hearts suddenly disappear. Some of the experts who could sense the magical elements also discovered that the indescribable energy that enveloped the entire Awesome City was frantically flowing towards the northern city district and quickly disappearing. The experts on Lawrence's side who were stationed in the castle suddenly discovered that the 2 wonders in the sky were slowly becoming smaller. The thick smell of blood that was everywhere was also becoming more and more intense. The blood clouds were no longer as red as dripping blood, and had clearly become thinner. After another 2 days, the blood clouds above the castle seemed to have been completely blown away. The whirlpool above the clock tower had also disappeared at some point. The bright and clear sky reappeared in the northern city district. The warm sunlight shone on every corner of the northern city district, making people feel comfortably warm and comfortable. After lightly exhaling, Han Shuo slowly awoke from his meditative state. Han Shuo could feel the surging energy in his body. This kind of energy spread throughout Han Shuo's meridians, bones, and even his skin and flesh. It made Han Shuo feel like he was about to explode. Han Shuo understood in his heart that the energy he had absorbed over the past few days was all within his body. He had to go into seclusion as soon as possible to suppress all of this energy and completely fuse it with his original energy. Only then would he be able to make a breakthrough. The demon's lair edge quietly landed in Han Shuo's hand without a trace of life. However, Han Shuo could feel the frantic transformation of energy within the demon's lair edge. The energy within the demon's lair edge was much more diverse than what Han Shuo had absorbed. If he wanted to completely digest it, it definitely wouldn't be possible in a short period of time. Therefore, regardless of whether it was Han Shuo or the demon's lair edge, they both needed some time to digest it. Moreover, the sooner the better. After walking down from the clock tower, Han Shuo stepped towards the hall on the 2nd floor where Emily, Fanny, and the others were staying. Along the way, the 12 mystical demons clearly displayed the current situation of Awesome City to Han Shuo. A few days had passed, and there were no more battles in the 4 districts of Awesome City, including the Imperial Palace. The group of people led by Lawrence had long since moved into the imperial palace. Ashburn and Lawrence's mansions were in a mess, with obvious traces of a battle. "Brian!" Fanny immediately called out in pleasant surprise when she saw Han Shaw walking over. Emily and Phoebe were cultivating martial arts and meditating to increase their mental strength, respectively. When they heard Fanny's cry of surprise, they immediately stopped what they were doing and hurriedly came to the hall where Fanny was. Their bright eyes immediately focused on Han Shaw. "You scoundrel, you actually stood aside at such a crucial moment and actually started cultivating. You're truly an unreasonable fellow." Phoebe pouted and complained. "How's the current situation in Austin City?" Han Shaw faintly smiled and inquired about serious matters. "The overall situation has been determined. Duke Ashburn has been killed by Sacred Sword Master Corell, and Prince Charles has also been temporarily imprisoned. As for the other two princes, seeing that Lawrence's influence has far surpassed theirs, they have also given up on fighting over the throne with Lawrence. Currently, Lawrence is busy cleaning up the mess and gathering the people's hearts. I reckon that it won't be long before he officially ascends to the throne." Emily gently explained to Han Shaw. "From the looks of it, the civil strife in Lancelot Empire should be considered over." Han Shaw said with a smile. Nodding her head, Emily continued, "Indeed, there's no longer any suspense. Currently, the entire Austin City is under Lawrence's control. In addition, so many military forces are in Lawrence's hands, and the eldest prince has also been imprisoned. There's no one in the entire Lancelot Empire that can threaten Lawrence's throne. Since that's the case, then I can rest assured," Han Shaw said with a faint smile. Soon after, he bitterly smiled at the three ladies and said with some difficulty, "However, I reckon that I will need a very long period of time to cultivate. It seems that I will have to temporarily separate from you all." "You scoundrel, you've only been out for a while. Where do you think you're going?" "You heartless fellow, don't you know that I'll miss you?" When Phoebe heard that Han Shaw was going to leave again, her beautiful face was filled with grief as she cried out unwillingly. When Emily and Fanny heard that Han Shaw was going to cultivate again and that there was still a long period of time, they panicked in their hearts. Their bright eyes focused on Han Shaw, revealing a reluctant expression. "There's no other way. I need to immediately go into seclusion to consume that energy. If I don't do it in time, it might affect my realm and even cause me to fall into a state of madness," Han Shaw explained with a bitter smile. "Then, how long do you need to cultivate this time?" Emily's black brows were deeply furrowed as she inquired. "I can't say for sure. If it's fast, it'll be a year and a half. If it's slow, it'll probably be 2 to 3 years. Sigh. Cultivating my martial technique in seclusion is indeed a very time-consuming matter. I have no way of predicting it either." Han Shaw sighed. When they heard that it would take at least a year and a half, the hearts of the three ladies were thrown into disarray. The worry and grief in their eyes became even more intense. "Brian, I have something to discuss with you alone." Phoebe pouted as she looked at Han Shaw and said angrily. However, after she said this, for some reason, Phoebe's face suddenly turned red. Emily originally had something to say as well. Just as she was about to open her mouth, she suddenly heard Phoebe say the same thing as what she wanted to say. She couldn't help but look at Phoebe in astonishment. When she saw Phoebe's pretty face turn red, Emily immediately thought of something and cursed in her heart. Her face also turned red. Han Shaw was surprised at first. When he saw Phoebe's pretty face turn red, he suddenly thought of something. He chuckled and said, "All right, I'll talk to you first. I'll talk to Emily later." When she heard Han Shaw's chuckle, Phoebe knew that he definitely knew something. She clenched her teeth and fiercely glared at Han Shaw. Then, she went straight to her room without saying a word. "I'll talk to Phoebe for a bit." Han Shaw hurriedly threw down these words and quickly went to Phoebe's room. He left behind a red-faced Emily and a confused Fanny. "Sister Emily, what do they have to talk about? Why do they have to talk alone?" Fanny had some doubts in her heart and asked Emily, "Hee hee, of course they have to talk about something private. Hee hee, I wonder how long this little hussy Phoebe can last." Emily laughed a little wanton. She winked at Fanny with interest. Fanny was stunned. Then she suddenly heard Phoebe's low gasp. Fanny immediately reacted. Her cheeks flushed red, and it quickly spread to her neck. "Bah!" Fanny scolded in a low voice. "Hee hee, now Sister Fanny knows what they're talking about, right? Hee hee, Sister Fanny. Brian, that little pervert, hasn't he eaten you yet? Why do you look so shy?" Emily chuckled and teased Fanny. She looked very happy. "Sister Emily, you're really—" Fanny was so embarrassed that she didn't finish her sentence. She stomped her feet and walked to her room with her head down. The room was very spacious. Apart from the spacious living room in the center, there were 5 or 6 other rooms. Boris had specially arranged for them to stay in order to make it easier for him to communicate with the 3 women. Seeing Fanny shyly return to her room, Emily laughed even more happily. Both Emily and Fanny were magicians, and the 3 rooms were very close to each other. Naturally, she could hear some of the sounds. When Fanny left, only Emily was left in the living room. Low moans echoed in Emily's ears. For some reason, Emily's heart suddenly beat faster, and her body suddenly became unbearably hot. For some reason, Emily secretly looked around. With a blushing face, she tiptoed to the room where Phoebe and Han Shua were. She lightly leaned against the door to eavesdrop on the sounds coming from inside. "Oh!" Phoebe's voice was soft and trembling, as if she was crying. Han Shua, who had finally stripped Phoebe of all her clothes, wandered his big hands on Phoebe's smooth body. Every time his fingers moved, Phoebe couldn't help but tremble. Phoebe's white skin gradually became more rosy under Han Shua's big hand's caress. Under the emotion of parting, Phoebe's almond-shaped eyes were blurred. Under Han Shua's teasing, her body faithfully reflected the joy and excitement in her heart. Lost in Han Shua's caresses, Phoebe panted lightly to take off Han Shua's clothes. Whether it was because Phoebe was too excited or a little confused, her action of taking off Han Shua's clothes was obviously a little rough, and one of his clothes was torn by her. Han Shua had also held back for a long time. He didn't even think of setting up a soundproof enchantment. Panting heavily, he suddenly pressed on Phoebe. "Ah!" Phoebe screamed. Her 2 hands suddenly pushed against Han Shua's chest, and her bright eyes suddenly regained clarity. Phoebe's scream was a little too loud. Even Fanny, who was far away, could hear it clearly. Inside her room, she cursed Phoebe's shamelessness in a low voice. Emily, who was eavesdropping outside, was even more shocked. She deliberately concentrated her mental energy to eavesdrop, but her ear still felt a faint pain. "You little hussy, why are you screaming so loudly? Are you trying to kill me?" Emily held her left ear and also cursed Phoebe in her heart. "Why are you here?" Han Shua, who was about to mount her, looked at Phoebe with a stunned expression and asked in a strange tone, "You almost squashed me to death. How did you suddenly become so heavy? Fortunately, I am a great sword master who cultivates fighting aura. If a normal woman was pressed down by you like this, they would have been squashed to death on the spot." Phoebe's charming face was so red that it seemed like it was about to drip blood. Han Shua was stunned for a moment. He immediately reacted. After swallowing the black, resolute crystal last time, his weight had increased by more than 10 times. No wonder Phoebe screamed this time. Hoo-hoo! Fortunately, the first one was Phoebe. If it was Emily or Fanny, something might really have happened. Han Shua secretly rejoiced and hurriedly reminded himself to be careful in the future. Then he once again pounced on Phoebe with an evil smile, but this time he used one hand to support his body. Han Shua, who had originally planned to attack Phoebe, suddenly thought of something and immediately sat up. Then he forcefully hugged Phoebe's perfect naked body and pressed her to sit on his thighs while she cried out in surprise. In this way, with Han Shuo sitting, Phoebe's legs were entrenched around Han Shuo's waist, and her buttocks were sitting on Han Shuo's thighs. "Scoundrel, you big pervert. This is too embarrassing. Let go." Phoebe's jade buttocks felt Han Shuo's high spirits, and she shyly shouted in a low voice, "Hee, I just need to change my position." Han Shuo laughed proudly. Then, ignoring Phoebe's unbearable struggle, the large hand that was pressing on Phoebe's buttocks began to move. Chapter 431. Outside the door, Emily listened to the panting sounds of the two people in the room. Unconsciously, her body was getting hotter and hotter, and she became more and more powerless. Her own breath also began to become restless. Under Han Shuo's conquest, Phoebe quickly climbed to the peak of pleasure. Her body was floating and powerless, and she had already completely lost her posture in the absent-minded state. Her moans gradually became louder. Like Emily, Fanny, who was far away in her own room, could hear the light moans like that of a mosquito. This made Fanny's heart uneasy. Her mind kept replaying the scene of her intimate contact with Han Shuo. When she thought of what Phoebe and Han Shuo were doing, Fanny had a feeling of pain and jealousy. This feeling was intertwined with an inexplicable feeling of expectation, which made Fanny's heart extremely chaotic. She didn't know what was going on, but she couldn't calm down. Her body and face were boiling hot. The moans continued for a while, and suddenly stopped after a loud moan. Emily, whose legs were powerlessly pressed against the door, suddenly slammed into the door. Surprisingly, the door was not locked. Emily, who staggered, fell on her but in the room. Emily, whose face was flushed, was panting. Her towering breasts trembled as she panted, and her bright eyes were filled with anticipation. Emily just stared at the naked, stalwart, devil-like Han Shuo in a daze. At this time, Han Shuo just put down the limp and fainted Phoebe from his lap. A pair of eyes full of lust suddenly focused on Emily, who had suddenly rushed in. Han Shuo, who had already heard the movement, knew that Emily had been eavesdropping for a long time. Han Shuo, who had not fully released himself, suddenly roared and rushed to Emily like lightning. He hugged Emily, who was limp on the ground, and pressed her against the wall. He couldn't wait to tear Emily's clothes. Emily, who had long been unable to restrain her strong desire, panted and cooperated with Han Shuo to quickly take off her clothes that were torn by Han Shuo. The panting sounded again, but this time it was Emily. Fanny heard Emily's moans and cursed the three over and over again. She was surprised by the three's debauchery. After a long time, Han Shuo draped a long robe over his shoulders and walked to Fanny's room. Fanny's face was flushed red as she eavesdropped on the commotion in the distance. When she heard the heavy footsteps gradually approaching, she felt an unprecedented panic in her heart. Even she could clearly feel her heart beating. Finally, when Han Shuo walked to her room, Fanny suddenly stood up in a panic. She looked at Han Shuo with a red face and stammered, You, what do you want?" "What do you think?" Han Shuo looked at Fanny with a light smile and walked step by step towards Han Shuo. When Fanny saw Han Shuo approaching step by step, she was so scared that she retreated step by step. When she could no longer retreat, Fanny pushed Han Shuo away and covered her nose with a red face. She said, You bastard, you didn't even clean up and came to me." "Not today. I won't let you have your way today. Who asked you to have someone else's smell on you? I can't stand it anyway." Fanny, who had never experienced this kind of situation, naturally wouldn't be as open as Emily Phoebe, who had been nourished by Han Shuo for a long time. She obviously couldn't accept the fact that Han Shuo had just made love with another woman and now wanted to be intimate with her. Han Shuo looked at the somewhat flustered Fanny and knew that Fanny probably really couldn't accept it. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo could only give up. Under Fanny's service, he washed off the sweat and filth on his body in her bath. Soon after, he hugged Fanny and gently whispered sweet nothings to her for a long time. He didn't disregard Fanny's feelings and forcefully violate her. After a night, Han Shuo didn't bid farewell to the three girls early in the morning. He left the castle in the northern city district alone and headed towards the transportation matrix in Asan City. After a long time, the magical transportation matrix that had been sealed by space, sacred magus, sabakas, began to operate normally again. After experiencing the previous coup, Han Shuo's status in the Lancelot Empire had risen once again. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Shuo had been cultivating and absorbing energy for the past few days, it was likely that Lawrence's conferment would have long since landed on Han Shuo. However, even though Han Shuo had disappeared for a few days, some of the bigwigs in the entire Asan City had also learned of the shocking things that Han Shuo had done during the coup, especially the matter of him single-handedly forcing two sacred rank experts to retreat and severely injuring Sacred Knight Blunt. This news had spread throughout the entire Lancelot Empire. Unknowingly, Han Shuo's name had resounded throughout the entire Lancelot Empire. He had even faintly surpassed Sacred Swordmaster Corel and Space Sacred Megasabakas, becoming one of the strongest experts in the Lancelot Empire. Therefore, when Han Shuo arrived at the transportation matrix, when the guards saw Han Shuo appear, their gazes were filled with deep admiration and excitement. "Marquis Brian, it's Lord Marquis Brian." "Ah, it's really Lord Marquis." "Ha, I see Lord Marquis." "My lord, may I ask if you wish to use the transportation matrix?" The soldiers guarding the transportation matrix were all incomparably enthusiastic and respectfully asked Han Shuo. Some of the merchants in the distance suddenly became indescribably excited when they heard the guards' exclamations. They also began to swarm over, wanting to witness Han Shuo's glory. Seeing the crowd rapidly swarming over like a tide, Han Shuo hastily said, "I want to use the transportation matrix to Seamus City. Please help me make the adjustments." "No problem, my lord. Please enter." "I will immediately help you operate the transportation matrix," the leader respectfully replied, bowing and inviting Han Shuo to enter the transportation matrix. Suddenly, Han Shuo knew that because of the battle a few days ago, his status in the Lancelot Empire had reached a new height. Just from the eyes of these soldiers and merchants, Han Shuo knew how much they revered him. Not daring to stay here any longer, Han Shuo hastily stood in the middle of the transportation matrix. Under the operation of the transportation matrix began to mobilize the energy of the magic crystals. After a flash of light, Han Shuo had already appeared in Seamus City. As soon as he entered Seamus City, Han Shuo immediately established a connection with an aura. Han Shuo immediately understood. The metal elite zombie had been successfully refined. "That's great. The 5 elite zombies have finally been assembled." Han Shuo was incomparably surprised. He didn't stay in Seamus City for even a second longer. After arriving at a remote corner, he immediately utilized demonic arts to fly. Like a bolt of lightning, he streaked across the vast sky, rapidly flying in the direction of Bretel City. After a few months, when he returned to Mount Silk, Han Shuo discovered that the scale of the weapon workshop on Mount Silk was 5 to 6 times larger than the last time. This weapon workshop occupied more than half of Mount Silk. Thousands of weapon workers were in full swing refining armors. Bretel City was rich in minerals. Originally, it was only because Bretel City had always been embroiled in war that no one was willing to stay here. That was why it was difficult to form various weapon workshops. Even their own weapons were purchased from other cities and towns. Now that Bretel City had gone through several major and minor battles, it had become a fortress that was as solid as an iron rampart. Anyone who wanted to invade Bretel City would have to think twice about whether they had the strength to do so. Once safety was guaranteed, with Bretel City possessing manpower and minerals, the establishment of a weapon workshop became a matter of course. After landing on Mount Silk, Han Shuo circled around Mount Silk through the mystical demons and had a panoramic view of the scale of the weapon workshop on Mount Silk. He inwardly nodded, understanding that with the existence of this weapon workshop, at least the soldiers of Bretel City wouldn't have to worry about some armors. Without notifying Ardman, who was on Mount Silk, Han Shua entered the mine alone and went deep into the mine with ease. When he arrived at the area where he encountered the stone men last time, Han Shua saw a few large wooden signs erected there. On the signs were the words, "No one is allowed to go deep and mine." It seemed that Han Shua's instructions to Ardman and the others had been engraved in their hearts. They forbade anyone from recklessly touching the mines around the place of extreme metal. Instead, according to Han Shua's instructions, they would come and harvest some of the ores placed by the stone men after a period of time. In this way, the harmony between both sides wouldn't be harmed and it would be beneficial to both sides. When Han Shua entered the place of extreme metal, the first thing that entered Han Shua's eyes was that dazzling golden pillar. Information from Metal Elite Zombie was constantly transmitted into Han Shua's mind. A few souls that cultivated in the place of extreme metal were flying around Han Shua, narrating to Han Shua the situation after Han Shua left. "All right, I got it. No one will come and touch this place. You guys can still cultivate here in the future. However, you still have to help me with some matters," Han Shua said to those souls. "We are very happy to be of service to you," those souls replied. Without saying much, Han Shua went straight to the area where Metal Elite Zombie was. Just like before, Han Shua removed the formation that gathered the Yuan energy of metal in the place of extreme metal and released the Metal Elite Zombie. The dazzling golden light was somewhat dazzling. The Metal Elite Zombie was covered in a dazzling golden armor, radiating golden light in all directions like a man made of gold. The Metal Elite Zombie, who had been released from the restraints, suddenly arrived next to the golden pillar. He pressed his two hands on the golden pillar, and two energies of the same origin suddenly converged together. Under Han Shua's attentive gaze, the towering golden pillar shrunk little by little until it became a short golden rod. The Metal Elite Zombie grabbed it and started brandishing it. Han Shua was stunned. Now he could finally confirm that this metal attribute treasure that had been nurtured for who knows how many millions of years was indeed the same as the weapons used by the legendary characters in his world. It was a golden cudgel that could shrink at will and had the weight of a mountain. The Metal Elite Zombie held the golden cudgel in the palm of his hand. The Metal Elite Zombie, who was refined from pure Yuan energy of metal, had just enough energy to wield the golden cudgel. Apart from the Metal Elite Zombie, perhaps even the current Han Shua would find it very strenuous to wield the golden cudgel. He simply wouldn't be able to bring out the full power of this metal attribute treasure. The Metal Elite Zombie brandished the metal attribute treasure effortlessly. His heart was filled with excitement, having just successfully evolved. The Metal Elite Zombie didn't have much intelligence. He could only convey to Han Shua the joy of being reborn over and over again. "All right, stop playing around. Only when you reach that place will you be able to grow even faster," Han Shua said with a light smile. He chanted an incantation and summoned the little skull from the netherworld. As soon as the little skull appeared from the other dimension, he saw the Metal Elite Zombie sparkling with golden light. The purple demon eye of the little skull shone brightly as he transmitted to Han Shua, "Thank you, Father! We have another brother!" "Hee, take him back," Han Shua said smilingly. "Father, why do little gold and little fire have weapons, but little earth, little wood, and little water don't?" The little skull didn't immediately leave as Han Shua wished. Instead, he looked at the golden cudgel in the Metal Elite Zombie's hand and asked Han Shua, "Little earth, little wood, little water, little gold, and little fire?" Han Shua stared blankly for a moment before coming to his senses. It seemed that the little skull had given them names. That's right, they all possess intelligence and are no longer simple undead creatures. They should have their own names, Han Shua thought. The place of extreme fire and extreme metal have existed for far longer than the other three places. After hundreds of millions of years, they naturally nurtured treasures of the fire and metal attributes. The other three places have probably only been formed for tens of thousands of years, and haven't reached the qualifications to nurture treasures of the fire and metal attributes. Han Shuo explained to the little skeleton. In that case, are there no other places that can nurture such weapons? I can feel that the weapons in little fire and little gold's hands seem to have been specially made for them. Their strength has become even more powerful because of those weapons. I want to find such weapons for little water, little earth, and little wood. Little Skull transmitted. When the little skull said so, Han Shua's body trembled, and he immediately came to a realization. That's right, the profound continent is so vast. Perhaps there are other places of extreme fire. Perhaps there really are places that can nurture earth, water, and would attribute treasures. After being reminded by the little skull, Han Shuo suddenly brightened up and thought inwardly, "Thank you for your reminder. I will pay attention to it later." Han Shuo smiled and said to the little skull. He then began chanting an incantation, preparing to send the little skull and the metal elite zombie back to the other world. Just as the little skull and the earth elite zombie were about to disappear, the little skull sent a message. "Father, I have given myself a name. I am called Han Hao." Chapter 432. After metal elite zombie and little skull were sent back to the netherworld by Han Shuo immediately left Mount Silk and returned to Bretel City. When Han Shuo returned to Bretel City this time, he didn't say much, nor did he try to understand the situation in Bretel City. He only found a few people in charge and chatted for a while, explaining the situation of his upcoming training for a period of time. Jack and the others had managed Bretel City to a flourishing state in Han Shuo's absence. Everything was developing well. After the 12 mystical demons made a round, Han Shuo understood that Bretel City's situation didn't require him to worry at all. Now that Lawrence was about to take control of the Lancelot Empire, Han Shuo believed that with their relationship, Lawrence would definitely not mistreat his subordinates in Bretel City. From Sabaka's and Carol's words, Han Shuo understood how important he would be to Lawrence. It was precisely because of this that he could cultivate in seclusion with peace of mind. After everything was ready, Han Shuo entered the secret room in his mansion in Bretel City and used the transportation matrix to arrive at the Cemetery of Death. The Cemetery of Death, which was shrouded in a dense aura of death all year round, was as gloomy as ever. Han Shuo walked straight to the place where the Earth Elite Zombie was buried. He discovered that under the nourishment of the Yuan energy in this place of extreme Earth, the Earth Elite Zombie's sunken chest injury was no longer as unsightly. It seemed that this place of extreme Earth that nurtured the Earth Elite Zombie was indeed very useful for the Earth Elite Zombie's recovery. As soon as he entered the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo immediately got in touch with Dark Dragon Gilbert. From Gilbert's steady message, there shouldn't be any situation in the Valley of Sunshine that Trunks couldn't handle. Since this was the case, Han Shuo passed on the message to Gilbert that he needed to cultivate for a long time. Of the 9 levels of demonic arts, Han Shuo had already reached the separate demon realm. Whether or not he could break through to the carnal realm would depend on whether or not Han Shuo could digest the enormous energy in his body and comprehend the state of mind needed to reach the carnal realm. Since demonic arts practitioners focused on the forging of the physical body, their lifespan was much longer than the swordsmen and mages of this world. Even a demonic arts practitioner like Han Shuo in the separate demon realm could easily live for several hundred years, as long as he wasn't killed or possessed by the devil. Perhaps it was precisely because demonic cultivators had an abundance of time that they would spend a lot of time in closed-door training. Depending on the level of their cultivation, the amount of time they would spend in closed-door training would also vary. The more advanced a demonic cultivator was, the longer they would spend in closed-door training. This time, Han Shuo had made plans for a long period of seclusion. After making all the necessary arrangements in the mundane world, he truly entered the so-called state of seclusion for demonic arts practitioners. Sitting cross-legged in the cemetery of death that was littered with white bones, Han Shuo calmed his mind and cleared his mind of all distracting thoughts. He sensed the terrifying killing intent that filled his body and quickly circulated the demonic yuan in his body, directing the enormous energy in his body to the demon infant. This was a rather time-consuming and energy-consuming process. Fortunately, Han Shua's endurance was astonishing. Once he set his mind on something, he would persevere and complete it. Ever since Han Shua sat cross-legged, Han Shua hadn't moved an inch. He only held the thought of completely digesting the enormous killing intent in his body and entered the deepest meditative state. The cemetery of death was indeed a good place to train. Because of the existence of the boundary, no one would be able to discover its existence. Without a single person in the cemetery of death, not a single sound could be heard. The deathly silence here was very suitable for a demonic arts practitioner like Han Shua. When Han Shua began to do this without any distracting thoughts, time had already lost all meaning to him. Gradually, Han Shua's consciousness became empty. He didn't have any other thoughts, and even forgot his own existence. Everything seemed to have come to a standstill, including his consciousness. There were two types of demonic arts practitioners entering the demonic path. The active type of demonic arts was like what happened a few days ago, causing the demonic arts practitioner to sink into a frenzied killing spree. At that time, the demonic arts practitioner's heart would only be filled with pure ruthlessness and bloodlust, possessing the madness to destroy everything. In this state, the demonic arts practitioner wouldn't know what they were doing, and they wouldn't feel any pain. Their strength would indeed be more frightening than usual. However, this active type of demonic arts practitioner was extremely dangerous. If they weren't careful, the demonic arts practitioner would forever fall into the demonic path, forever unable to find themselves and turning into the purest killing machine. Last time, before Han Shua entered that state, he had a brief moment of clarity. Due to the hatred buried deep in his heart, Han Shua had set his sights on sacred night blunt. In addition, Han Shua's previous demonic state was purely due to him being unable to control the energy absorbed by the demon's lair edge and the killing intent of his main body. When the energy that caused Han Shua to enter the demonic state was released by Han Shua's frenzied attacks, the energy that originally didn't belong to Han Shua's body disappeared forever. Only then did Han Shua gradually regain his consciousness. If Han Shua's previous demonic state wasn't caused by the energy outside his body, but by some kind of stimulation that caused him to enter the demonic state, causing the demonic infant in his main body to develop the desire to kill, then it wouldn't be so easy to recover from. Compared to the active type of demonic arts that was extremely harmful, the calm type of demonic arts practitioner was very willing to enter the state. This kind of cultivation state of demonic arts that allowed the demonic practitioner to have no distracting thoughts would have an extremely miraculous effect on the demonic practitioner's cultivation. However, this type of demonic arts practitioner was extremely difficult to enter. Some demonic arts practitioners might not be able to enter the state in their entire lives, but there were also those with extraordinary talent who could enter this state multiple times when they had the right opportunity. These kinds of people could generally become ambitious and ruthless people of the demonic Tao. They were people with extremely high talent, perseverance, and great wisdom. To Han Shua, this wasn't the first time he had entered the demonic state. In a situation where he didn't even know why, he once again entered this miraculous state. It was as if the entire world, including Han Shua himself, had been expelled from his mind. His consciousness was completely empty, floating in the air. To Han Shua, time no longer had any concept at all. Sitting cross-legged in the cemetery of death, Han Shua was in a state of selflessness. Little snake-like black electric currents streaked across the surface of his body, and a terrifying aura spread out from Han Shua's body. Thick, blood-red mist seeped out from his pores, lingering around Han Shua before being inhaled into his body through his nostrils, forming a cycle. After an unknown amount of time, Han Shua was startled awake by a series of crackling sounds. When he came to his senses, he suddenly felt as if the demonic infant in his body had turned into a whirlpool, continuously spinning at high speed, releasing strands of energy into his limbs, bones, and organs. The energy filled every corner of Han Shuo's body, once again tempering Han Shuo's inhumanly strong body. Strands of energy surged within Han Shuo's body, and a familiar tearing pain appeared once again, as if thousands of sharp knives were stabbing into his body. In the process of continuously improving his demonic arts, his body would be repeatedly tempered due to the explosive increase in demonic yuan. This would allow his body to adapt to the violent circulation of the demonic yuan, allowing his body to reach a state that was in line with his realm. With previous experiences, this time Han Shuo could already adapt to the pain of the strengthening of his body. When the energy released by the demonic infant seeped into his limbs and bones, Han Shuo could even sense that his bones were the first to feel it. His bones, which had been forged with black, resolute crystal, seemed to have suddenly undergone some kind of mutation under the tempering of the demonic infant's energy. His bones, which were originally as tough as iron and stone, seemed to have been stimulated by strands of energy from the demonic infant. With a thought, Han Shuo suddenly flung his left hand out. Amazingly, the left hand that Han Shuo had flung out actually lengthened by about 10 centimeters according to Han Shuo's will. Han Shuo was immediately stunned. Soon after, his right hand, and left foot were all punched and kicked into the air. With a thought, Han Shuo discovered that the bones in his hands and feet could actually lengthen according to his will. His bones, which were as hard as iron and stone, had an additional layer of miraculous flexibility. What especially surprised Han Shuo was that he could actually control the lengthening and restoring of his bones. In other words, when Han Shuo threw out a punch, he could suddenly lengthen his arms and feet a little if he wanted to. If this was in close combat, such a miraculous ability to lengthen his arms and feet would definitely produce frightening results that would catch his opponent off guard. In addition, Han Shuo could also vaguely sense that the extension of his arms by 10 centimeters was not his limit. It seemed that with practice and the increase of his strength, he could improve further. Just thinking about what this meant made Han Shuo indescribably shocked. Such a miraculous ability was simply not achievable by humans. In Chu Kanglin's memories, there didn't seem to be any introduction to this miraculous ability. It was true that demonic arts practitioners could be very tyrannical. When they reached the ultimate realm, they could even regrow their arms if they were chopped off. However, there didn't seem to be any ability to have limbs that were flexible to the point of being able to lengthen and contract. Han Shuo thought carefully for a moment. He understood that it might be due to the mutation that had occurred with the black, resolute crystal from the little skull and the demonic arts tempering his body. He thought to himself that it seemed that all demonic arts were created by humans. This wasn't something that was unchangeable and couldn't be cultivated and evolved. Apart from the change in the flexibility of his bones, Han Shuo's internal organs and flesh had been strengthened once again, especially the tendons and arteries within Han Shuo's body. Under this round of tempering, they had once again received an astonishing expansion. The speed at which Han Shuo's demonic yuan circulated was even faster than before. After inspecting his body with his consciousness, Han Shuo discovered that although his physical body had been strengthened, he still seemed to be one step away from the carnal realm. However, Han Shuo could feel that this step was very close to him. As long as he could comprehend it, Han Shuo would immediately be able to enter the carnal realm. However, such was the training of demonic arts. The comprehension of that realm was the most mysterious. If one could comprehend it, one could comprehend it. If one couldn't force it. The strength of Han Shuo's body was already sufficient, and the demonic yuan was also sufficient for Han Shuo to break through to the next realm. As long as Han Shuo could comprehend the next realm of carnal realm, the demonic infant would immediately undergo a mutation, and his consciousness would take another step forward to the carnal realm. Exhaling lightly, Han Shuo smiled wryly and sat down cross-legged again. He carefully went through the memories left behind by Chu Kanglin in his mind. Unfortunately, although Chu Kanglin's memories were very complicated, there was no definite information regarding the comprehension of this realm. Han Shuo understood that it seemed that he still had to rely on his own comprehension. Now that everything was in place, all that was left was to rely on his own understanding of demonic arts. "Father, I've completely recovered." Just as Han Shuo was pondering inwardly, he suddenly sensed the Earth Elite Zombie's message. Han Shuo started and immediately reacted. Turning his head to look, he discovered that the silly Earth Elite Zombie had left the place of extreme Earth at some point and was looking at Han Shuo from not too far away. The originally sunken part of the Earth Elite Zombie's chest had returned to normal. It looked like the Earth Elite Zombie had truly completely recovered. "Very good, you finally recovered. The next time we meet, we'll kill that fellow, I promise." Han Shuo looked at the Earth Elite Zombie and said solemnly, "I know. Father has become much stronger." The Earth Elite Zombie replied, "All right, I'll send you back first. I'll be researching a way to freely enter and exit your world. After you return, I think it won't be long before I can meet you in your world." Han Shuo smiled as he looked at the Earth Elite Zombie. "All right, I also miss my other brothers. Father, come to our world as soon as possible. There are also many interesting things in our world." The Earth Elite Zombie replied, I understand." Han Shuo replied and sent the Earth Elite Zombie back to the Netherworld. After sending the Earth Elite Zombie away, Han Shuo didn't continue thinking about the carnal realm. Instead, he started researching how to use the skeletal staff to freely enter and exit the Netherworld with his soul. A serene luster gem and a black, resolute crystal had great effects on Han Shuo's mental strength and physical body, respectively. This kind of good stuff that only existed in the Netherworld aroused Han Shuo's interest. It made Han Shuo understand that the Netherworld filled with undead creatures also had some peculiar treasures. The most important thing was that Little Skull and the others were all in the Netherworld. Now that Little Skull had even given himself the name Han Hao. This meant that Little Skull's intelligence was getting higher and higher. Apart from his skeletal form, he was already like any other highly intelligent life form, possessing an independent consciousness and could clearly think and orient himself. Han Shuo was very concerned and curious about Little Skull and the others. Only when souls could freely travel to the Netherworld could Han Shuo understand them better and even help Little Skull and the others evolve faster. Chapter 433. The practice of necromancy magic was also a rather exhausting activity. However, with regards to this necromancy magic that allowed one soul to freely traverse the Netherworld, Han Shuo did not spend too much time mastering it. Perhaps it was because Han Shuo already had 2 experiences of traversing the Netherworld with his soul. In addition to the detailed description of how to traverse the Netherworld with the skeletal staff, it only took Han Shuo less than half a month's time to grasp the art of traversing the Netherworld. In this half a month, Little Skull, the Earth Elite Zombie, and the others frequently sensed Han Shuo's presence in the Netherworld. However, Han Shuo was unable to grasp the exact direction when he entered the Netherworld, and was often extremely far away from Little Skull and the others. Every time Han Shuo entered the Netherworld, he could immediately sense the messages that Little Skull and the others transmitted to him. In the Netherworld, Little Skull and the others' presences were even stronger and clearer. Han Shuo could sense their urgent desire to meet up. However, Han Shuo, who had been studying this necromancy magic, was not in a hurry to rush to the area where Little Skull and the others were. It was only after a long while that Han Shuo truly grasped the method of traversing the Netherworld with his soul. With the assistance of necromancy magic incantations and the skeletal staff, Han Shuo's consciousness could descend into the Netherworld. In the lifeless Netherworld, he could then rapidly return to the profound continent based on the connection he had with his main body. After mastering this necromancy magic, Han Shuo spent a few more days using his connection with Little Skull and the others to deeply research the method of accurately arriving at their side. On Little Skull and the others, not only was there Han Shua's blood essence, there was also a primer left behind using the Seal of Darkness. Every time Han Shua's soul entered the netherworld, he could clearly sense the presence of Little Skull and the others. After Han Shua repeatedly used that connection to adjust the skeletal staff and magic incantations, he finally successfully arrived at Little Skull's side when his soul traversed the netherworld a few days later. "Father!" Little Skull immediately called out when Han Shua landed beside him. On top of a barren mountain, Little Skull, Fire, and Water elite zombies were all there. Behind Little Skull was a densely packed horde of undead creatures. These creatures included the 3 evil knights, the Bone Devil and the Mummy Lord. There were even more hate warriors, zombie warriors, and skeletal warriors all over the barren mountain. Under the dusky gray sky, hundreds and thousands of gargoyles flew everywhere. It seemed that they were also the undead army that had pledged allegiance to Little Skull. Looking ahead, below the barren mountain was a vast black ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. Within this deathly still black ocean, numerous limbs and bones of undead creatures floated. It was like a graveyard for undead creatures, filled with an incomparably dense aura of death. Several enormous auras were hidden in the vast black ocean, as if spying on everything in the dark. Han Shua could sense how frightening those auras were. Looking at Little Skull and the others who were ready to depart, Han Shua suddenly understood. It seemed that Little Skeleton didn't come with good intentions by bringing an army of undead creatures here. "Father, can you accurately come to our side?" Little Skull couldn't help but ask again when he saw that Han Shua had landed beside him and was only looking around without saying a word. "Kacha kacha!" After a series of cracking sounds, under the control of Han Shua's consciousness, a few bones were forcibly extracted from the skeletal warriors' bodies. Han Shua then manipulated the dense aura of death to rapidly strengthen the toughness of these bones. After a short while, he had forged a body of white bones for himself. "When I return, I will return all the bones I extracted from their bodies to them," Han Shua said to Little Skull. "It is their honor to have their bones used by Father. These low-level skeletal warriors only obey instinctively. They don't have any intelligence, and their bones aren't tough enough. If Father wants a good body, I can help you find some better bones," Little Skull said to Han Shua. "There's no need for that. Once I understand the mysteries of the teleportation formation in the Cemetery of Death, my main body can directly descend into this world. When that time comes, my main body will be in the netherworld, and no bones will be more suitable for me than my original body," Han Shua explained to Little Skull. "That's right. Father's body is very strong. Even the bones of the bone dragons in this world aren't as tough as Father's body." Little Skull nodded in agreement. "Roar!" As Han Shua and Little Skull were talking, a terrifying howl suddenly came from the endless black ocean in front of them. It was as if a terrifying undead creature was issuing a challenge to Little Skull. Little Skull's purple demon eye suddenly shot out a dazzling purple light. The purple light seemed to be tangible as it pierced through space and actually shot towards the direction of the howl, carrying with it an extremely cold and merciless intent. "Pa!" A series of explosions suddenly came from the direction where the howl came from. The deathly, still black ocean suddenly seemed to boil as a few dark pillars abruptly rose and soared into the sky. A terrifying creature with a body as large as an octopus emerged from the black ocean. Its tentacles were covered with sharp bone spurs. It roared angrily towards the sky. "Lowly existence, you actually dare to challenge my dignity. Do you think you can defeat me today?" Following the appearance of the octopus-like creature, grotesquely shaped creatures slowly emerged from the black ocean. From the appearance of these undead creatures, they were very similar to common undead creatures. However, Perhaps because they had been in this black ocean for a long time, they weren't quite the same as common undead creatures. Among the creatures that emerged were skeleton warriors, zombie warriors, hate warriors, and even evil knights and other powerful high-level undead creatures. However, these creatures all had fins growing on their bodies, appearing very strange and awkward. There were also some undead creatures that were completely different from the undead creatures that Han Shuo had encountered for a long time. They were basically some kind of fish that had evolved from the profound continent, possessing an ugly appearance. Timoja, this vast area of the eastern Dead Sea, will also become my territory. If you submit to me, I will spare your life. Little Skull once again released his disdainful aura. He sat upright on the bone devil that could fly, and arrogantly said to the bizarre undead creature called Timoja in the distance, "Ha! Shamelessly boastful skeleton. You've already been defeated by my hands time and time again. Do you think you're qualified to make me submit to you?" Timoja wasn't afraid of the little skeleton at all, and even mocked with a smile. "It seems that you are courting death." Little Skull shouted loudly, and urged the bone devil beneath him to fly towards that area. The water elite zombie, who was originally standing there, took the lead and rushed towards the Black Sea. Before the water elite zombie got close to the Black Sea, the water elite zombie began to display his innate ability. Under the manipulation of his energy, the Black Sea suddenly split in front of him, miraculously forming a tunnel that led straight to the bottom of the sea. At this moment, the undead army brought by Little Skull and the fire elite zombie moved towards the exposed seabed. The water elite zombie, who was in the middle, naturally formed a bizarre energy around him. The surging Black Sea constantly churned, crushing many creatures in the Black Sea into pieces. When the huge undead army on the bald mountain arrived beside him, the water elite zombie took the lead and went straight into the depths of the Black Sea. The surging Black Sea water was restrained by the power of the water elite zombie and automatically split apart, forming a tunnel that allowed them to pass through. "Timoja, did you see that? My brother can manipulate the water of the Dead Sea. This area is no longer under your control. As long as you submit to me, you can still continue to dominate this Dead Sea. Otherwise, if you make me waste more effort, I will make you pay later." Little Skull rode on the bone devil and stood tall on the head of the water elite zombie. He looked at the undead creature of the Dead Sea, Timoja, who was constantly bobbing up and down in the distance, and persuaded it to surrender. When Little Skull flew out, Han Shuo also stayed on the bone devil that Little Skull was riding. Looking at the Little Skull who was standing tall in the sky and persuading the Dead Sea creature to surrender, he suddenly understood that Little Skull had indeed evolved to become more and more human-like. In the past, Little Skull would never talk so much. He would only use pure strength to conquer, and would never use his tongue to make the enemy yield. This kind of method of using words to make the enemy yield would only appear in the hands of high-level creatures that possessed intelligence. However, this undead creature of the Dead Sea called Timoja was obviously a powerful existence that was unwilling to submit to others. He simply ignored the Little Skull's persuasion. Obviously, he did not believe that Little Skull had the ability to defeat him. When Little Skull realized that Timoja did not know how to appreciate his kindness, his purple demon eye flashed with a violent light. That 3-meter-long bone spur suddenly moved. The dense death aura in the air above the Dead Sea began to crazily rush into the bone spur in Little Skull's hand. An incomparably enormous death aura spread out with Little Skull as the center. "Lowly Timoja, you will pay for your stupidity." Little Skull's thoughts spread throughout the entire area, driving the bone devil straight towards the undead creature in the Dead Sea. Chapter 434. In terms of size, the Little Skull and the bone devil that could fly were not as big as this creature from the Dead Sea called Timoja. However, when the Little Skull charged towards Timoja, his indomitable momentum was very frightening, which made Han Shuo very surprised. When the Little Skull brought Han Shuo and rode the bone devil towards Timoja, the undead army, led by the water elite zombie and the Fire Elite Zombie were already fighting against Timoja's mutated undead creatures in the Dead Sea. The Water Elite Zombie, who could manipulate the power of the Dead Sea, was like adding wings to a tiger in this place. The surging water of the Dead Sea not only prevented the seawater from approaching the undead army that came along with him, but also caused considerable damage to Timoja's underlings. The Fire Elite Zombie, who held the Fire Lotus in his hand, followed closely behind the Water Elite Zombie. From the Fire Lotus in his hand, blazing flames leaped out. In this netherworld that was damp and gloomy all year round, the Fire Elite Zombies' surging flames appeared to be very unusual. Their destructive power against the undead creatures was also very frightening, especially these undead creatures that had been staying in the Dead Sea for a long time. They had long been accustomed to the gloomy coldness of the Dead Sea. When the surging flames approached them, they felt their bodies go limp. When the scorching flames of the Fire Lotus entered their bodies, these undead creatures were like ice cubes that had been defrosted, quickly melting and evaporating. This time, the reason why the little skull brought the Water Elite Zombie and the Fire Elite Zombie along was because the Water Elite Zombie and the Fire Elite Zombie were the biggest threats to the undead creatures in the Dead Sea. The Water Elite Zombie, who could manipulate the yuan energy of water, and the Fire Elite Zombie, who had astonishing heat energy, had an innate advantage over these creatures of the Dead Sea. In just a short while, under the joint efforts of the Water Elite Zombie and the Fire Elite Zombie, these undead creatures in the Dead Sea were gradually defeated, suffering heavy losses. On the side of the little skull, with the two generals of the Water Elite Zombie and the Fire Elite Zombie, Little Skull did not need to worry about the battle below at all. Instead, he put all his energy on the leader of the undead creatures in the Dead Sea, Timoja. In the hands of Little Skull, the 3-meter-long bone spear, which was condensed with a huge amount of death chi, shot towards Timoja in the blink of an eye like a silver lightning. The undead creature seemed to be aware of the fearsomeness of the bone spurs in Little Skull's hands. Seeing that the bone spurs were about to reach its body, the upper half of its body that was originally floating above the surface of the water suddenly disappeared into the depths of the Dead Sea. The bone spear that was thrown out by the Little Skull flashed with lightning in the area where Timoja was and directly shot deep into the water. Suddenly, a water column rose up into the sky, and a series of explosions sounded from the bottom of the black seawater. Roar! From the depths of the Dead Sea came Timoja's angry roar. Listening to that incomparably angry voice, Han Shua knew that this Timoja should have been injured by Little Skull's bone spur. Otherwise, he wouldn't have roared with such resentment. This undead creature doesn't belong to our world. His soul from another world was destroyed using a special method, and that's why he appeared in our netherworld. In our world, his soul absorbed a huge amount of death chi and formed his current body in this Dead Sea. I've known about this guy's existence for a long time. Previously, I've come here to deal with him 3 times, but because my strength was too weak, I wasn't able to take advantage of him all 3 times. Only now did I have the confidence to kill him. That's because his progress isn't as fast as mine. Little Skull turned a deaf ear to Timoja's roar in the depths of the Dead Sea and slowly explained to Han Shua. He's not naturally produced in this world. Han Shua was stunned for a moment and then asked curiously, and he's the same as Father. Some existences with powerful souls from other planes, due to some special reasons, can come to our world. However, it's very rare to find someone like Father who can freely travel between 2 worlds. Once this guy's soul came to our world, he can't go back anymore, so he stayed in the Dead Sea to live. However, his soul should have been very powerful in the past. After coming to this world and fusing with the power here, it formed a new body. Not only did he undergo a mutation, even the undead creatures that originally stayed at the periphery of the Dead Sea were tempted by his power and turned into some strange undead creatures and lived together with him in the Dead Sea. Little Skull continued to explain to Han Shua. Experts from other planes, due to some special reasons, had their souls descend into this world, and absorb the power of the netherworld to forge their bodies, forming a new existence similar to the undead creatures. Han Shua's mind spun for a moment, and he immediately came to a realization. From Little Skull's explanation just now, Han Shua understood that the undead creatures in the netherworld, other than those that were naturally born from the aura of death in this world, there were also some outsiders who mutated and became them. Thinking about it, if Han Shua wasn't able to freely enter and exit the netherworld, with the strength of Han Shua's soul, he could also become a terrifying undead creature in this world. Crash, the undead creature from the Dead Sea called Timoja, while Han Shua was pondering, suddenly revealed its huge body from the Dead Sea. Its body was indeed like the octopus that Han Shua knew. It had an oval body surrounded by tentacles. Only, compared to an octopus, this creature called Timoja was even more terrifying and malevolent. One after another, the sharp bone spurs that were unique to the netherworld almost filled its entire body. On top of its oval body, it was covered with a layer of pitch-black armor, sparkling with a dark light. It seemed to be very hard. In the middle of its oval body, there were a few pupils the size of a fist. Below the pupils was a huge, ghastly white mouth similar to that of a shark. The sharp teeth inside seemed to be able to bite through all hard objects. Damn it! Today I will definitely destroy you completely. Timoja roared. Its huge body covered the sky, and its tentacles fluttered. Unexpectedly, it floated up little by little from the depths of the Dead Sea and rushed straight towards Little Skull. Idiot! Once you leave the Dead Sea, only death awaits you. Little Skull shouted in a low voice, but this sentence was only heard by Han Shua. A flash of white lightning suddenly flew out from the depths of the sea and instantly fell into Little Skull's hand. It was the 3-meter-long bone spur that Little Skull often used. Then, without waiting for Timoja to speak any more nonsense, Little Skull and Bone Devil rushed towards Timoja together. Under Han Shua's attention, the 7 wing-like bone spurs on Little Skull's back suddenly flew all over the sky. When these 7 bone spurs appeared, Timoja's pupils quickly flickered. As if it knew how terrifying those 7 bone spurs were, it seemed to want to retreat to the depths of the Dead Sea. Now that you've come out, don't even think about going back. Little Skull's thoughts spread throughout the entire area. Those 7 bone spurs whistled and pierced towards Timoja. Timoja roared angrily. Its barbed tentacles swung randomly all over the sky, trying to block the 7 bone spurs that suddenly flew out from Little Skull's back. However, Little Skull had long been able to use the art of magic control to control the 7 bone spurs, and now he was even more adept at controlling these 7 bone spurs. Timoja's tentacles that covered the sky continuously flew to block Little Skull's attack, and simply couldn't hit the 7 bone spurs that were flying straight towards him. Bright black sparks lit up from Timoja's oval body. They were all caused by the 7 bone spurs piercing into Timoja's armor-like body. Little Skull, who was riding on Bone Devil, brought Bone Devil to the bottom of Timoja's huge body. Bone Devil and Little Skull worked together to attack Timoja's abdomen, which was above their heads. In this way, if Timoja wanted to re-enter the Dead Sea, he would need to eliminate the threat of Little Skull and Bone Devil under his abdomen. Otherwise, he would really be attacked from both front and back. Despicable and insidious guy, how could there be such an existence like you in the undead world? Timoja roared furiously. Its tentacles that covered the sky extended towards Little Skull and Bone Devil. It wanted to strangle or stab Little Skull and Bone Devil to death first. After chanting a series of incantations, bone spears suddenly appeared out of thin air. They flew from Little Skull's side to the sky and collided with the tentacles that were extending towards him. At the same time, Han Shua concentrated his mental power and released a soul tremor magic. Timoja, that was roaring crazily, seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. It let out a muffled groan, and its huge body shook violently. "Thank you, Father," Little Skull said. He patted the bone devil under him, and his body shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he actually arrived on top of Timoja's oval-shaped body that was covered in armor. Taking advantage of the fact that Timoja was captivated by Han Shuo's soul tremor magic, Little Skull grabbed a bone spur and fiercely pierced it into Timoja's pupil. When Timoja opened its mouth to roar loudly again, Little Skull's body flashed, and like electricity, he shot into Timoja's abdomen and disappeared. The bone devil that was patted by Little Skull carried Han Shuo all the way down. However, Han Shuo could clearly see that Little Skull had rushed into Timoja's body. His heart was filled with astonishment, and he did not know why Little Skull would enter Timoja's body. Just when Han Shuo was astonished, something even more peculiar suddenly happened. Timoja, whose body had been drilled into by Little Skull, suddenly shook violently. On top of Timoja's oval-shaped body, the bone spurs that Little Skull had left on the outside ruthlessly pierced into Timoja's body and pulled out strands of jet-black, ink-like liquid. "Damn it, come out, come out!" While Timoja was struggling fiercely, it was still roaring endlessly towards the sky. However, Han Shuo could clearly sense that Timoja's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Even its huge body was slowly shrinking, as if it had shrunk. On the contrary, Han Shuo could sense that the aura of Little Skull inside Timoja's body was getting stronger and stronger, as if all of Timoja's power had been absorbed by it. This process lasted for a very short period of time. Just when Han Shuo was in a daze, he saw Timoja's body, which had shrunk after a single strike, suddenly inflated like a balloon. The few bone spurs that were inserted on Timoja's body shone with a purple demonic light in front of Han Shuo. Strands of bizarre energy were extracted from Timoja's body by the bone spurs. Pooh! Timoja's rapidly expanding body suddenly exploded when it reached its limit. Those thorny tentacles that were fluttering all over the sky flew apart in the midst of the body's explosion. The Little Skull inside Timoja's body seemed to have been dyed with a layer of ink, and the pure white bones had turned into black crystals. "I surrender. I am willing to surrender to you." Timoja, whose body was blown to pieces, finally gave up resistance. From that split oval body came the thought of surrendering. "Your body has already been shattered. You, in this state, are no longer of much value to me." The Little Skull responded to Timoja's surrender and inserted all 7 bone spurs into Timoja's body. Like blood vessels, the enormous soul power inside Timoja's body was sucked clean through the connection of the 7 bone spurs. Timoja's huge body, at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly melted away. In just a short while, Timoja, whose entire body's power was sucked dry by the Little Skull, did not leave a trace of his soul in this netherworld, and completely disappeared from the world. After the Little Skull destroyed Timoja, the 7 bone spurs returned to his back. It was unknown whether it was because the 7 bone spurs had acted as a transmission link, but when the 7 bone spurs returned to his back, the 7 bone spurs actually grew a flesh membrane as thin as a cicada's wing. If not for Han Shuo's special attention, he would have really discovered it. It was precisely because of the existence of that thin layer of flesh membrane that the 7 bone spurs of the Little Skull inserted into his back were more like his wings. When the Little Skull who had killed Timoja fell from a high altitude towards the Dead Sea with his pitch-black body, the 7 bone spurs on his back swayed for a moment. He immediately maintained his balance and steadily fell into the water of the Dead Sea. After flapping around in the depths of the Dead Sea for a while, when the Little Skull suddenly flew out from the water, the pitch-black body on his body had completely faded away, and his bones had once again regained their jade-white color, brimming with a dazzling luster. That disdainful aura that looked down on the whole world became more and more intense. Even from far away, Han Shuo could sense that the Little Skull's power was above all the other undead creatures in the entire region. Han Shuo knew, in this eastern region of the Dead Sea, there was no undead creature that was more powerful than the Little Skull. From today to the day after tomorrow it might be like this. However, Little Skull will not stop updating. From today onwards, remember the chapters that you have missed out on. When you return home 3 days later, you will make up for the chapters that you have missed out on for the past few days. Brothers, please forgive me. Little Skull is ashamed and apologizes. Please forgive me. Chapter 435. Father, come with me. Little Skull, who had flown out of the Dead Sea, transmitted a message to Han Shuo. Before Han Shuo could react, the bone devil that was carrying Han Shuo on its back moved upon hearing the message. It carried Han Shuo and flew in a circle, directly descending in the direction of the Little Skull. Whoosh! The Little Skull landed on the bone devil's body. After being possessed by the Little Skull, the bone devil rushed straight towards the depths of the Dead Sea. In the blink of an eye, it fell into the Dead Sea and flew all the way down. The skeleton body that Han Shuo had condensed from the aura of death was very tough, while the bodies of the Little Skull and the bone devil were better than Han Shuo's. They were not afraid of the corrosion of the Dead Sea seawater. As they fell into the depths of the Dead Sea, their speed was only slightly slower due to the buoyancy. At a glance, the depths of the Dead Sea were all dark and gloomy. In this area, vision could not play any role. Han Shuo and the Little Skull relied on their senses to move forward. However, Han Shuo's divine sense was extremely powerful. Even in this netherworld, which was a different plane, Han Shuo's divine sense could still clearly reflect the surrounding landscape. In the depths of the Dead Sea, there were no undead creatures. The Dead Sea that was filled with deathly stillness also did not have any strange plants. Other than the pitch-black seawater, there was nothing special that caught Han Shuo's attention. Where are we going? Han Shuo asked the Little Skull. In the depths of the Dead Sea, there is a strange plant. The reason why I must conquer the Eastern Dead Sea, other than to deal with Timoja, is also to obtain that plant, Little Skull replied. When he said this, Han Shuo's curiosity was immediately piqued. Han Shuo no longer thought of the netherworld as a desolate, silent, and empty world. Ever since he had swallowed the serene luster crystal and the black resolute crystal to bring benefits to his body, Han Shuo knew that the netherworld was similarly filled with miracles. In this Dead Sea where the water was surging, Han Shuo had not sensed the appearance of any plant. The reason why the Little Skull was staring at Timoja was actually because he wanted to obtain the special plant in the Dead Sea. This showed that the plant in the Dead Sea must be very rare and precious. Otherwise, the Little Skull would definitely not be willing to pay such a huge price. What kind of plant is so magical? Han Shuo immediately asked. Pa. Suddenly, a strange sound came from afar. Han Shuo's consciousness clearly sensed that there were many undead creatures surging over. Although the aura of these undead creatures was much weaker than Timoja, it was higher than those low-level Dead Sea creatures that both sides had previously fought. The Little Skull did not immediately respond to Han Shuo's question. He had obviously also discovered those undead creatures that were rushing over quickly. The originally dim, purple demon eye of the Little Skull suddenly burst out a brilliant purple light. A strange power that carried an evil and bewitching power was suddenly released with the Little Skull as the center. Timoja has already been killed by me. You can either submit to me or disappear forever with Timoja. Choose for yourself. The Little Skull's huge faith spread out, as if it had merged with the tide and floated far away. By this time, Han Shuo had already discovered that those Dead Sea creatures that were approaching were all peculiar mutated creatures that were similar to the fishes on the profound continent. These creatures had some of the characteristics of the undead creatures, and they also had a body structure similar to fish scales. They looked very strange. Obviously, the huge message transmitted by the Little Skull had a great impact on these strange Dead Sea creatures. After the Little Skull's message was spread out, these undead creatures that were rushing over with great momentum immediately stopped rushing towards the Little Skull. Instead, they suddenly started to communicate with each other. You have no choice. If you leave Timoja, you will no longer be a threat to me. Immediately submit to me and swear allegiance to me. Otherwise, you will disappear forever." The little skull continued to exert pressure on them. "We are willing to submit." The little skull did not have to wait for long. Those dead sea creatures very quickly submitted to the little skull's might. One by one, they swore allegiance to the little skull. As long as the little skull's soul imprint existed, they would never betray him. This was a very common phenomenon in the netherworld. Once the leader was eliminated, the victor would often be able to accept the power of the other party. It was a matter of course for low-level undead creatures to submit to high-level undead creatures. There was no such thing as loyalty and betrayal in the netherworld. "Very well. Bring me to the tree of souls that you are guarding." The little skull transmitted, "Master, please follow us." Those dead sea creatures turned around respectfully and brought the little skull and Han Shuo to an even deeper part of the sea. "Father, in this eastern part of the Dead Sea, there is a strange tree of souls. The tree of souls bears a kind of fruit called soul orb. Swallowing it can give us wisdom. For little earth, little gold, and the others, it can help them evolve faster. However, wisdom will only appear in high-level creatures. Only high-level creatures can digest the experience of increasing wisdom after swallowing the soul orb. For creatures like the abomination zombie warriors, even if they swallow the soul orb, it will not have any effect." The little skull explained to Han Shuo. "A plant that can increase wisdom? What is going on?" Han Shuo was shocked and immediately asked. It seemed that the little skull could not explain it too clearly. After listening to Han Shuo's answer, the little skull's purple demon eye flickered for a while before he replied, "I'm not too sure either, because I've never seen a soul orb before. I've only heard some things about it. As for the specifics, we can only find out when we go there and take a look." Han Shuo was very curious. After hearing the little skull's words, he did not continue to ask. Instead, he used his divine sense to spy on the situation around him while silently guessing how the soul orb could increase the wisdom of the undead creatures. After a while, the group of undead creatures brought the little skull and Han Shuo to an area that was as dark as ink. All kinds of chaotic soul energy suddenly shot out in all directions, tangling with Han Shuo's divine sense. Han Shuo was shocked. This was the first time his divine sense had encountered this kind of power. The binding force on his divine sense made Han Shuo feel extremely uncomfortable. However, Han Shuo had cultivated demonic arts for many years and had some experience in using his divine sense. All of a sudden, his divine sense was cut off from the surrounding like a sharp sword. The power that poured into Han Shuo's mind was immediately eliminated or cut off. Not a single bit of soul energy could affect Han Shuo. Han Shuo turned his head to look and found that the little skull was also in a daze like the Bone Devil. It seemed to be stunned by the influence on the soul. Relying on the connection between Han Shuo and the little skull, a wave of divine sense suddenly rushed towards the little skull. The slightly dazed little skull immediately reacted after the thought of Han Shuo's divine sense entered. The purple demon eyes shone brightly, and the dazed mood was swept away. Relying on the connection between him and the Bone Devil, the little skull once again rushed his power into the Bone Devil. The Bone Devil was also awakened by the little skull's call. Its huge body swayed slightly, and the Bone Devil's divine sense immediately transmitted out. "Master, these newcomers didn't warn you about the situation here. They seem to be up to no good." The Bone Devil roared to express its anger. It flew towards a dead sea creature not far from its body. Before the dead sea creature could react, it chewed the dead sea creature into pieces. "Master, please forgive us. We thought that you who could kill Timoja would be able to easily avoid the power around the Tree of Soul orb. We are sorry that we didn't warn you in advance." Those dead sea creatures were extremely terrified. They hurriedly sent a message to the little skull. "Forget it, forgive them. I think you just want to test my strength. I'll let it go this time. But if there's a next time, none of you will continue to exist in the netherworld." The little skull said. The bone devil stopped chasing after them under the command of the little skull. Those dead sea creatures just kept begging for mercy. At this time, the ink-like black seawater suddenly seemed to have disappeared. A strange tree with brown branches tangled together. Its rhizome was buried deep in the center of a rocky area. More than a dozen fist-sized, oval-shaped gray fruits were hanging on the branches of this strange tree. The seawater around the tree was a blurry grayish-brown color. Segments of soul power that looked like memories filled all directions of the tree in an incomparably chaotic manner. They were like strands of streamers that flowed into the center of the tree, as if they were nutrients that the tree needed. Around the tree of soul orb, there are some floating memory powers that the Dead Sea has absorbed. The tree of soul orb condenses those segments of emotions and memories into the body of the tree, forming soul orbs. These soul orbs can be consumed directly, allowing some slow-witted high-level undead creatures to possess higher intelligence. The undead creatures of the Dead Sea explained to the little skull, "Father, these are the soul orbs. Legend has it that they can increase one's intelligence. You can try it." The little skull explained to Han Shoa. With great curiosity, Han Shoa walked towards the tree of soul orb. He plucked a soul orb and placed it into his consciousness. He used the power of his consciousness to break the hard shell of the soul orb. All of a sudden, all kinds of messy emotions, including some memories and realizations, suddenly surged into the depths of Han Shua's mind. The soul orb was filled with a large amount of realizations. It was unknown if these realizations came from the undead creatures. Many of them were things that Han Shua could not explain. However, some of them were novel ideas that Han Shua had never heard of before. Just as Han Shua's mind was in a mess, a memory regarding the control and indulgence of desire suddenly leaped into Han Shua's mind. Han Shua, who was troubled by the difficulty of breaking through the carnal realm, fell into a state of stupor as if he had an epiphany. Chapter 436. In the depths of the Dead Sea of the Netherworld, Han Shua suddenly fell silent. His body did not budge an inch, as though he had sunk into the deepest slumber. There was not the slightest sign of life. Little Skull looked at Han Shua, who was standing blankly on the bone devil's body. For a moment, he was at a loss as to what to do. However, he could sense the powerful aura from Han Shua's consciousness. This aura made him understand that Han Shua was not truly dead. "Master, what's going on?" the bone devil transmitted to Little Skull. This bone devil, forged by Little Skull using tough bones, had been following Little Skull for a long time. Little Skull's strength made him instinctively fearful. He knew that Little Skull might not be the most terrifying existence in the Netherworld, but he understood that Little Skull's continuous increase in strength would certainly make him stronger and stronger, surpassing experts one after another. And yet, such a master actually had an incomparably mysterious father. The Bone Devil was very curious about Han Shua, who came from another plane of existence. He couldn't understand how an existence as powerful as Little Skull could have a father like Han Shua. "That's not something you should ask," Little Skull replied. He walked a few circles around Han Shua on the Bone Devil's body, sizing up the motionless Han Shua as though trying to figure out what Han Shua was doing. After a while, Little Skull patted the Bone Devil and instructed, "All right, keep an eye on him for now. Don't worry about anything else." "Yes, Master." In the Netherworld, where there was no concept of time, after an unknown amount of time, Han Shua's consciousness moved. His soul traversed through the space-time tunnel and directly descended into the cemetery of death on Profound Continent. He sat there motionlessly. Although his body was motionless, the consciousness and demonic yuan within his body were circulating frantically. The enormous energy contained within his body was continuously condensing around the demon infant. As the demonic yuan continued to condense, the demon infant became clearer and clearer. It was as if a magical brush was slowly sketching out a beautiful painting. Even the pores and fine hairs of the demon infant could be seen clearly. After an unknown period of time, the demonic yuan within Han Shua's body was condensed by the demonic infant and flowed through his body at lightning speed. Han Shua's demonic infant also became more and more visible. After the epiphany, Han Shua's body, divine sense, and demonic infant quietly changed. A breakthrough in realm meant a sharp increase in strength for Han Shua. It meant that Han Shua could possess more divine abilities, and it meant that Han Shua could fulfill more wishes after a long, long time. Han Shua woke from his deep meditation. His pair of abstruse eyes sparkled with divine radiance. When he focused his attention on something, there seemed to be electric currents flowing in his eyes. It naturally brought about a palpitating pressure. Compared to the last time, Han Shua's body didn't change much. However, only Han Shua himself knew where the changes came from. Without the need to spy on the surroundings through the mystical demons, Han Shua's consciousness could detect any movement within a radius of several miles. With a single thought, the connection between Han Shua and Gilbert became 10 times clearer. Han Shua could also clearly feel the little skull's pleasant surprise due to the bloodline connection. In a trance, Han Shua discovered that his consciousness had a completely different feeling compared to before. This feeling was extremely novel, and Han Shua enjoyed it with joy. Han Shua joyfully felt the difference in his body. Now that he was in the carnal realm, all kinds of desires came one after another, as if urging him to quickly fulfill the desires in his heart, allowing those desires that had been buried in the depths of his heart for many years to be released. After another period of time, Han Shua adapted to the new state of his body. After successfully practicing a few demonic arts, he finally opened the boundary of the cemetery of death and let Dark Dragon Gilbert in. "Master, my great master, you haven't called me for 3 years." As soon as Dark Dragon Gilbert entered the cemetery of death, he immediately yelled loudly at Han Shua. "What, 3 years?" Han Shua was greatly shocked. He lightly cried out and immediately asked Dark Dragon Gilbert. "Correct. To be precise, it should be 3 years and 4 months. Since the last time you said you wanted to cultivate, it has been a whole 3 years and 4 months. During this period of time, you haven't contacted me even once. I can't even sense your existence. Honorable Master, just what kind of martial arts technique are you cultivating? Why is it as if you disappeared from this world? Even I can't sense your existence?" Gilbert asked Han Shua in astonishment. 3 years and 4 months. Han Shua was stunned by such a long period of time. He himself didn't think that a single closed-door cultivation would take so much time. Han Shua himself felt that only a few months had passed. He didn't think that time would pass so quickly without him realizing it. Training in the demonic state and gaining enlightenment in the carnal realm were only these 2 periods of time. Han Shua didn't feel the passage of time at all. What he could be sure of was that these 2 periods of cultivation were the periods that had taken up the most time. 3 years and 4 months seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Han Shua didn't feel anything special, but he knew what 3 years meant to ordinary people. "Gilbert, how have you been these 3 years?" Han Shua hastily asked the Dark Dragon. "Don't worry, we've been doing very well. The Valley of Sunshine is now under the control of our Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Loritan of the Cairo mercenary band has been killed by Trunks. A portion of the Cairo mercenary band has pledged their allegiance to us, and a portion of the Berserkers have left the Valley of Sunshine forever. The House of Menlo and the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band have also been defeated by us. Only the Orc tribe and some small tribes survive outside the Valley of Sunshine. However, the Catter chief of the Orc tribe has also expressed his trust in Trunks. Currently, the one in charge of order in the Valley of Sunshine is Trunks. On the outskirts of the Valley of Sunshine, Janet's bandit band is the largest force. With the existence of Janet's bandit band, the merchants of glorious Tanai will rely more on Trunks. Our business is also growing bigger and bigger. Currently, Trunks and Janet are secretly planning to deal with that Grand Duke of Kasi Empire, Dark Dragon Gilbert explained to Han Shoa. After hearing Gilbert's words, Han Shoa was first pleasantly surprised. Soon after, he thought for a moment and felt that Trunks' Soul Destroyer mercenary band had developed at an inconceivable speed. He couldn't help but frown and ask. Back then, just Loritin's Cairo mercenary band was already as powerful as the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Apart from that, there's also the House of Menlo and the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. How did Trunks take control of the Valley of Sunshine so quickly? Oh, there are many reasons. I only know that Miss Phoebe has invested a lot of gold coins into the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Brett Tell City has even sent people to assist Trunks at a critical moment. Apart from that dark Grand Magus from the Calamity Church has always been secretly helping us without our consent. There's also Emily, who has provided us with a lot of information. Because you defeated the Sacred Knight of the Church of Light, many extraordinary mercenaries have joined us. Whether it's the right time or the right place, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band has taken advantage. Trunks is also a person with brains and courage. That's why he was able to take control of the Valley of Sunshine in 3 years. Gilbert explained to Han Shoa. After listening to this explanation, Han Shoa suddenly discovered that Trunks had indeed taken advantage of all the favorable factors. In addition, Trunks had experienced death once and had become even more ruthless and calm. There was indeed a reasonable explanation for him being able to wipe out all the hostile forces in the Valley of Sunshine in 3 years. Not bad. Trunks has done a good job. Oh, right. How is the current situation in the Lancelot Empire? Han Shoa first praised Trunks, then immediately inquired about the current situation in the Lancelot Empire. Lawrence has become the new emperor of the Lancelot Empire. He is an extraordinary king. Under his leadership, the rebellion in the Lancelot Empire was quickly quelled. Before other countries could invade the Lancelot Empire, Lawrence had already stabilized internal affairs and strengthened the strength of the army. Oh, right, Lawrence has taken great care of Brett Tell City. Brett Tell City now has its own magical transportation array. A steady stream of resources is transported to Brett Tell City from various cities. Many residents are also happy to live in Brett Tell City. That war maniac called Dorcas has become the hottest general in the Empire. In these 3 years, Dorcas has been restless. He has taken advantage of the 7 grand duchies at war to burn, kill, and loot the 7 grand duchies, raking in a lot of wealth for Brett Tell City. He is a war maniac like Firenze and has never stopped invading the 7 grand duchies for a single day. However, this fellow has a very good grasp of the situation. The 7 grand duchies have yet to unite and attack Brett Tell City. With Gilbert's introduction, Han Shoa slowly gained a certain understanding of the current situation in Lancelot Empire. From Gilbert's words, Han Shoa learned that all the people and forces that were on good terms with him had been put in important positions due to Lawrence's control. Lawrence attached great importance to Han Shoa's existence. He did not mistreat Han Shoa's people just because he wasn't around. Instead, he used all means possible to rope them in. Chapter 437. 3 years was neither long nor short, but it was enough for a city to change a lot. The originally barren Brett Tell City had long since become a prosperous city in the eastern part of the Lancelot Empire. With Brett Tell City as the center, many workshops for weapons and protective gear emerged from the 5 surrounding mines. All kinds of civilian and military weapons were forged from the 5 mines. Not only were they sufficient for the soldiers and civilians of Brett Tell City, they were also sold to the 7 grand duchies and the major cities of the Lancelot Empire. Walking on the streets of Brett Tell City with Gilberto, looking at the endless stream of people and the dazzling array of shops on both sides of the street, Han Shoa found it hard to imagine that this was the same dilapidated city from before. This time, Han Shua and Gilberto returned to Bretel City. They didn't use the transportation matrix in the Cemetery of Death, but used the magical transportation matrix in Zajoski City to directly reach Bretel City. Han Shua wanted to test if the transportation matrix in Bretel City was as good as the one in Bretel City. Han Shua was very satisfied with the result. Master, that magical transportation matrix just now was personally set up by Space Sacred Magus, Lord Sabakas. It can lead to any city in the Lancelot Empire. However, we can directly use the transportation matrix in the Cemetery of Death to enter Bretel City. Why do you insist on taking the unnecessary step? Black Dragon Gilberto asked Han Shua. It's nothing. I just know the importance of a large-scale transportation matrix to Bretel City and want to personally experience it. I know that the rapid development of Bretel City is inseparable from the existence of this transportation matrix. Han Shua replied with a smile. Master, you are right. The contribution of this transportation matrix is really great. With the great support of His Highness the King and Miss Phoebe's merchant company, all kinds of talents have poured into Bretel City through it. The soldiers in the city are strong, and the defense is tight. The 7 Grand Duchies have invaded in batches, but were defeated by Bretel City every time. The safety of this place has been ensured, Black Dragon Gilberto slowly explained to Han Shua. After arriving at Bretel City, Han Shua released 12 mystical demons and had them fly around the entire city, giving him a panoramic view of the current Bretel City. He had a whole new understanding of Bretel City after 3 years. Magic crystal cannons were erected on the 4 city walls. All kinds of large-scale, destructive, defensive equipment could be seen everywhere. The moat surrounding the city gates had been dug deep enough to block the knight's charge. Some sharp fences were erected on the city walls. It wouldn't be easy for anyone to attack. A few pointy magic towers stood tall on top of the city wall, and the tips of the towers were always surrounded by thick magic elements. This kind of magic tower could be directly powered by the crystal core of a magical beast, or it could be controlled by a magician's mental strength, absorbing the ubiquitous magic elements on the continent to attack. Compared to the magic crystal cannons, the might and flexibility of these magical towers were a notch higher. Now that 2 magical towers have been erected on each of the 4 city gates, Han Shua could almost imagine the look on the invaders' faces when they saw the magical towers. Every soldier on top of the 4 city gates was equipped with shiny armors, weapons, and protective gear. Han Shua could tell from the luster of those weapons and armors that they were extraordinary. The fully armed soldiers had a steady aura. They were obviously iron-blooded warriors who had experienced great battles. The aura faintly emitted from their bodies indicated that many people had died in their hands. The few districts of Bretel City fell into Han Shua's eyes one by one as the mystical demons circled around. Han Shua, who was walking shoulder to shoulder with Gilberto all the way to the city lord's mansion, was very satisfied with Gilberto's current situation. Listening to Gilberto's description, Han Shua had an indifferent smile on his face all along. Finally, they arrived at the city lord's mansion. The magnificent city lord's mansion was brimming with a dignified and imposing aura compared to before. The city walls of the mansion were much wider and taller. With just a glance, Han Shua understood that the current city lord's mansion had been renovated. It seemed that a lot of gold coins must have been spent on it. Although the city lord's mansion had undergone great changes, the imperial guards guarding the mansion's gate still looked the same. 2 guards with an arrogant expression and extraordinary aura held their heads high as they vigilantly scanned the surroundings. When Han Shua walked towards the gate with a smile, one of the guards suddenly trembled. Soon after, he stared blankly at Han Shua. The guard stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly knelt on one knee and kowtowed towards Han Shua. He shouted in an extremely excited tone, "Lord Marquis, have you finished your training?" "My Lord Marquis, oh my God, Lord Marquis has returned to the city. The other guard also recognized Han Shuo. He couldn't help but turn his head to take a look when he heard the voice. When he discovered that it was indeed Han Shuo who had appeared, he immediately shrieked in ecstasy. Han Shuo nodded at the two guards with a smile and said, "Yes, Drucker, I have returned." The guard named Drucker was originally from the first batch of Bretel City soldiers. At that time he had a very low self-esteem and was as thin and weak as a bamboo pole. But now his body was strong and sturdy, and his entire body was brimming with a dignified and solemn aura. Compared to before, he was completely different in every aspect. "Lord Marquis, you actually still remember my name. Oh my God, I am too excited. My lord, you are truly a wise and mighty lord." When Drucker heard Han Shuo accurately call out his name, he was so excited that he became somewhat incoherent. All right, I am entering the mansion." Han Shuo waved his hand when he saw Drucker's voice getting louder and louder due to his excitement. He then walked into the mansion. "Lord Marquis has returned. Lord Marquis has returned." The other guard immediately shouted loudly when he saw Han Shuo striding into the mansion. As soon as the guard's voice fell, the entire city, Lord's mansion, suddenly became chaotic. All sorts of noises could be heard coming from the city, Lord's mansion. Outside the mansion, several horses suddenly galloped away in different directions. Inside the city, Lord's mansion, old steward Kalos hastily came out to welcome Han Shuo. He also seemed to be very excited. During the previous coup in Asen City, Han Shuo had informed old steward Kalos in advance. Therefore, Kalos managed to escape with a group of servants. After Asen City regained its peace, Kalos did not continue to stay in Asen City. He resolutely came to Bretel City and began to take care of things for Han Shuo in the city, Lord's mansion. After a short while, old steward Kalos arrived at the entrance. When he saw Han Shuo, he immediately kowtowed to Han Shuo and saluted. "Welcome, Lord Marquis, back to the mansion." All right. Let's talk inside," Han Shuo said with a smile. While walking inside, old steward Kalos continuously arranged the servants to prepare everything needed for a banquet. He also explained to Han Shuo in passing, "My lord, during the 3 years you've been cultivating, Lord Jack has become a viscount, Lord Dorcas has become a count, and the others have also obtained noble titles. The few lords who were originally temporarily staying in the city, Lord's mansion, have been granted mansions by His Majesty after obtaining their own noble titles. However, the mansions of these lords are not far from the city, Lord's mansion. I have already sent someone to invite them over. I reckon that all of them will be here in a while. A lot could be changed in 3 years. Lawrence obviously knew how to curry favor with Han Shuo. Therefore, Jack, Dorcas, and the others who had a close relationship with Han Shuo all obtained noble titles. In this way, they naturally didn't need to continue living in the city, Lord's mansion, after obtaining noble titles. Moreover, these people also had parents and families. Nodding his head, Han Shuo said with a smile, "His Majesty indeed treats us well." Yes, the reason why Bretel City could develop so quickly is all because of His Majesty's unsparing support. However, it is also inseparable from the governance of Lord Jack and Lord Dorcas. These two lords are both powerful characters. With the two of them handling military affairs, Bretel City could advance triumphantly without any worries. Kalos didn't forget to put in a good word for Jack and Dorcas. Han Shuo had already learned all of this from Gilberto. He had a clear idea of Jack and Dorcas' political achievements. One of them was a civil official, the other a military official, and held great power in Bretel City. Jack handled the government affairs and finances, making Bretel City's economy and various fields more and more prosperous. Dorcas, on the other hand, wielded great power in the army. Not only did he make Bretel City impregnable, he also vigorously attacked the 7 grand duchies and fished up a lot of huge profits from them. Of course, before officially starting his training, Han Shuo had told Dorcas some things about the 7 Grand Duchies through Jack. Dorcas still had a clear idea of Helen Tina's Helen Duchy and Bert Zeeley's Bulette Duchy that was secretly controlled by the Calamity Church. It was also because of Helen Tina and Bert Zeeley's secret assistance that Dorcas was able to skillfully and easily attack the 7 Grand Duchies. Not only did he reap huge profits, he was also able to leave with ease. The existence of these two people harboring malicious intentions made it impossible for the 7 Grand Duchies to truly form an alliance. They could only watch helplessly as Brett Tell City grew stronger and stronger. The warhorses purchased from the 2 duchies allowed Brett Tell City to possess a true knight regiment. Equipped with meticulously crafted weapons, armor, and protective gear, the regiment of knights, led by Dorcas, became the most terrifying troop in the 7 Grand Duchies. Jack and Dorcas, one a civil official and the other a military official, firmly held great power in Brett Tell City. In addition, Dark Mantle's Dick, with great financial support, spread the Dark Mantle's influence throughout the 7 Grand Duchies like a spider's web, providing the 2 with accurate and vast intelligence information. With the 3 combined, not only was Brett Tell City impregnable, it was also continuously expanding its territory, truly becoming a solid and sharp city. Through our Brett Tell City, many goods from the 7 Grand Duchies circulate to the Lancelot Empire. Some of our Lancelot Empire's goods also enter the 7 Grand Duchies. Many nobles in the 7 Grand Duchies have also acknowledged the culture of our Lancelot Empire. Although our relationship with the 7 Grand Duchies has always been that of enemies, the merchants only care about profit. Our Brett Tell City has always been friendly to merchants. Therefore, many merchants from the 7 Grand Duchies simply don't care about the restrictions of their Grand Dukes, and have always maintained cooperation with us in the circulation of goods and goods. Kalas' understanding of Brett Tell City's situation was different from what Gilbert had said. He gave Han Shuo a detailed explanation from the economic and political aspects. "Haha, Brian, you scoundrel, you finally returned." A pair of loud and clear shouts came from the outside. Jack chuckled as he walked in with a bashful young girl, full of vigor. 3 years had passed. Little Fatty Jack had become Big Fatty Jack. What had increased in proportion to his weight was the vigor on Jack's body. Because he held great power in Brett Tell City and was highly regarded by His Majesty the King, the cowardly Jack had long since disappeared. Now he had the kind of dignified vigor unique to a person in a high position. Han Shuo and Jack had been friends for many years. When he heard Jack's familiar laughter and scolding, he felt warm in his heart. He walked towards Jack and looked at Jack's well-tailored noble attire. Han Shuo was all smiles as he scolded. Little Fatty has become a big fatty. Not bad, not bad. It looks like you've been eating well these past 3 years. Get lost, you bastard, not caring about your own city and leaving everything to us. You almost tired me to death. Now that you've returned, not only did you not comfort me, you even said that I've become fat. You're really inhumane. Jack glared at Han Shuo and scolded with a smile. This is... Han Shuo cast a glance at the bashful young girl Jack was holding and asked with a smile. This is Jessica. I've mentioned her to you before. Jack winked at Han Shuo and proudly introduced her to Han Shuo. Oh, I remember now. Nice to meet you. Han Shuo remembered that the reason why Jack wanted to stay in Brett Tell City was because of this girl named Jessica. Now that Han Shuo saw that Jack had brought the beauty home, he was sincerely happy for him. Jessica was obviously a little reserved when facing Han Shuo. She shyly and respectfully bowed to Han Shuo and said with a little fear, "Greetings, Lord Marquis." "My lord, you finally returned." Dorcas walked in from outside. Compared to before, Dorcas hadn't changed much. It was just that there were more traces of hardships on his face, making him appear more calm and seasoned. Dick, Falk, and a few other mountain chiefs also arrived one after another. Everyone gathered together. Under the guidance of Steward Kalas, they went to the banquet hall and drank to their heart's content. The few people who were in charge of everything in Bretel City once again explained the situation of Bretel City to Han Shua. Chapter 438. Everyone chatted merrily. Dorcas and Jack introduced the current situation of Bretel City to Han Shua in detail. Dorcas and Jack naturally wouldn't hide anything from Han Shua and told him everything. Gilberto must have frequently visited Bretel City in the past 3 years. He seemed to be very familiar with the people here. At the banquet, he was talking cheerfully and wittily with Dick and the others. He wore a straightforward smile on his face and appeared very calm. From Dorcas and Jack's words, Han Shua learned more about the difficulties Bretel City had encountered. He understood that under the seemingly limitless glory, there were also hidden dangers within Bretel City. The current Lancelot Empire was stable internally. Lawrence wielded great power and authority. After a round of cleansing, there are no longer any voices of resistance within Lancelot Empire. Therefore, what Lancelot Empire faced was no longer internal problems, but the threats from the surrounding countries. As the largest city in the east, Bretel City faced the same threat from foreign enemies as Lancelot Empire. As Bretel City became more and more threatening to the 7 Grand Duchies, apart from Hylantina and Bert Zili's duchies, the other 5 duchies had more and more frequent contact with each other. The battles between them had also calmed down. Other than the threat from the 7 Grand Duchies, the Brute Merchant Alliance, which was separated from Bretel City by one of the 7 Grand Duchies, was also eyeing Bretel City covetously. On one hand, it was because Han Shua had once killed Kelt, the commander of the Redbud Knights of the Brute Merchant Alliance. On the other hand, it was because the existence of Bretel City had seriously threatened the interests of the Brute Merchant Alliance. Before Bretel City had prospered, the 7 Grand Duchies had purchased most of the materials they needed from the Brute Merchant Alliance. Some of the specialties of the 7 Grand Duchies also flowed to the Brute Merchant Alliance. The huge profits the Brute Merchant Alliance obtained from the 7 Grand Duchies had made many merchants overflowing with wealth. However, due to the rapid development of Bretel City, the merchants of the 7 Grand Duchies began to have frequent contact with Bretel City. On top of that, Bretel City's goods in many aspects were far cheaper than Brute Merchant Alliances. More and more merchants of the 7 Grand Duchies gave up on cooperating with Brute Merchant Alliance and began to establish cooperative relations with the merchants of Bretel City. In this way, the interests of the Brute Merchant Alliance would naturally suffer. The Brute Merchant Alliance was originally a united country controlled by large chambers of commerce. In this country, the interests of merchants were above everything else. Therefore, the Brute Merchant Alliance regarded Bretel City as an enemy. They began to secretly support the 5 duchies that were eyeing Bretel City covetously, preparing to help them eradicate the threat that was Bretel City. Compared to the 7 Grand Duchies, the Brute Merchant Alliance that was jointly managed by various large chambers of commerce was an extremely wealthy nation on profound continent. Not only did it possess a powerful army, it also possessed abundant battle equipment. Its strength was in no way inferior to Lancelot Empire. With the support of such a united chamber of commerce, Bretel City would obviously encounter a lot of trouble. Brute Merchant Alliance, Brute Merchant Alliance. Hee, this country that is overflowing with wealth. I haven't even had any ideas about them, but they are actually preparing to deal with me. Interesting, very interesting. Han Shua said with a sneer after listening to Dorcas and Jack's introduction. Brian, we cannot be careless with this Brute Merchant Alliance. Just like Lancelot Empire, it is an extremely powerful country. Just our Bretel City alone definitely does not have the strength to deal with this country. Jack saw the exuberant ambition on Han Shua's face and couldn't help but advise Han Shua. That's enough. You big fatty. just take care of the government affairs. His lordship's ambition is not something you can imagine. Dorcas shot a glance at Jack and lightly snorted. I am very clear about the true strength of the Brute Merchant Alliance. However, the Brute Merchant Alliance is also facing powerful enemies on all sides. They won't put all their attention on us. Right now, we only need to think about how to deal with the 7 Grand Duchies. For the time being, we don't need to worry about the Brute Merchant Alliance, Han Shuo said with a faint smile. Lord Marquis, you are getting more and more awesome. While Han Shuo was conversing with Jack and Dorcas, the mountain beauty Delia, who had already become a valiant and skillful military officer, walked towards Han Shuo with a glass of dark red wine in her hand. Her beautiful face was suffused with a strange luster as she flattered Han Shuo with a charming smile. The tall and slender Delia was wearing a tight-fitting lavender long skirt with a corset waist. The long skirt was like a mermaid's tail, setting off her slender and straight legs to be extremely aesthetically pleasing. Her alluring curves caused the mountain chieftains in the hall to linger and forget to leave. Their saliva nearly overflowed from their mouths. With a faint smile, Han Shuo raised the glass in his hand towards Delia and said in a refined and courteous manner, You flatter me too much. Ha, Delia, oh Delia. So many talented mountain men in Bretel City are pursuing you, yet you remain indifferent. You couldn't have been waiting for this guy, right? It seemed that Jack had become very familiar with them in these past 3 years. When he saw Delia coming, he chuckled and teased her. Delia pursed her lips and chuckled. Her bright eyes lingered on Han Shuo's body for a while before she said to Jack, Lord Jack has such good eyes. You even saw through this, hee. Oh, it's true. Haha. But Delia, you're going to be sad. This guy has a lot of women around him. I reckon you won't have a chance. You must have heard of those 3 powerful women. Brian won't dare to continue his womanizing, Jack said to Delia with a beaming smile. That's not necessarily true. For a man like my lord, as long as he has the heart, there shouldn't be any woman who can restrain him. Hee, my lord, am I right? Delia first answered Jack, then looked at Han Shuo with her fiery eyes and said, Last time when they came down from Mount Silk, Delia had revealed her feelings to Han Shuo. The mountain people had always been straightforward, and Delia was especially so. Once she had set her eyes on a target, she would strive for it with all her might. She didn't hide anything at all. Her way of doing things was very straightforward. When Han Shuo saw Delia again after 3 years, he thought that Delia already had someone she liked. He didn't expect that she was still single. From Delia's fiery eyes, Han Shuo vaguely understood one thing. The sexy and wild Delia was the #1 beauty of the mountain people. For Han Shuo, who had entered the carnal realm, she held an indescribable allure. Cough! I don't have feelings for just anyone. Han Shuo looked at Delia, who was staring straight at him with her bright eyes, and said with a smile. Jack, who was originally joking with Delia, couldn't help but carefully look at Delia at this moment. The current Jack had tempered himself in the political arena for 3 years. His eyes were very sharp. He could see the fiery passion in Delia's eyes at a glance. Suddenly, Jack understood. He realized that his joke was probably the truth. While he was envying Han Shuo's good luck, Jack also couldn't help but worry for Han Shuo. He knew some of the things that happened in Awesome City last time. He also understood the background and ability of those 3 women. In addition, Jack also knew that Han Shuo was indeed not an honest person. With Delia's superior qualifications, if she were to disregard everything to seduce Han Shuo, Jack didn't need to think to know what would happen. As the #1 beauty of the mountain people, Delia was a very influential figure in the hearts of some mountain people in Bretel City. Once she had any disputes with Han Shuo and the 3 women by Han Shuo's side, it would definitely affect those mountain people in Bretel City. Jack had already begun to secretly estimate how great the impact would be. Then what does his lordship think of me? If his lordship is interested in me, I won't be able to resist his lordship's charm. Delia continued to say to Han Shuo with a light smile, but her tone already carried a strong hint. Ahem, ahem. Dorcas lightly coughed twice. He knitted his brows and said to Delia in a displeased tone, "We are in the middle of a conversation. If there's nothing else, go take a stroll somewhere else." Even Dorcas, who was relatively slow in this aspect, could hear some other meaning from Delia's words. Dorcas immediately reacted after receiving Jack's hint and rebuked Delia. As Delia's superior, Dorcas possessed supreme deterrence within the army of Bretel City. Even Delia, who had always been bold and unruly, was somewhat fearful of Dorcas. When she saw Dorcas rebuking her with a displeased expression, she really thought that they had some important matters to discuss. Only then did she apologize to Han Shuo and the other two and left. However, before she left, she turned her head to look at Han Shuo once more. Her eyes were filled with provocative seduction and temptation. "Brian, you have a beautiful and tempting troublemaker. I don't know if I should be happy or worried for you." When Delia left and only the three of them were left, Jack looked at Han Shuo and teased, "Just mind your own business. You don't need to worry about me. I know what I'm doing." Han Shuo smiled and raised his cup to Jack. After he finished speaking, he finished the rest of the wine in his cup. He then said to Dorcas and Jack, "I need to leave Bretel City for a while to take care of some matters. However, I won't be gone for too long. His lordship can leave at ease. We will take good care of Bretel City." Dorcas immediately expressed his attitude, respectfully. "You've been gone for 3 years, and Bretel City has been fine. The current Bretel City will continue to function without you. Just go and do what you need to do," Jack said smilingly. Han Shuo nodded and did not say anything else. He knew that with Jack and Dorcas in Bretel City, there truly wouldn't be any big trouble in the city. Sacred Knight Blunt, who had gravely injured him, an Earth Elite zombie, had managed to escape. Now that Han Shuo had reached the carnal realm, he had absolute confidence in killing Blunt. Therefore, he decided to kill him to avenge Earth Elite Zombie. Chapter 439. 2 days later, in the Bisley Duchy, one of the 7 Grand Duchies, Grand Duke Niam Beige was praying in the largest church of the Church of Light in his duchy. This church was the largest church in the Bisley Duchy. It had over 1,000 white priests and knights of the Church of Light. Numerous followers of the Church of Light were standing guard around the main hall of the Bisley Duchy, carefully protecting Niam Beige's safety. As the Grand Duke of the Bisley Duchy, Niam Beige had a lofty status. Originally a follower of the Church of Light, after he took charge of the Bisley Duchy, he vigorously advocated the Church of Light in the duchy, making the citizens and nobles of the duchy believe in the God of Light and offer their pious faith to the God of Light. As a Sky Knight himself, Niam Beige's strength was extraordinary. The Church of Light also dispatched numerous experts to protect him, spreading the footprint of the Church of Light to every city in the Bisley Duchy, making the blessing of the God of Light more accepted by the citizens of the Bisley Duchy. Niam Beige was originally a temple knight of the Church of Light, having a fanatical faith in the God of Light. Every few days he would come to the largest church in the Bisley Duchy to pray. He would come to this sacred place to feel the existence of the God of Light and obtain the divine power that he could personally feel. Facing a statue, Niam Beige, who was piously worshipping, felt the divine power contained in his body slowly flowing. That divine power made him feel very comfortable. The fanatical faith in the God of Light made him feel as if he possessed inexhaustible power. All of a sudden, a strange sound suddenly fell into Niam Beige's ears. Niam Beige, who was attentively comprehending the divine power of the God of Light, could very keenly sense the approach of an evil power. He immediately frowned and stood up from where he was. He said to the Cardinal Katas of the Bisley Duchy in the distance, "What's going on? It seems like an evil power is approaching here." Katas was sent to the Bisley Duchy by the Church of Light to preach the mysteries of the Church of Light. Katas was the most pious follower of the Church of Light and was himself a priest with extraordinary strength. However, he was most proficient in comprehending the doctrines of the Church of Light. Like Niam Beige, he had a fanatical attachment to the God of Light. That's right. I wonder what kind of heathen dares to come here and court death. Katas had also sensed that nearing evil aura. However, Katas understood how strict the Church's defense was. Therefore, he didn't take that evil to heart at all. Instead, he calmly said to Niam Beige, "That's true. Even the people of the Calamity Church wouldn't dare to invade my Bisley Duchy on a large scale. Ordinary heathens would be courting death if they dared to come here." Niam Beige smiled faintly, agreeing with Katas' statement. The Church is very satisfied with our performance in the Bisley Duchy. The next time we return to the headquarters church, we will definitely be able to get closer to the God of Light, comprehend the vast existence of the God of Light, and obtain even more divine power. Katas said to Niam Beige with a smile. Although Niam Beige was the Grand Duke of the Bisley Duchy, his status in the Church of Light was even lower than Katas. Therefore, Katas didn't show too much respect to Niam Beige, and was also very casual when talking to him. That's right. As long as I think of the divine power filling my body, I will be very excited. Looks like we should work even harder. Sigh, it's a pity that the great heathen named Brian has been missing for a long time. Otherwise, if we could kill him, then our contribution would be enough for us to obtain even more divine power and holy water. Niam Beige said to Katas with a hint of regret. Katas shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "I think you'd better not let your imagination run wild. Even Lord Brown isn't a match for that guy. How can we deal with him? This contribution is not something that we can obtain." That's not necessarily true. Lord Brown is indeed powerful, but he's only one person. Although our strength isn't as good as Lord Brown's, we have the Bisley Duchy in our hands. Sometimes the strength of a sea of people is much greater than a sacred knight. I think if we really know the existence of that heathen, we might really have a chance. Niam Beige said ambitiously. Bang, bang. Violent sounds suddenly came from outside, like the rumbling of thunder. Ah! Eolo! Miserable howls suddenly came directly from outside the door. Accompanied by the incessant miserable howls, the boundary around the lobby couldn't stop trembling. Niam Beige and Katas glanced at each other. Their faces were filled with astonishment at the same time. Both of them understood how many experts were present in the lobby outside, and also understood how strong and firm the boundary inside the lobby was. Listening to the miserable howls coming from beside their ears, and feeling the trembling of the light, defensive boundary personally arranged by the light, sacred Magus Bordeaux of the Church of Light, their hearts were filled with intense fear. Who the hell is it? This is a light elemental barrier personally set up by Lord Bordeaux. Who could possibly make it tremble like that? Katas said to Grand Duke Niam Beige as his body swayed under the violent trembling. I don't know. Our people are being slaughtered. We need to save them. The invaders must be very terrifying. Niam Beige replied. He took out the armor that he had taken off from his space ring and began to put it on with a solemn expression. Bang! A crisp shattering sound suddenly came from the top of the tall lobby. It was like a glass cup being smashed on a rock. When Niam Beige and Katas heard this clear and melodious sound, their hearts were suddenly filled with an intense fear. Niam Beige, who was wearing a full set of knight armor, suddenly cried out in alarm in a low voice, "Oh my God, the defensive boundary deployed by Lord Bordeaux has been breached!" What should we do? What should we do? The invaders must have strength similar to Lord Bordeaux. I'm afraid the two of us won't be able to deal with them. Katas turned pale with fright and said to Niam Beige with incomparable panic, "We can only evacuate temporarily." Niam Beige was still rather calm. When he finished speaking, he stopped putting on the knight armor and hurriedly walked towards a side door. When Katas saw Niam Beige moving, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. He had long forgotten about rescuing the followers who had been brutally murdered outside the door. He hastily followed behind Niam Beige, wanting to quickly leave this place through the side door of the lobby. Whoosh! A figure just happened to block that side door. He looked at the two with a face full of a cold smile. Who are you? Niam Beige abruptly halted his steps. He looked at the imposing Han Shuo and asked in a somewhat panicked manner. Niam Beige had been in charge of the Bisley Duchy for many years. He had experienced many big and small battles. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have lost his composure like this when facing Han Shuo. However, when Han Shuo came over this time, the mournful and miserable howls didn't stop along the way. Even the boundary of the famous light, sacred Magus Bordeaux of the Church of Light was broken. This had really shocked him a bit too much. That was why he lost his composure like that. He's Brian. I've seen his picture. He's that big heretic. Behind Niam Beige, the red-robed bishop of the Church of Light, Katas, suddenly pointed at Han Shuo and shrieked. That's right. Ha ha! I seem to have heard someone say that he wants to kill me to obtain divine power. This is really very interesting. Han Shuo sneered at Niam Beige and said, Where's Blunt? As long as you tell me where Blunt is, I'll let you die a little more comfortably. Men, kill this heathen for me. Niam Beige suddenly shouted loudly. A bright long sword was suddenly pulled out by him. Silvery, bright, fighting aura shot out from the sword hilt like a waterfall. It even carried a divine power. Its imposing manner looked very astonishing. The corner of Han Shuo's mouth hooked into a trace of a cruel smile. He stared blankly at Niam Beige's attack arriving in front of him. Only then did he unhurriedly throw out a punch. A berserk power burst out from the punch. A heavy pressure enveloped the entire area like a mountain. Even Katas, who was far away, felt depressed in his heart. He had a feeling of wanting to vomit. Boom! This punch of Han Shuo directly scattered Niam Beige's fighting aura. The long sword bent into a bow shape and fell to the ground. The remaining power submerged into Niam Beige's body. A series of crackling sounds came from within his body. Under this kind of sound, all the bones in Niam Beige's body shattered, but his internal organs remained intact. Speak, where's Sacred Knight Blunt? Han Shuo sneered as he arrived in front of Niam Beige. He stepped on Niam Beige's chest and asked in an indifferent tone, Bah, heretic, I crack? Without waiting for Niam Beige to finish his sentence, Han Shuo stomped down with his foot. His big foot directly pierced through Niam Beige's chest, which was covered in silver armor. When Han Shuo pulled out his right foot, Niam Beige's eyes had already turned white and he was dead. Chapter 440. When red-robed Bishop Katas of the Bisley Duchy saw Sky Rider Niam Beige brutally killed by Han Shuo, the fear in his heart urged him to continuously retreat. After shooting a glance at Katas, Han Shuo's body moved at high speed. Before Katas could react, Han Shuo had already arrived in front of him. His big hand stretched out like lightning and grabbed Katas' neck, directly suspending Katas in midair. Cough, cough! Damn it, what are you trying to do? Katas' two hands tightly grabbed onto Han Shuo's big hand that was holding his neck. He kicked his legs and shouted with difficulty with a flushed face, Where is Blunt? Han Shuo asked grimly as he held Katas' neck with one hand. Ugh, I don't know really. Katas' body was suspended in midair and twisted with all his might. Unfortunately, he couldn't break free from Han Shuo's tight grip. Ha ha! Do you think that I won't be able to do anything if you don't tell me? Han Shuo sneered. Soon after, his empty left hand suddenly pressed on Katas' head. As Katas let out a mournful scream, Han Shuo exerted force with his 5 fingers and forcibly inserted them into Katas' head. Han Shuo deployed the secret skill of the demonic sect, Great Soul-Searching Hand. 5 wisps of black smoke flowed into Han Shuo's meridians, through the 5 fingers of Han Shua's left hand. Then, through Han Shua's consciousness, he obtained the preserved memories in Kata's mind. As the victim, red-robed Bishop Katas struggled madly while wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. It was as if he was enduring the most terrifying pain in the world. That kind of scream would make one's hair stand on end. Once the great soul-searching hand was used, it would indeed cause unbearable pain to the target's soul. During the soul-searching, Han Shua's 5 fingers were constantly stirring up Kata's mind. This kind of piercing pain was not something that a normal person could endure. When Han Shua used the secret technique to obtain the memories in Kata's mind, a divine force immediately circulated within his body and quickly converged on Kata's forehead in an attempt to resist the evil force that was destroying Kata's mind. Unfortunately, this divine force was too weak for Han Shua. Before it could converge into a ball, it was directly dispersed by Han Shua. Under the effect of the great soul-searching hand, the vitality in Kata's eyes disappeared bit by bit. After a while, his eyeballs rolled back and his miserable howls also disappeared. After his soul completely disappeared, there was no possibility of him being reborn. Pulling out the big hand that was stuck in Kata's head, Han Shua took out a clean white handkerchief and wiped off the brain juice on his fingers. He also cleaned off the traces on his feet. Only then did he calmly walk out of the lobby. Outside the lobby was a ground full of corpses. The temple knights and light priests here were simply not on the same level as Han Shua. Facing Han Shua, the only path left was to be slaughtered. More members of the Church of Light scattered in all directions. A legion of the Bisley Duchy, which was stationed not far from here, received the news and hurried over. Han Shua gazed into the distance. He knew that his trip to the Bisley Duchy this time could be considered to have reached its goal. Niam Beige of the Bisley Duchy, one of the 7 Grand Duchies, had died. The largest church of the Church of Light had also been massacred. The position of the Church of Light in the Bisley Duchy would be faced with an unprecedented challenge. Regarding Niam Beige, the Temple Knight of the Church of Light, Han Shua had originally planned to use a mystical demon to possess and control him. However, Han Shua later discovered that Niam Beige, who had a divine aura in his body, had a completely different nature from Han Shua's mystical demon. Only if Han Shua completely purged the divine energy in Niam Beige's body would he be able to possess the mystical demon inside Niam Beige's brain. However, without the divine energy in his body, Niam Beige would be quickly discovered by the people of the Church of Light. Therefore, Han Shua had no choice but to adopt a straightforward method to kill him. There were still some churches of the Church of Light in the Bisley Duchy. However, compared to this church, the other places seemed to be inferior. Han Shua also didn't have a lot of time to purge all the churches of the Church of Light in the Bisley Duchy. Therefore, Han Shua didn't stay in the Bisley Duchy. He directly used the art of the demonic 9th heavens to break through the sky and leave. From Kata's memories, Han Shua obtained a lot of useful information. This Kata's position in the Church of Light wasn't weak. Regarding the distribution of some positions in the Church of Light, as well as some secret forces in the dark, Han Shua understood a little bit from Kata's memories. The Church of Light was a huge religious organization. However, the armed forces of this religious organization were also very terrifying. Apart from a large number of light priests and the temple knights, the Church of Light also had 3 secret organizations, namely the Heresy Adjudication Office, the Divine Angel Corps, and the Grace of God's Followers. The Heresy Adjudication Office, the Divine Angel Corps, and the Grace of God's Followers were the secret forces of the Church of Light that no one knew about. These 3 organizations were filled with experts. Some of the Church of Light's secret operations were generally carried out by these 3 organizations. Compared to the Temple Knights that everyone knew about, these 3 secret organizations were even more terrifying. After Han Shua learned about the true strength of the Church of Light, He finally understood why the Church of Light had such a strong influence on the entire continent. While he was apprehensive, Han Shua's murderous intent surged. Han Shua, whose strength had skyrocketed, no longer feared the Church of Light. These years of hatred, the Earth Elite zombies' injury, and the Church of Light's aggressiveness made Han Shua understand that the hatred between him and the Church of Light couldn't be resolved. However, from Kata's memories, Han Shua didn't obtain any concrete information about Blunt. He only knew that after 2 years of recuperation in the headquarters of the Church of Light in Odin Empire, Blunt had already recovered from his previous injuries. As for whether Blunt, who had recovered, was still in the Church of Light in Odin Empire, Katas didn't know. Han Shua had a persistent desire to kill Blunt. Unable to obtain any concrete information from Katas, Han Shua thought for a while and suddenly remembered the existence of the Calamity Church. With a thought, Han Shua couldn't help but fly towards Bullet Duchy. Last time, when the 7 Grand Duchies tried to join forces to deal with Bretel City, Han Shua had learned of the identity of Grand Duke Bert Zili of Bullet Duchy. The meeting between this summoner and Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf let Han Shua know that Bert Zili came from the Calamity Church. Since Bert Zili was an important member of the Calamity Church, he might know the whereabouts of Sacred Knight Blunt. The Calamity Church and the Church of Light were mortal enemies. They must be very concerned about each other's movements. As a religious organization as large as the Church of Light, the Calamity Church was indeed a target that Han Shua could make use of. Bullet Duchy, Grand Duke Bert Zili's mansion. Han Shua arrived under the cover of the night. In the underground of the Grand Duke's mansion, under the curtain of night, Bert Zili sat upright in the middle of an underground altar that was wreathed in thick green and black smoke. The sinister and frightening Bert Zili was surrounded by the organs of many magical beasts. The entire wicked altar was filled with the organs of various high-level magical beasts, making the wicked altar look like a bizarre magical beast pieced together from all kinds of flesh. At the center of the altar, a diamond-shaped pattern made of blood overflowed with wisps of sinister and gloomy aura as Bert Zili's hands pressed down on it. Terrifying howls that didn't sound human came from the center of the diamond-shaped pattern, giving off an intense feeling of palpitation. "Oh, baby, come out quickly." Bert Zili's eyes were fixed on the diamond-shaped pattern in the center of the altar. He had a gentle smile on his face as he softly called out. From the diamond-shaped pattern in the center of the altar that was connected to the other world's hell's abyss, the terrifying howls became more and more urgent. The smile on Bert Zili's face became more and more enchanting. His 2 hands that were pressing down on the diamond-shaped pattern kept pulling upwards, as if he was pulling an invisible thread to bring out some magical creature. A strange, oily green hand with 3 sharp fingernails, covered in a disgusting liquid, slowly stretched out from the diamond-shaped pattern. A gloomy, cold, and nauseating aura slowly spread out from the inside. "Ha, come out." Bert Zili was somewhat excited. "Ayo!" A mournful, strange howl was heard. Suddenly, a strange, 5-meter-long creature with a body full of sticky green skin, covered in disgusting liquid, and 2 tails, like a monstrous lizard, scuttled out from the diamond-shaped pattern. This creature's body emitted a dense stench, and 2 sharp, tusk-like horns grew out of its mouth. As soon as this magical creature scuttled out from the diamond-shaped pattern, it directly shot towards a shadow outside the altar, for strange, sharp, javelin-like hands grabbed towards the shadow. A soft "ha" suddenly came from the shadow. A ruthless power suddenly condensed in midair. This magical creature that was flying at high speed suddenly seemed to be forcibly imprisoned by some kind of power. It strangely froze in midair while maintaining its sinister posture. "Who's there?" Bert Zili was overwhelmed with shock. He immediately cried out in alarm, looking at the shadow that made the soft "ha" sound with some fear. Only Bert Zeely himself knew how secretive and well-guarded the secret place where he practiced summoning magical creatures was. The person who had soundlessly entered this secret place had obviously given him an enormous shock. What was even more frightening was that the high-ranked magical creature, Djarka, was directly frozen in midair, motionless. The high-ranked magical creature, Djarka, possessed the strength to kill a great swordmaster. Its strength was the most frightening when it was flying at high speed. However, such a powerful magical creature seemed to have no ability to resist in front of the person in the shadow. Bert Zeely simply didn't dare to imagine how frightening this person was.